are. Should be working now. Hi, potato. Welcome to stream. I hope you're doing well. Let me go ahead and start the good old timer. Girl, little classic 5 minutes and the starting song, the starting song's fire. It is, isn't it? I really like it. I've had it for the longest time, but it's a good one. So I figured I might as well keep it. I like it. It's one of my favorites. Let me go ahead and let's see. Speaking of music, what do you think? I'm thinking either we usually do this one, but I'm trying to find more music to just have fun with. So we have this one, and then maybe this one instead. Let's see. What's this one? Not this one. They all sound a little similar, but not quite. I think one of my classics has to be, let's see, this one maybe? Yeah, this one's a good one, but maybe more this one. Yeah, let's do this one. This is one of my favorites. Let's go back into here. Should be fine. Yep, there we go. But I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're wrapped up and ready. And speaking of, let me go ahead and get some water. Well, I can at least. Okay, I think we're all good to go in the notification section. I think I have everything pulled up. All my tabs are ready, I hope. We'll see. I tried. I made a checklist and everything. I couldn't find where I put the checklist for everything, so I'm going off of memory. It's been a second since we've done a study, and I'm hoping to do a lot more in January. So I'm excited. We're gonna get back into it. I paused and finally have 1 million cookies. Congratulations! In the cookie clicker game, I'm guessing. The cookie clicker game was pretty fun. I didn't get too far with it, but I know there's something grandmas. And it's pretty fun that way, if that's what you mean by cookies. What was I gonna say? Not yesterday. Today's Sunday. This week, or last week technically, since it's Sunday. Last week I didn't do a time lapse for Pixelart, and the week before that I didn't. Initially, the first week I didn't do it was because I was sick still. This week, it was because I was working on the prototype. So I'm hoping now that working on the game, now that that's kind of cooled down and we're slowing down again since the prototype itself's done, now we're kind of just refining before we start pushing ahead for other versions of the game. Now that that's kind of slowed down, we can go back into the focus of Pixelart since towards the end of the year, I was focused on instead trying to get the boards. I was trying to focus on getting the game done, and I steered away from Pixelart. Now Pixelart can become a highlight again. I think I either used to do two Pixelart streams a week, and then it went down to 1, and then it was 2 programming and 1 Pixelart. So it's vice versa, so I'm hoping now we can go back to 2 Pixelart at least for a little bit to kind of even things out. And hi, Pudding Cups, welcome back. Look at the fan art, also slept in. Pudding Cups, let me know now. It's the start of the stream. This is the best time to get my attention since I don't have to stop it. Can you tell me where to find it? I would love to see it. And hi, Crab King, and hi, Consistently Crying. I haven't seen that name in a second. Welcome back. And hi, Liar as well. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all doing good and are excited for New Year's. It's gonna be a fun day, and yes, it is a Pixelart day. I'm excited. I haven't done studies too often recently, though I'm hoping we can get back into things as it's, like I said, it's been a second, it's been a minute, but overall, we're gonna move and move and things are gonna truck along. And okay, the timer. Hey guys, it's up here for me to look at it, and it's kind of funny, I am looking at it. So it makes sense. But let me know, Pudding Cups, where to find the art at. I don't know. Do you mean the Discord? I looked at all the fan art I could find on the Discord. If that's where it is, I didn't see it. If it's somewhere else, you mean the community tabs, I'm not sure as well. And you slept in again? I slept for another hour than I usually do. So I'm a little behind on organizing, but we're all good. If I do need something, I'll need it and I'll find it. And okay, seeing things. You don't have Discord, you're not allowed. No worries. Where can I find the art at? Just let me know. You said the community, look at the fan art. Where can I find it? Where would it be at? That's what I want to know, so I can go see it. As right now, yeah, usually the beginning of stream, end of stream, that's the best time to ask things that aren't related to the topic. So for example, yesterday, since it was programming, asking at the beginning or end about other things like Pixelart or some other topic is the most helpful, since it kind of gets me I am not in the mindset of answering things outside of what the topic is. And dairy or meat? What a good question. And I mean, can't we just have a cow? Cows or both? Like, why not both? Why do I have to choose? But if I had to choose, dairy has ice cream. Meat has meat. I'm a meat person. I'm a meat lover. I like pork chops and beef and chicken. And if I could become a carnivore, I would. You can tell by the teeth. I like meat, but dairy, cheese, milkshakes. Why not cow, huh? Let's go with cow. I can't choose. Nada. I say cow. Why one or the other? It's on your community tab since you don't have it. Oh, got you. Hold on. Let me take a look at it then. And oh, that timer's off. So let me take a look at that and then we can get right into things. Let's see. How do I do this? Look at here. Oh, hold on. This is new to me. All right. Click here and then go here. I see. Okay, got you. And oh, that's so cute. Hold on. Let me pull it up on stream. Save image as downloads. It is adorable. Thank you. I love it to bits. Let me pull it up on screen. There it is. Oh, that's so cute. Thank you. I love it to bits. And YouTube hates the word community, so that's why I didn't see the first message they sent. I see. Well, look at it. Oh, that's so adorable. It's so lovely. I really wish I'd seen this yesterday when I was making the short. I would have added it. But all the same, thank you for making it 100%. Let me go ahead and... Oh yeah, I'm saving this. Nice art, isn't it? Oh, hold on. I have moved the box of YouTube. Alright, let me go ahead and move you guys over to the blah 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 planning screen. Little ears. Yeah, little, I love the chibi design, the little small cute ones. Yeah, thank you. All of that said, today it is how do I best describe it? We're going back in time, I guess is the best way to say it. Because it is the New Year's, not only that, but because it was recommended or suggested and wanted. I believe you wanted it, Crab King, if I'm not mistaken. And hi, Wrath. Welcome to stream. If I can remember, I think it was you, Crab King, who wanted to do the topic of trees, and I figured that was the perfect way to end the year since this is the last stream of the year, and I just want to do this initially since it is the start of the stream. But I want to bring you quickly over into, where are we at? If I go ahead and open this new link here, nice and quickly, drag you a few places. And yeah, Cookie Clickler, I see, got ya. And you made your Delta Uno, he's adorable. I bet! Delta Root's so cute, isn't it? Why I wanted to do trees as well is because we recently hit 1,000. Now 1,001.11, which is crazy. But on my stream, not on my stream, my channel, if I go to oldest, you'll see my oldest standing video is of Pixelart trees, which I did a year ago. So it's kind of a cool full circle thing. Started last year with trees, ending this year with trees. Isn't that nice? And saying what was I gonna say? Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Just trees to trees. And hi, Atomic Flavor. Welcome back. I hope you are all good. And Darkner, I see. Got ya. Alright, so saying all that, now let's get into the topic. And to start off stream, I like to do Pixel Art of the Day. And if we go into concepts here, I'll show you what I mean. Pixel Art of the Day is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where we look at some pixel art relating to a topic. In this case, it's trees. We look at some art from someone either off of Twitter or Instagram or somewhere else on the internet. I pull up something that I think I like, and then we spend 5 minutes picking apart the piece, either why we do like it, we don't like it, or things we can notice. And the idea is that while you can draw art, the more you intake art or the more input you get of art and the more you study art, the better your output will be, the better you can draw art. So by critiquing and dissecting art of other people and art you just like or dislike, you can figure out what you want for your art, and hence Pixel Art of the Day. And trees. Trees. I had a battle with trees so long ago, I tell you. Oh, that's what I wanted to say beforehand. Let me, I'll save it for later. With all of that said, and people are very good, isn't it? This happens to be by, let's see, Nathan Pixels, if I had to guess how to say the name. And things to keep in mind, I put this here for people who maybe don't know or don't have an idea of where to start in critiquing, but we have things to gauge like silhouette, design, color, shapes, lighting, readability, technique, and purpose. Now I'll kind of try to go through these, but let me know what you like about the art, what you dislike, or just things things you want to note about the art, and I'll put it here. It's a kind of a brainstorming session if I had to best describe it. let me go ahead and make this white. Oh, hold on. White up here. There we go. And let me go ahead and where are we at? Scripts. Make sure this is 5 minutes. And where are we at with the timer? And hold on, timer. Found it. And I'll put the timer here. How about that? Oh, my hand here. All right. And we're good to go. All right, so let's see. The tree might be based off of Stardew Valley pine trees. I mean, pine trees are pine trees, right? But you can tell it's a pine tree. I would have to look, but we can start there, yeah. The pine tree. Tree seems to be made of pine tree. I'll write that down, put that here. Pine tree is a good one. Maybe that type of tree, I'd say. Colors are really nice in the artwork. I feel like the colors, at least the colors feel, colors. I like how warm it feels. Warm. It makes me feel, or I feel a sense of maybe adventure, and I think it's because of the scale. And what do I mean by scale? Let me click out of this and write this down here. Oh, hold on. Learning this part, but scale because the player's so small, or this character, compared to this big tree. So I'm getting a very fantasy and whimsical feel to the art. That's what I'm getting. And speaking of, let me go ahead and add that. Fantasy, whimsy, IMSY. How about that? And click out of here, drag that in here. Okay, and okay, I did read that. David Finch draws peak trees. He does, I've seen his trees. They are great. 10 out of 10. I think I have some references of his, but we'll see. Aside from that, what else can we notice? I'd say, if I zoom in a little bit here, what is it called? I forget. But the lines, you can see the lines here and how it mixes with other parts of the bark. That is called dithering. That's the word I'm looking for. The dithering in the bark itself. And I turn on my tablet here and grab my pen, the mixing of the colors and everything. And very simple, but they add mushrooms to give depth. That's a good point. Let me add that. Let me zoom out a little bit, move this up here again, and mushrooms give depth. Simple, but mushrooms give depth. DPT, like that. That's a good one, and I agree. I think adding the mushrooms, and let me make sure that's a new layer so I can draw on it. But here you can kind of see the mushrooms extend, which adds, like you said, that depth. It adds that ability to show. You could probably jump on it if you wanted to. I wonder how the tree would look without the mushrooms. And background darker than centerpiece? Or do you mean the foreground is darker? I feel like this area is darker than this, which adds nice contrast. That's a good idea. And this stream reminds you of school, but it's cool. Well, thank you. I'm no teacher, though. This is more of it's a study stream. It's a study of pixel art. But I'll add that. I think not the background, but I think there's high contrast. High contrast, contrast. High contrast, center is darker than outer. And usually with perspective, I think, or with depth, like I said before, the background's usually lighter than the foreground. Foreground's closer. So the closer it is, the darker it is. The further it is, the lighter it is, right? I think that's it. And let's see. Okay, you do like this image overall. The texture feels nice and has a lot of story in itself. What you do dislike is the transition of the smaller trunk to the big trunk. It looks too similar. Either better outlines are required or it has to be done with colors. You would expect the dead big trunk to be less saturated than the living tree in the center. The big trunk has a lot of lighting done, while the green on the trees has almost none, which feels a bit off to me. I think I agree. I think it's a little tricky to tell. It's hard to tell. Tell D-I-F-F-E-R-E-N-C-E. Difference between trees. I agree. That's a good one. And speaking of outlines, let me zoom in here and see if I can see. Let me drag this here a little bit. The outlines, it doesn't look like there's any outlines if I'm looking at it here. There's no outlines here. There's kind of outlines here. The outlines seem to be very selective. There's outlines on the character. That's about it. It seems to be outlines on the mushrooms, outlines on the character. Outlines I'd say on this tree itself. So there's outlines are selective, I'd say. They're selective outlines. So let me zoom out a little bit here and write that. Selective outlines. Outlines. Tree, or yeah, it was a pine tree, right? Pine tree E versus trunk. I think that's a good point. And also if I think the colors as well kind of blend in. That's why it's hard, right? And let's see. There's also really key characters. There's only outlines. Yeah, only outlines in the dark one. Or hold on, dark background? Or do you mean up here? Outlines up here. And Okay, we do have time. Let's see. 1 minute, yeah. Like where the light, where it touches, there's no outlines. Yeah, here. There's no outlines here because the light's touching here. I would say there's no outlines here though, where it's also dark. I'm not seeing outlines in this area. Or do you mean the outlines here with the mushrooms? Which is nice. I think that's a good idea. Hold on, let me write that down. There's outlines, O-U-T-L-I-N-E-S, outlines with light or mushrooms. And usually with light, what you want to do is have less detail. I think that's why they did it. Oh, hold on. Because this is in light, more detail. Because the mushroom's not in light, less detail. It's a back and forth. And the heavier, the more cracks, the more outlines. The heavier, the more cracks, the more outlines. Let's see. The heavier, the more cracks. I'm looking. Some of the cracks kind of look even. If I'm looking at this, I don't see too much of a difference. I can kind of see it going in and out with shading, but that's about it. And the shrooms on the trunk are pretty neat. I do like the mushrooms. I feel like it adds a nice fantasy feel. And beforehand, what you were saying, Aseprite, did I also say welcome to you as well? But let's see. The trunk would shield it from light. So it makes sense to grow height first, which seems to be indicated by the long trunk. Oh, did you write something? Okay, you write something else. Wrote. Let's see. Also, logic-wise, you don't get how the smaller tree grew like that. Yeah, logic-wise, I'm not seeing it. Let's see. The trunk would shield it from from the light it needs, so it makes sense to grow it in height first, which seems to be indicated by the long trunk until there's green. But how does a tree do that? So it either should just magic or weirdness, but nothing you can see further than that. Yeah, I think maybe that's why I'm getting a fantasy feel. It feels impossibly possible, so maybe that's why. It doesn't have to make too much sense, but I think specifically looking at this art, here's where I'm getting confused. I can kind of tell maybe here is where the trees go part off or go separate ways. But because everything's so similar, it makes this area very hard to read. And the timer ends before a minute ago. I'm reading, we're not adding anything. So I'm making sure I get everyone's comments in. And let's see. It is a straight triangle composition, but the little character off-puts the composition. So let's see. Composition-wise, let me zoom out. And I think last time we kind of went over the timer as well. So I'm thinking 5 minutes is not enough. I see the triangle composition though. And the player here, or the character, right? That guy's kind of right here. Where would he have to be? Do you think he'd have to be instead here to put the composition up? But that's interesting to note. The tree itself has a very triangle composition. And I'll write that here. Triangle composition. Look, C-O-M-P-O-S-I-T-I-O-N. There we go. Triangle composition. I like that. And here, yeah. 5 minutes is way too short. 5 minutes, super short. And the shrooms, okay. And welcome sec as well. And the white thing is mold, or is the guy far in their clouds? All of these, I assume, are clouds. This is kind of maybe the final boss area, and this player is so small because you have to go underneath hills and over top of trees. That would be my guess if I had to assume how this piece is. Very fantasy. So I'm assuming this is some very big magical fantasy tree. All of that said, though, that's the end of the section. With that said, let me move you back into here to go over the plans. And let me go ahead and save what we have here as well and move this up. Alrighty, so with all of that said, let's dive into resources. And let me go ahead and pull up the tab and let me bring you into where are we at? Here, hold on. Here, there we go. So even the smaller tree is gigantic? Yeah, I think it's a huge tree, humongous tree. But even though it's small, it's still big, super big. And okay, I had to read that. Lovely. And look at you all on YouTube. So for those of you who are on Twitch, let me make sure I write that down. You can go to this link here. And let me go ahead and make sure I paste it. There you go. In the description of YouTube, though, you can find a link to the document. And I try to add these documents to each study stream. So if you don't know where to start with Pixelart or a certain topic on Pixelart, and hey, that's you, look at you right there, little suplexer. Here, I try to add as much references and resources as I can for specific topics. In this case, since it's trees, I try to add a lot of trees, wood, foliage, things like that. So if you don't know where to start when trying to do a Pixelart related topic or just Pixelart in general, I try to make it a good place to stop by. One-stop shop is my attempt. And it's Potato from Sis. I see. Welcome. And what an interesting name compared to the other one. Chauval. Is that how you say it? Here, though, what I try to do is have also different mediums for studying and focusing. For example, here, if we start up here, playlist. I try to add videos I find on the topic on YouTube, and would you look at that? My video's also here on the playlist. And maybe you should add a link tree on Twitch that leads to those documents. Maybe that could work. Yeah, thank you for the idea. Let me make sure I write that down. Possibly link tree for kind of for all of the study things. Do you think link tree for all documents? UMENTS. I like that idea. Thank you. Saying that, here's all of the videos I could find handy, find helpful, different styles of trees. If you learn best by watching videos on different topics, I'd say try to look on here and see if you can find any that are related to trees that you like. See the styles, see different artists, and that's what I try to do. I go through these and I take notes on different parts of the videos that I like. For example, if we look at this one here by Pixel Overload. Yeah, Overload. There we go. I'll bring you back into concepts here. And that guy in YouTube chat could suplex a hole in reality. I agree. What I do is I go through the videos, I take screenshots, I take notes, and that's how I try to do my studies and my references. So I go through videos, I take screenshots, and I go through each of them. And that's how I would recommend trying to do it. We go back into, where are we at? Here. And you mean either to all, or the link tree leads to one center document that just links to others? I like that idea. You would have to keep the master document up to date then though. I like that idea. I think a master document in the description would work a lot better. And oh, that's why your name, I see, shows Shovel. Ah, got ya, shovel. Is that what you mean? Aside from a playlist though, I also provide articles if you're more of a reader. For example, we have here most if everything on here is free except for these two which have a value. I would recommend getting this book. It's $10 called Pixel Logic. If I click this guy here, it's a great book. I won't go into too much detail since I have in the past, but it goes over the beginning parts of pixel art, different parts of pixel art itself, and it has a lot of chapters. And if you're curious on it, there's also a free preview of it that you can download and see if you like. Shovel, I see, got ya. And let's see, you missed the brainstorming? You'd have forced you to do connections and Wordle with. Wordle's pretty fun, but that's all right. There's always next time. Aside from that, there are just different articles here that you can go into. And here is a website I use very often from, hold on, where are we at? Pedro's. And it's $5 optional because there's all of these different GIFs you can go into and look at for different topics. And I like to download them and I like to look at them. It's optional in the sense that you can get a zip for all of these here for different topics. And if I click here, you'll see that there's links to certain parts that are wood made. And Brazil mentioned no way. Was it? Surprising, maybe? Sure. So there's different woods, there's different trees, all these different things, not just specifically trees or wood. There's also things for wings, flying, wind. There's different topics if those are your interests. Outside from that, we have Cylindrin. Oh, I can never say that name correctly, I don't think. Cylindrin, if I had to guess. Saint 11's Brazilian. I see, got ya. I never knew that. That's really cool. Here, there's a lot of different, again, just articles on different topics from this one person. And I have here different textures, going into textures or maybe how you might do leaves, trees, top-down plants. If I click this here, you can see, and you can read. And it goes into different specific parts of trees, details, writing, all of those things if you're more of a reader than a listener. Aside from that, let me go ahead and close these guys here. There we go. Next up, there is the Sprite resource, and I talk about this a lot. It's not a website I think it's mentioned many times, but I heard about it once from, I don't remember where, but the Sprite resource is a place you can go to for resources from maybe different games. Yeah, not maybe, from different games. There's people who go in and download and collect the resources from games. For example here, these are all pixel art games I could find or just I know about that have to deal with trees. And if we go here to say Stardew Valley, we can click on it and it's all the assets from Stardew Valley. And more specifically, if we scroll down, you can see there's characters, there's animals, and Stardew Valley is more of a farming game, but there's trees here and you can click this button, download sheet. And what it can do is you can bring it into a editing program that you use for pixel art. Now, why would you want to do this? I'll show you. When we did our pixel art study, for example, and I'll drag you into back here. Where are we at? Hold on. Back down here. And concepts. In here, when I was looking at it, I couldn't really tell what I was looking at. It was a very big image, right? But I can't go in and I can't decide how many pixels this is made of. But if you download pixel art from Sprite Resource, and I go back in here to my pixel art program of choice, which is Aseprite, you can see I get the file and I can go directly and see the 1 pixel each. And I can look and I can see how Stardew Valley does its pixel art very specifically, which is always really nice. And Bean Beast and Children of Mora also have a bunch of trees in pixel art. Oh, I'll write that down then. Hold on. Bean Beast, B-E-A-S-T-S, Children Eldarian of Morta. Okay, I will look into those later. I'm always trying to update the document, so thank you for that. Next up we have, let's see, if I go ahead and click on this guy here, aside from Sprite Resource, another website that I think gets overlooked often is for itch.io. If you're a game developer, you surely know about this website. You can go here and upload your games. My game's on here. But you can go in here and upload your games and, oh, hold on. That's incorrect. I'll have to change that. It shouldn't be fire, it should be trees. But you can go here, Pixelart free, and for trees, for example, which will need to be updated, but I can go ahead and type in tree, and it'll bring up assets related to trees. And usually if you're a game dev, you'll download either free assets or assets you can buy, and you put it in your game. But if you're studying pixel art, for example, you can also take these assets and study them. And like with Sprite Resource, what you can do is download these free trees and look at them in your program and see how they do it as well. So it's not only just for games, but also for artists. And another question, more connected to streaming though, do you have any chance to have a filter or noise gate set up, stuffy set up for your streams? So are you louder when you talk in stream? Because your transition seems to miss that. And every time you transition, your talking gets quieter. I've tried to fix it. I do have some filters and noise gates and things like that. I haven't heard that before, that it might be those filters that are making it funny. I will look into that though, if I can recall. But thank you for that, as I've tried to fix it, I can't figure out how to fix it. So that's been here from day one. So I'll look into that from there, looking at the filters. I didn't think to do that. The music doesn't fade, only my voice ever fades. So that's interesting to note. Thank you for that as well. You've been super helpful. Okay, aside from here, I have some notable artists on specific topics since it is trees. We have here Yikes Cloud, who has trees you can download. And as I said before, all of these are free assets unless you want to download them and support them. But you can download the trees again and just look through them and see if you like them or not. And that is all for resources. And speaking of, let me go back and, hi Fi Guy, welcome. Your head canon is that Iris has to run to the other scene. I have to catch up. Oh, it's funny. But I mean, I can run a little bit at least. I wanted to point out here, where are we at? Here, at the beginning of me starting to do YouTube and everything, I started a series called 30 Days of Studying Pixel Art to Become a Game Dev. And right now we are currently, I believe, at 24 episodes. And every single one of these study streams accounts for that or adds to that. I start for a topic and I've never done the topic before. So why this is relearning or going back to trees is because, once again, I did trees before, and I did trees twice actually. It was, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here we are, trees right here. And the idea behind it is that I go through different topics and I learn new things. So if you have a suggestion on what topic to cover for pixel art, and I've also never done it before, let me know or give suggestions, as I'm always trying to do new topics and learn new things. And we're slowly closing in on 30 days, which is why I mention it, since we're slowly but surely getting there, and it'll be great. I just gotta update the video since it stopped at 14, and like I said, we're on, I think, 23 now, which is crazy. And that's a great image. Running back and forth. And well, it's a feature nonetheless now. Exactly, it's a feature, not a bug. 100%. All that said though, let me go ahead and close all of you guys since I don't need you anymore. Let me double check. Yep. Okay, now that we're done with resources, let's talk about inspirations. So let me drag you into PureRef. If I bring you into here, and you'd be really interested in swooshes and movement effects, like dust when leading / jumping, swooshes, spell effects UI. Hold on, let me write that down. That's pretty fun. Yeah, let's see, wind, swooshes, animation in that kind of idea. Yeah, and can't look right now, but have you covered UI art before? Not UI, but I've covered buttons, and I've also covered titles, I believe. And this guy here came from the idea of buttons. Would you believe it or not? His design came from me designing little buttons. And back, did you miss something? Not too much. And you look in the mirror and you're just inspired. I'm glad. That's what the hope is here to do. To give you a little bit of inspiration to go and do pixel art. Speaking of which, thank you for reminding me. We go back in here. wait for the fading to come. Let me do this. And, oh, hold on. Here and here and here. We only see weird corner. The wonky corner, right? That's intentional. Don't worry. Here, I wanted to make sure I covered this. I forget sometimes, but the beginning of stream or to the end of stream. If you happen to decide to draw some trees yourself, let me know. I'd love to see it. You can go into the Discord and link your trees and ideas and things you've done during the study of the stream, and we can look at it at the end of stream. You can go and join the Discord, I say, as I don't link. Hold on. This is the link to the stream's documents. This is the Discord link. Let me click that. We're all good to go in that aspect. And then here, for those of you who don't know what programs to use for Pixelart or don't know where to start in that part, I have two options. I have a free option and a paid option. If you're on the PC, there's Aseprite, which I'm using, which is $20, and there's Sprite, which is free, and it's like Aseprite, but it's not Aseprite. Those are the options that I suggest, but there's way more options than those two. So there's that for that. Hold on, let me paste that. And as for mobile, if you'd rather prefer to draw Pixelart on mobile, we have Resprite and Pixel Studio. There we go. And welcome back. Hold on. You're gonna have to remind me how to say your name. Taxarino? Taraxino? Is that how you say it? Welcome all the same. And for mobile, we have Resprite and Pixel Studio. And again, one is free for either $20 one time, or you could just, one's free and one's $20. Taraxino. Thank you for reminding me. Taraxino, right? There we go. So there's that for that, and oh, hold on. Apparently that's too long, and the character count didn't like it. Let me do here. And something about your personality, how your personality is very different from Rothing? A little confused on that one. Let me paste this here, and hold on, here. There we go. Okay, that's all that. You're just hopping on for a moment. It's like 12 a.m. for you, so you're gonna go to bed. I see. Well, thank you for coming anyway, and I hope you sleep well. Alrighty, now that with all of that said, I'm going to pull you back into Pure F. And now that we're here, let me go through some references and resources or just inspirations that I found. These are all, I believe, off of Twitter, and I actually have some from Discord as well. Two specifically. One for Wrath. I really liked the way these leaves looked, so I'm going to be looking at that for inspiration. And from Spooky. Spooky's also a member on the Discord, and I really liked how she did leaves. And I'm always trying to look at references, grab people that I like, and here we have some people off of, these are the, the GIFs from the articles? Yeah, you! I like the way you did the leaves. There's one of my favorites. Down here, let's see, we have Nura for just different, what would I call it? Different references from, Twitter? So if you spot something you like here, they have it here, and there's just different tutorials and guides. I like to keep references up here for just different things I like and try to figure out, again, why I like it. Thank you so much, of course! Thank you for posting it. Like I said, I really like it. And I try to, like with the pixel art from the day, what I'll go through and do is try to parse it, look at it, and decide why I do like it or why I don't like it. And there's just tons of artists here I might be referencing later on. I just grab them and drop them. And Wrath, nice. Spooky suplexing master art. Agreed 100%. 100%. So now that we've gone over aspirations, or inspirations, there we go. Back into Aseprite. What I have done the liberty of, and let me go ahead and close this guy here, is go ahead and get all the assets from the document I linked from different games. And you can see here how trees are just different in general from one to the other, and you use Pixely on your phone for the longest time. I've heard of Pixely before. Is it good though? I don't remember. I can't recall at the moment. There's just different trees from different games. So I figured we start small and work our way up. There's some trees here from Stardew Valley as opposed to maybe Terraria. All this is Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is a farming game, so there's a lot of vegetation. Here I believe is from Chrono Trigger if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Chrono Trigger trees. Here we have Pokemon trees. And I like all of them. And I think we can take references and, like I said before, inspiration. Back when I started my 30 days of learning pixel art to become a game dev series, this was my first trade. And I was so confused on how to do trees. But I kept going with learning trees. So this was tree experiment 1. I then went to tree experiment 2. I then went to tree experiment 3. And then finally tree experiment 4. And it took a long time to get from this to this, but it was a slow journey, and I haven't done trees in at least half a year, probably a year since doing the time lapse, so it's gonna be a little bit of a doozy, but we'll see. And I'm gonna take references from this tree as well, since I can look at it and I can remember, at least try to remember how trees were made. all that said, let's go back into here, and I'll get some water, and then we'll get into things. Let me go ahead and compile all of you guys here, hold on, and make you new group, and call you from your games. There we go. That way we can have all these game guys here for references. And let me get some water. Okay, with all that said and done, I think we should start small and work our way big. Maybe start small with something like this guy here for a tree, or maybe a top-down tree, and work our way up to something bigger, like this tree. So start small, go bigger. This is less of a, I'd say, game asset tree compared to something like these, which are game assets. So stop top down and work our way up. And to do that, let me grab the palette I like to usually start off with. I don't have it pulled up, unfortunately, but I can pull it up really fast. And I got this palette from a texture pack in Minecraft, and I just modified it a little bit. Let's see, Aseprite here. Palette, where are we at? Aseprite. Palette. Let me move you here and move you all up back here. And nice and good. Okay, default pal. Found it. It's a palette I found, and I just added a little bit of saturation. So this is the palette, it's called Dandelion, and I just added saturation. And I just want to grab the greens from here and go off reference from that. So we'll see where we go. I think what would be best to maybe do is start with just 2 colors and go from there. And it's kind of a working our way up. Again, since I've done trees before, I have a general idea, but I haven't done it in so long. So we'll see. And I'll go ahead and grab maybe just this dark color, and maybe grab to do, how about, let's grab this green for now, and then we can change it later if need it be. Let's go up here. I'll go ahead and, that pun in the stream plan truly leafed you stumped. Oh, that one's bad. Oh man, my ears, how dare you. I was inspired a little bit by the pun game the other day. But I thought it'd be fun, so I did do it. And okay, I had to do that. Suplex this trees well. I don't know if you can suplex a tree. They're pretty big. I think starting off with the general shape of a tree. And oh, you know what I just realized as well? References. That's important, isn't it? Hold on, let me type in trees. Do any of you have any favorite trees? I've heard people like willow, some people like oak, some people like birch. Let's start off, I think, with something, or a simpler tree, if to say simpler, quote unquote. I think what could be a fun tree is maybe, how about this guy? This guy seems like fun. How about this guy here? Let's try to, oh, unless it doesn't want to be drawn. Where'd it go? It just disappeared. I guess never mind to that tree. And hold on. You're gonna go to bed next time. Sleep well, Atomic. Thank you for coming. Thank you all the same. That tree didn't want to be imported. So let's try a different tree instead. All right. How about we go with, let's go with this tree. If it'll let me do this tree. Will you let me? Okay. It disappeared again. Hold on. Oh, these trees are disappearing. Let me download you. How would you like that? Save. That way you can't escape. And then if I go ahead and open you up, you should be good to go now, right? Didn't disappear? Doesn't disappear. Good. Okay. And I'll make you smaller like that. And we'll go ahead and put you guy right here, I think. Up somewhere there. That should be good. Or maybe more so here. There we go. And while I do that, let me also grab the reference for this tree guy here and move him to here. That way I can see him. Make him a little bit bigger. And we're all good to go. Okay. And okay, did I miss anything? Really different, but you like the Armelial tree? Hold on, let me type it in. Ipearmarelo tree. Let's see. R-A-I-P-E, is that how you spell it? Let's see. I'm curious. Ooh. We could try that tree too. I really like it. It's very colorful. And hi, Marcus. I wanted to say thank you for the wiki. I did take a look at it. And welcome. And good afternoon as well. Won't be able to stay for long today. Have crummy Christmas dinner anytime soon, but you wanted to keep your streak up. Thank you for coming. Thank you all the same. Let's see. I do like that tree. Let's try to do that one next. And that's very nice. And sometimes PNGs can truly lumber. That's not a pun again. This is awful. 0 out of 10. Terrible puns. Don't do again. Okay, saying all of that, let's try to do a small tiny tree, I think. Let's do it about here and go from there. This mostly is just winging it and trying to go from there. Let's see. Maybe this is a very round tree, isn't it? And okay, I did read that. Very round tree. We can maybe keep it in this size. I think could be fine. Something small and tiny for now. Something around like this seems to be about the tree, right? And then it seems to have a just straight trunk. And I just remembered, trees seem to be, you start with the stump. Let's start with the stump. I think that'll be easier. Let me go ahead and grab, where are we at? Our separator here and drag him over so I can see and get a better idea of what's going on. And okay, you're welcome for the wiki shout out. I also made a comment for the short you posted earlier this morning. I'll have to take a look at it later. It was a bit of a rush today. I slept in for an hour. So I'm a little behind on schedule, but thank you all the same. And just curious, what's your stream schedule like and what time is it for you? Currently 2:43 a.m. I am EST, and the stream schedule should be there on Twitch as well in the schedule part, but I stream from Fridays to Sundays from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. EST is my time. So for 4 hours from Friday to Sunday EST. Right now it is 1:44 p.m. for me. But that's crazy. And normally like doing the darkest leaves first, then drawing the lighter leaves on top. And that's how you made them on the street side. I see. And can you make a recommendation for a tree to draw here? Sure. We can try to draw it after the yellow one. Let's get started on the tree itself. And from what I remember in my notes, and I can as well bring you back to said notes. If I go here, most people like to start with the branches and go from there, it seems. They start with a tube, kind of make it round, and then add the leaves afterwards. I think that's how everyone does it, or everyone that I did look at. You don't want to branch off topic. Oh, that's awful. But where are your game dev roots? Or you mean, where? Oh, that's awful. You people and your puns. How could you? I want to do something like this, where it's a tree kind of top down, smaller. But game dev roots. I went to college for game dev and dropped out as I didn't like what they were teaching, and now I'm doing Godot and self-teaching. That's the idea behind that. And it's 9 p.m. for me. Time zones are crazy. I can never get over how crazy time zones are. What I want to do here is try to go for a rounder guy. Maybe something like this instead. How that tree is. It has a long stump, it seems like. Something like that, maybe. Oh, wrong fill-in. Right now, I just want to get the shape going. It seems to be that the tree itself is very thin, right? And I realized, wrong screen. I remembered. That's the good news here. Something like this, maybe. I'm trying to look at the reference and I'm trying to see about a stump. And actually, let's do it this way. Some sort of silhouette. And I know some people do trees. Let me hide this for a second. Start here. Try to fill it in. And that's what I tried to do before. That was my attempt. And I think that's how I got this. And I don't exactly recall how I did this, but I started with just blobs. I think that was it. If I hide this, yeah, you can kind of see the leaves, or not the leaves, the branches. I try to start out the branches themselves, and if I hide this, yeah. I started with the idea of the wood and then go from there and start with the leaves. But because it's so small, if I go back to here, I don't think we can do that, or maybe we can. We can attempt. And let's see. No rush. Do this whenever you want. Be here in East Texas. There are a lot of trees with gray colored moss. You don't know the name of the tree, but if you look up East Texas mossy tree, you may see it. I'll look into it then. I'll save that for when we're done with the other tree, hopefully. And let me go ahead and have that pasted. And there we good to go. All right, you love the first tree image you showed in the last transition, the one that was a part of the tree gallery you already made? You're talking about, oh, hold on. This one though, the one that isn't fully shaded. That's you mean, thank you. It took a second, but I figured it out. Alrighty, so tree leaves, that's what we're going for here. And like I said before, it seems to be a round shape, right? And to do that, I'm thinking, and I guess it's a good thing to show as well. If I go back here, hold on. Let's take apart the tree. I think that would be helpful. If I go back into here, where are we at? PRF? And in your opinion, top-down trees are harder than front view trees? I think so too, because with top-down, you have to have perspective in mind, I think, a lot more than looking at it straight on. If I'm looking at this tree, how I think I'm going to take it apart, if I click draw here and make sure the color's not green, it's red, like this side of a red, and not the fully shaded one. It was in another tab during the last transition you did. Oh, I see. One of these guys then, instead? Or, yeah, one of these guys, I'm guessing then? I do like a lot of them. This tree, what I'm thinking is, right, you have that blob. It seems to be maybe flat. So maybe a flatter tree we can do. maybe we can have the light here in this area and have everything else be darker. And then from there, we can kind of break it up is what I'm thinking of having the tree shape as. We could try to do maybe a little bit more of a style choice. So maybe some sort of, if I do this, shape, instead of having it be maybe a circle or something. There's different ways you can do it. Let's try this one. I think this could be fun. And let me go ahead and bring you back into, where are we at? Aseprite. A lot of bouncing back and forth since it's references and everything. Okay, all that said and done. Just trying to figure out how to approach it. Trees are a little funny, if I remember correctly how trees went for me last time. So it's a matter of trying to figure out what I did before, trying to add in and trying to take something new. Since again, a year ago, I basically don't even remember. Not basically, I don't, not one bit. Okay, so I'm thinking, like I said before with that shape, maybe something more like this. And then let me go ahead and add that guy back. Zoom over here instead, and okay, I didn't miss that. If we go here, I'm thinking some sort of round guy like that, fill that in, and it seems to have a short stump. Maybe we can bring this guy down here, like that, and that's the leaves. Maybe we can make it a little longer, grab you here, maybe make you round like this instead, like that. How about that? Rounder tree, but not too round, a little round but flat. Maybe add a little bit of you here for the roundness, and I think that's fine. Just the shape itself is a little off, so maybe something like that instead, and then this guy can be rounded just a little bit off the bottom. Something like that, and then add you here, but I think, because it's top down, right, or am I doing directly? We can try to do both. Let's start with directly, since I definitely think directly is easier. And then you kind of have the trunk here, is what I'm seeing. Something like that is what I would say maybe the tree could look like. And then from there, you kind of add on top of it. And the tree you're talking about was part of a larger image on your art gallery stream. It was fully drawn. It was the first image on that tab. Ooh, I wouldn't know offhand. And just a stylistic choice. Do you think disabling symmetry would be better for more chaotic and neutral? True. What I want to do is start off with symmetry just to get a general idea and then kind of go off of it. And wolf trees are named such because it was thought that they took too much of the sunlight, like a pack of wolves, hunting the wildlife. But you think it's all bark? No, I'll look into wolf trees. That sounds really neat. But yeah, I want to do symmetry to start and then add a little bit more on top of it to give it more shape. That's what I'm starting with. So I'm starting with here, and then maybe this is the plant itself. That's the part of the tree or start. Yeah, I want to try to add a bit of non-symmetry because trees aren't symmetrical. They kind of are, but they're not. I would say, things in nature aren't symmetrical. Things that are more machinery, man-made, tend to be more symmetrical, I think is how they usually say it. So I'll go ahead and paste here, move us down here, and we'll add some details to this said tree. And when the stream gets turned into a VOD, you'll timestamp the image you're talking about. You gotta go, no, thank you. That'd be very helpful. And your first guest has arrived. I hope you have fun. Thank you for stopping by, Marcus. Okay, saying all of that, I'm thinking this is the start, right? And now we kind of add our details and everything. Now, talking about that shading, how I was saying before, you have your areas, and I'll just write this here for now. There's this light here, and then maybe another light here for the tree shading is what I'm thinking of. And okay, yeah, have a great dinner. Something like that. And saying that, let's see. This is our normal green, right? And let's go ahead and color shift. So we'll go down here to the blue and green. Maybe make it a little bit darker for this guy. Oops. Hold on. Let me merge down like that. And now we'll go darker. And that's what I'm wondering as well. Maybe this is darker, right? And then this guy here can be lighter. So we'll go up here to the left a little bit. Add a little bit of saturation and highlights. Something like that I think could maybe work. And then that's a strange tennis ball. It looks great. What do you mean? 10 out of 10. It's a cool looking tree. It's a very squished tennis ball if I've ever seen one. I'll go ahead and add this here. And what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to do is add an idea of where the shading could go. Since this is a top-down tree, or not top-down, but just smaller tree, it's more like a bush, I'd say, maybe shrubbery. I'm going for a overall, what is the word I'm looking for? It's small, so it's not going to have a lot of detail, is what I'm trying to think of. And since it's top down, the light part is meant to be a lot bigger. Is it? I'm telling you, the trees are weird. Okay, something like that instead, do you think? Like this? Maybe a little less rounded up here. Something like this instead. The sky instead, and then maybe like that and this. Like this, you think? And let's have that maybe there. This guy can come here maybe, like this and this. I don't want to have it curved just a bit up here. Maybe this can also be curved up here, like that, perhaps like that instead. It also needs an outline, doesn't it? Yeah, like that. Looks a lot more natural. I see. Yeah, trees are tricky, aren't they? It's slowly. And what I want to do here as well is add an outline. So I'll go ahead and copy this, and I'll go ahead and paste an outline here. Let's go ahead and copy, paste, move it down, and I believe it's Shift-O for outline. It is. I learn things, I tell you. And we'll, for right now, have a dark outline or a black outline. If I can figure out how to do black. There we go. Black outline. Oh, Shift-O. Make sure it's black. Make sure I click OK. That would be very important. Like this, and erase. Okay, so back on our tree here. Next up would be, I think, adding the leaves, right? Making it kind of go around and merging things together, I think could be super helpful. And in saying that, if we go back to concepts for a second, I can show you what I'm thinking of since I did watch the video beforehand. But I want to do something like this. This isn't specifically, well, this is top down, right? This is more of the top down trees. What I'm thinking is mixing it together in some way. This is a kind of dithering style you can do where there's lines and dots. This one's more leafy, I'd say, but we can try to figure out some sort of leaf pattern and blend everything together. And from there, you kind of mush and push is the best way I can describe it. If we go back into Aseprite, I think there's gonna be some examples if I go back over here. You can see there's the top light color, right? The medium color, the dark color. And they kind of merge together with overlapping one another. And depending on the style, it kind of varies. There seems to be a light, an outline for these trees in Amori. Down here for Stardew, if we'll take a look, there's some dark colors. This is because it's a different type of tree. But you have the light colors, which are the highlights, and everything goes darker. It goes darker with it. So let's see. What else do we have? I'm surprised I couldn't find a Pokemon tree. This is Pokemon, but it's not the classic Pokemon tree I'm thinking of. But again, it's the top light, medium, dark, and it just goes dark. And you did your leaves by grabbing a 2x2 brush and going insane, making every single leaf manually, but it looks great. It does look great. Hold on, let me go back here to do Pure F. If I bring you up here, you can see the leaves, yeah, you went with a 2x2 brush, which adds a lot of texture. And I think the best part, or the fun part of trees is the texture, the leaves, the crinkliness, and I think that's what's gonna be really tricky. We go back into Aseprite here. One more example in the transition of leaves. If we go here and hold on, where is it at? Let's see, tree, trunk, I think that's it. For me, what I did is I added bubbles instead of a sharp texture. For merging the trees, I went with a more bubbly look, which is different, and more bubbly, swirly look is how I did it, and with dots and swirls. And so maybe we can do something like that, or maybe not. Let's see. If I go back over here, some transition ideas, if I go ahead and save it. I want to try a few ideas. I'll go ahead and copy and paste. Add this guy over here a few times, paste. Move it over here. I want to try a few different ideas. I'll go ahead and zoom back into here, make sure it's visible. And let's try merging these tree leaves. Oh, if it'll let me. I'll zoom out here so I can get some ideas. And let's see, this guy here looks nice. Okay, so merge it together. Let me go ahead and click here. I might do something like this, where I'm trying to take the leaves out, and I'm trying to add texture. This is what comes to mind, some sort of sharp. But if it's more of a, 2x2, it might be more like this, and you kind of add lines. But you have to choose a texture to go with and stick with it. What I'm trying to do here is blend in the top leaves and the bottom leaves. I might try to do I'm trying to do something like this at the moment, or something like this. I'm trying to think of an idea of a leaf itself. And you can see these leaves aren't really leaves, so maybe we can do, that's not a very leafy either, is it? It takes some time. I think the more detailed the tree, the harder it is to make it look like a tree, right? Let's see, maybe add some here, like that. And yeah, the tree does not look tree. It looks very swooshy though. I'll give myself that. Something like this maybe, like this here. Might be a tree. And then here, we might add a merger. It goes down instead. So it kind of merges and swooshes together. And mixing it is what I'm trying to do. And mixing it back and forth is the attempt I'm going for. And that's a method I use very often to whoosh and twirl and pull as I'm mixing things together. That is always what I try to do. I do it in a lot of my art, whether it's something like space or something like trees. I do a whooshy and a whooshy. I like to call it whoosh. Whooshy. Let's see. Something here, something up here maybe. And Doesn't look too nice, but again, I'm just eyeballing it right now. I'm trying out a different idea, and we'll go back and try to add other ways I think could be fun. Trying to do different shapes, different things like that to see how many ways we can texture this tree. And you're trying to plus shape for the leaves and spamming it everywhere. Yeah, what you can do, and what I've done before, I'll show you in a second. But you can do on Aseprite, at least, I'm not sure about other programs, you can do brushes for different patterns, and it can be fun. I think I did that beforehand, where I took a bubble brush, and again, I'll show you in a second. But let's see, here maybe. Kind of whooshy pattern, I'd say. I might even add another highlight here, so I'll go up and to the right a little bit here. Add a bit of a highlight yellow. I might make it, let's see, another layer here. Maybe like that, and add some mixture in here, like this, and here. Oh, hold on. Like this. And the hope is just I'm not making it too round. I'm trying to add texture to blend everything in to make it look less, what is it, strict? Less structure, I guess is the best way to say it. I'm just going around on here and trying to merge everything without making it too strict. I might swoosh in here a little bit, swoosh in here a little bit, curl it in a little bit, and tree. And you use Pixel Studio, so you're doing it by hand. Oh, that sounds a little painful, and hold on. Shazam the Wizard, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. I hope you have a nice time here. And another pixel artist streamer. Indeed, I think Pixelart doesn't get talked about enough. And since I'm using it for also making games, I figured kill two birds with one stone. Learn Pixelart so I can make my own game assets. And I'm seeing here, I don't really like this. I forget what it's called, but this here, this is bothering me. This area or corner right here. You said the name right? Lovely. Thank you for letting me know. And your phone, I see. I don't remember the names exactly. Is that the one I said? I think I said a different one, didn't I? Hold on, let me check if it'll let me. Pixel Studio. Oh, Pixel Studio, yeah. I think you're the one that recommended it, Liar, for a free version of Pixelart for Pixel Studio. I think it was you. You think it would look cooler if you had a really dark green for the darkest shadow? Sure, we can give it a go. Hold on. Let me fix this corner here that is bothering me. I'm bothered. Let me, something like that, but now it looks too sharp, doesn't it? And just a small change just kind of tweaks it, doesn't it? And let's see, I also think that's bothering you is a jaggy. Yeah, that's it. I believe that's correct, yep, jaggy. Maybe something like this instead. Hold on, it's gotta be fixed. Let's something like that maybe. It just has a weird feeling to it. Oops, hold on, let me do this. Make sure you go here like that. Maybe something like this instead. Now it's a round tree. It went from being pointy to being round. Something like that, maybe. But I'm not too sure. Yeah, that's not what I want. It's, how do I get what I want? This is a different shape. It's rounder, isn't it? It was you indeed? Wonderful then. Yeah, I did add that on there because of your recommendation. And let's see, Pixely doesn't have ads. Pixel Studio does it? Huh, I'll look into Pixely as well then. Let me see. Pixly. I'll look into that one as well. Thank you for the suggestion. And words are hard? No worries. You need to add 1x2 outline before the bigger line. Okay, undo. I want to fix this area here. I feel like it will bother me. So maybe, let's see, a 1-2 outline before the bigger line. Nope, I don't get it. This kind of, I think, needs to maybe go here, like this. Like that instead is what I'm maybe thinking. Something like this instead. And let's see, you just got an ad where you were saving, when you were saving a sprite in Pixel Studio. Ah, I got ya. I'll take a look then and see what it gives me. I've looked into it before, but I don't draw pixel art on mobile, so I don't know too much about it. But if you got a recommendation for an app, I'd love to hear it, as I'm always trying to make sure I can have free options to show off. Because I think having free options is a great idea, especially since it makes pixel art easier to get into. No, I'm still bothered by this area. Like, it needs to go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 5. Okay, hold on. Let's undo this. And then, oh, undo it again. Undo it again, like here. And it needs to go, let's see, 1, 1. So 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, and then 1, 5? Huh? Hold on. I'm confused about that one. Do you mean like this instead? You can see here, it still looks wonky, doesn't it, when I zoom out? Maybe, and that's what I'm wondering, the 1, 1, 2, maybe like this instead then? It kind of goes around, but always the jaggies, isn't it? Now it looks even wonkier, doesn't it? Let's see. And how long have you been doing pixel art for? I've been doing pixel art for almost 2 years now. Once New Year strikes, it'll be 2 years I've done it. But I'm still learning. This is the second time I'm doing trees. I did a tree study last year, and now I'm doing the trees again, and it's been painful. And you haven't really done pixel art seriously or really at all? You had Pixely on your phone for like 6 years? That's crazy. But I mean, step 1 is having the app. Step 2 is actually using it. I had Aseprite for the longest time, but I didn't use it. And the problem is that it goes from a 1.2 to a 1.1, then a 1.6, and it needs to only get bigger, smaller. Gaia, okay. In that case, what I'll do is, I'll undo this. Let's try again on another, like here. Let's try here. What I'm thinking is some sort of roundness. We have 1, 2, yeah. There's 1, 2 here, and there's all this 1 here. What I think I need to do is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What I'll do then is bring this guy over here. Hold on, let me grab ya. This guy over here. And this is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then it's a 1, 2 up here. So maybe something like that first. And then it's all 1s. Maybe like that. Is that a little better? Kinda, sorta, a smidge. Oh no, the top corner's correct, only the bottom. Oh no. And that's awesome. You've been doing it for a year and a half. Congrats! I always say the hardest part is starting and continuing to do it. So if you've been doing it for a year and a half, that's great and works perfectly. I see. I guessed. I had no idea. I'm glad I got it right, Rob. Yeah, that jaggy was gonna get me. All right. In that case, I'll match the pattern up here. It was, let's see, we go up 1 like this, and then we go up 2, and then it's 1. So it's 1, 2, 1. And now we just bounce this guy out like this, I think. Yeah, that feels so much better, doesn't it? So it's a smidge. And you actually drew your first tree with you? Wonderful! That's the hope of these streams, is to get people who don't usually do pixel art or who want to get into pixel art to try and draw it. Because I think pixel art's one of those things that you can get into really easily, but it's really hard to master. So if you're drawing along, that's wonderful. I'm all the same happy and excited to see what you can become, see what you can do. Because again, I'm no teacher, I'm learning along with you. And I think it's fun to just have these study streams where we try and get better together. As again, it's been a year since I've tried to draw trees. It's been a hot second. All right, from here, let's see. Wrath suggested to try to do a darker green. Maybe something like this instead. If I go ahead and do like that. Ooh, that does feel nice, hold on. Maybe something like that. Okay, that's too dark. Something like that, it feels. It's very easy to get into. Exactly, yeah. I tried drawing, what was it? I tried doing, and let me undo this. I tried doing digital art for the longest time. And okay, never mind. Let's not do it that way. Redo, undo. I gotta go back to this way. But it was always frustrating. I couldn't get into it. But then I discovered pixel art. And since then, I've been trying to learn pixel art. Let's go down here, over here a little bit, and undo continuous. I think this is too green. Maybe up a little bit here, like this. No, hold on. Maybe to the right a little bit, and down here, like that. No, it needs to be darker now. Here, nah, it's way too green. Hold on, What green did I have? I had it for a second. And your speed draw a tree now? Lovely, I can't wait to see it. And it's, okay, hard bit's this consistency. Hard bit is keeping up with it. And for a second, I did do a draw daily challenge for pixel art, but that didn't go too well. I burnt myself out really quickly. So right now I just do pixel art whenever I'm filling out for pixel art. And hi, Hollow, welcome to stream. I hope you've been doing well. Okay. Darker even more, I think. Like this. I think this is a little bit better. Maybe a little bit darker than this. Something like this. Yeah. This adds a little bit more. And one thing I like to do when I'm doing pixel art as well is look at contrast. So what I'll do often is I'll go to color mode in Aseprite, grayscale, to see about contrast itself. And maybe this can be a little bit darker. It's not as dark as this one. Maybe we can make it a little bit darker. Maybe something like this instead. I don't know. I kind of like this one more. And let's see, that's the darker one. If I go to color mode again, it's dark, right? And okay, I did read that. Best to, oh, hi Bananarama, welcome. It's like keeping up with the Kardashians. You don't wanna. Yeah, it's pretty, I would assume it's pretty similar. It's hard to keep up and you're best to pace yourself when you're learning. Exactly. And you're doing all right. You're figuring out Aseprite and trying to draw a chibi character for your game. Lovely. I do want to do more character streams where we try to draw characters. That sounds like a lot of fun. You've never been able to be consistent as a hobby? Yeah, I started streaming in an attempt to get consistent since I'll have to do pixel art for streaming. So I figured it'd kill two birds with one stone in the sense of, all right, since I have to do it anyway and I want to get better at doing it, let me try to hold myself accountable by learning this way. And you know the feeling of being burnt out by the daily pixel art? I think you were the one that did the pixel art challenge, didn't you, Liar? If I recall correctly. I don't remember who, but I think it was you. And hold on, I heard a sound. Where are we at? Oh, thank you for the follows. Shazam the wizard. There we go. Thank you. And pixel art, it's a science? It is. I do agree. And welcome to stream, Kaden. Hi. I want to draw, or hold on. Let me take this guy out here. If I do M, grab you, make you a new layer. That way I can, oop, wrong button. Zoom back in. I want to do, and let me grab this guy, the outline. And I can do that now. And I think that's a lot nicer, isn't it? Let me zoom down a little bit. This guy here feels warmer, nicer, I would say. And let me grab this. Maybe I can do more like that. Maybe bring it up here. There's all sorts of different outlines you can do. This one feels a lot different than the other one. This one maybe can be even a lighter outline. I don't know. I feel like this one's pretty nice. It's not too bad compared to the other one. And, okay, I did read that. Neither have you be actually do consistently for a month. Congratulations! I think one of the things I heard very often is that don't do pixel art, or don't do art. You don't have to do art daily to get better at art. But also don't do art while you're also, when you only feel like doing art. You kind of need to have some sort of medium, so maybe start off with doing art once a week or something like that. Not daily. Daily might burn yourself out. And okay, I did read that. Okay, and can you go without outlines? We can try. I'd like to see what without outlines looks like. I want to try to draw the leaves outside and see where we get there. But yeah, we can try doing it without outlines too. And what is this app? Aseprite. It is called, hold on. Well, you should be able to find it in the description, but it's Aseprite. There you go. Aseprite. It's $20, I believe, on Steam. Maybe it's on sale because of winter, but I'm not too sure. I'm gonna copy this guy, paste him, move him over here, and give another look to see. I wanted to try to do the leafy outline itself. So something like this, to have leaves on the outside, is what I wanted to see about doing. Something like this, maybe kind of have a leaf here, like that. Maybe a leaf kind of sticking out like this, and have something like that. And then have maybe some leaves down here, kind of having their own outline, and something like that, some shrubbery, and then we'll have to add the outline again. And I definitely want to see what it looks like without outline. I feel like that could be fun to look at. And hold on, let's see. That's honestly so true. You used to draw once a month and it took so long to get better. Then you started drawing weekly and actually improved. Yeah, it's a thing you have to balance and make sure you're not doing too much of, but also not too little of, I think. And Aseprite's actually free if you compile it yourself. I've heard of that, and Aseprite's 35% off at the moment. Yeah. And Instagram likes and online attention was what gave you the motivation to go for a month consistently. Yeah, for me, like I said before, it was starting to stream helped me a lot since I had to plan for streams, do streams. It helped me get back into the groove of doing pixel art, and that's why that's one of the reasons why I'm doing these study streams. As I like studying, but I think I get a lot more motivation when I'm just trying to do it on stream itself. I feel like that's a lot of fun. Right now, I'm just trying to add a little bit of shrubbery outside of the green. I'm not sure how this is gonna look. I feel like it's very hairy. I feel like I'm making a very hairy tree. I'll add some of these guys here, maybe outside. Maybe do this here, like that. And then drag and drop. And let's see. I want to add an outline to this guy here, and then see where we're at. And I also think that brown needs to be changed. I don't like the way that brown looks. I think it's way too dark. And okay, you're gonna go to bed now. Catch you later. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. I hope you sleep well. And you think the best you ever did was 3 times a week for maybe 2 to 3 months? That's crazy. But then the improvement plateaued until something just clicked. Yeah, that is the thing as well. When you start out doing any type of art, I think it's great because you learn very quickly. But once you stop seeing results just as much, and hold on, I heard that sound. Once you stop seeing results, you're less likely to do the art, any art really. And it's a big shame. And it's the thing of you have to find self-motivation and not visual, since you're gonna have those plateaus one day. And I heard that sound, but it's not showing up on stream. Huh, hold on. I wanna thank the person who did the thing properly, but it's not telling me what it is. What a shame. I hope it pops up soon, but I heard that sound. I'm hoping it'll, hey, I heard, where are these sounds? Notification was behind the tree? Where are the sounds coming from? I don't see any notifications in my notification. Oh, thank you for the follow. There we are. It popped itself up. Wonderful. Okay, let's see. thing. Oh, notifications behind the tree. I got ya. And bat reference images are your biggest enemy, for real? Only cool trees you find in 144p? Yeah, 144p seems to be just about the same. And I'd say, I don't know, I've found also taking your own images, i.e. going outside. I know it's a bit of a trouble doing that. But trying to go outside and find your own images, also trying to draw from life itself, has been really nice and helpful. And let's see, imagine a fishbowl who likes making puns and shrimps that is really keen. Now imagine them secretly like, I'm a little confused on that one, pudding cups. I'm a little confused on that one. So let's see, erase here. I'm just trying to add the outline, and I do want to see how it looks without the outline, but I want to try with the outline first. And I'm just going around and adding outlines. I could probably try to do the outline button again, but I don't want to outline the outline. So I'm gonna do it like this instead. Something like this, and then I go through and see where I can maybe remove an outline, something like that maybe. Maybe we can remove this, make it a bit round like this. And that's interesting, isn't it? That bottom corner, and hold on, let me drag it down a little bit like this. Adding that corner and removing that corner makes it feel very different, and I don't know which one I like a little bit more. Let's see, this guy's gotta go here, that guy, maybe that guy can be rounded a bit, maybe something like this instead. These guys are very bundled up and a little crazy, so maybe you can go up here like that. Maybe you can come down a little bit like this, and then maybe this can kind of come out a smidge like this. And then let's see, outline here, maybe something like that instead. I think that's not too bad. It's definitely a start, a good warm up at the very least. Something like that instead here, like this. Maybe we can even add this leaf here, like that. Maybe do something like that-ish. Give it a sort of shape. And yeah, okay. And what did I miss? Okay. Oh, I see. VA survival games. I hope you have fun. And you can't touch grass? You're gonna have to try. It's a skill every artist must learn one day. So maybe today's not your day. And what time zone are we again? I am EST, Eastern Standard Time. Best time, might I add. I stand by it, but it's currently 2:15 p.m. for me. And let's see. What I'm thinking is maybe we can add some of the outline here, but I'll save that. What I want to do now is try it with and without outline. I think could be fun. Oh, before that, let me change this, change the wood. I think the wood looks not cool, and the wood in the reference, let me check. Let me zoom out here, go back to the reference. The wood is dark, but I want to go for a different color wood. We don't have to go by reference. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and grab this wood here, maybe make it a little lighter, move it towards orange, somewhere here. Oops, wrong fill-in, hold on, not continuous. Something like that, maybe a little bit darker here. Something like this I feel like is a little bit better than this really dark wood. I couldn't really see it. And if I zoom out, I think that's because the color values are similar. So if I go to color mode here, grayscale, you can't see the wood, right? But if I do it this way, you can see the wood. And I think that's why this one is better than this one. Let's see. AFK, did you say anything about the game? Nope, I didn't say anything about the game. Today's a pixel art day. And it's looking more bush-like with every spring. Did I make a bush, do you think? It's supposed to be tree day. I'm trying to make a small tree. But you're feeling... I can see the bush. I can 100% see why you would say bush. I think it has to be bigger to be considered a tree. I mean, hold on. What is this a... Well, yeah, I guess that's a tree. Is it because it's a big trunk? I'd consider this guy a mini tree. Maybe it's because of this is more top down than mine, and mine is from the front. I think maybe that's it. And let's see. You see bark tending to look really gray most of the time? Interesting. And oh, the wood fixed it. Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad. I think the wood definitely did help. And let's see. More bark gray. That's interesting. Sliding over to gray, let's see. Oops, hold on. Gray. Ooh, you know what this reminds me of? An acacia tree, I think, at least from Minecraft. And the tree, or the inside is orange. I'll go ahead and keep this guy here. Let's go ahead and make the outline darker. So move over to the right again, like this. Maybe the lines can be here for the tree itself. And maybe a little bit darker, like this. Maybe a little bit darker, like this. Yeah, that's a little better. Something like that instead. And then add this line here for the outlines. And let's see. Also, you said the reason why it looks so bushy is because the leaves look scattered rather than circular. I just tried to make crazy trees. But I can see what you mean. We're gonna try different styles and ideas. For this one, I tried to go just wild shaped leaves, but maybe that's why it looks so bushy. I think maybe if I do more round, it'll look more round. Well, it'll look more tree-ish maybe, but I feel like if I go more round, then it'll look more bushy if I go round, but we'll see. This is the base, and then let's add a darker color here. Add some shading here, hold on. Shading here like this maybe, like that-ish maybe, possibly. I don't like these two colors together though. We have a brown here, but always go to the right. Not recommended, but it does work from time to time. I do like warm shadows here and there. Something like that can kind of work here. Oop, hold on. Like that maybe. And let's see, like on the reference you showed, most of the leaves look really circular. Ah, do they? I feel like in the reference, the leaves look very straight or very pointy. Because that's what the idea I was going for. If I pull you back into, hold on, where are we at? PRF? And hi, chum. Welcome to stream. I hope you're doing well, and it's just a bad leaf day. Exactly, it hasn't got its leaf cut yet. It's poking out here. That's why I try to go with pokey. Everything's kind of wonky. If anything, if you're giant, wouldn't this look like a bush? There's a lot of pokes. That's why I tried to make mine very pokey. And the tree is going through a phase. It's not a phase. I can see it though, 100%. Back into Aseprite. You meant the Pixelart reference, but image reference works well too? Oh, I see. Do you mean up here? This is very round, I'd say. Yeah, 100%. I'm trying to go off of the reference a little bit and go from there back and forth. I think this is it for the tree one. I can agree to this guy here. I think this guy's done. I wanted to check, let's see, the outline as well. And let's give that a go. Oh, hold on. I guess copy here? Yeah, copy. And new layer, paste, movie over here, actually over here, how about that? And then I'm gonna go ahead and grab you for the outline and see what it looks like without an outline. That was a question or an act, yeah, it was a question. And I'll move you here, and just fill you in a little bit. I always think outline or without outline looks interesting, doesn't it? It's a style, and I like the style. One other thing I like doing for pixel art in general is I'll do something like, oh, hold on. Aseprite, hold on a second. I'll merge this down. I like doing shaded outlines. And what that means is I take this outline here, and because it's brighter, I'll go back up here. Hold on. I'll move it here. I'll make it warmer like this. And then I'll take this light, maybe a little bit warmer in that yellow feel. Something like that. I'll add an outline here to the area that's highlighted and shaded. Did a bit of, what do you call it? Dynamic, maybe? And hi, Chappa to Music. Welcome. And I've never heard that one. Teen Pixel Art Discord channel. But welcome to the stream. And okay, I did read that. And let's see. Maybe that one would look better with a longer trunk. Maybe. Actually, that's a good idea. Let's give it a try. If I do this. Hold on. I can just grab this guy here and like this, do you mean? I think, yeah. If I do this, I think it would feel more tree-like. Like this. Don't you think? More tree? Kind of tree? And that looks good without the outline? I do like it. I think it's a little hard to tell because of the background itself. But I do think it looks nice. So far, it's not too shabby. It's slowly getting there, isn't it? Let's see. Let me go ahead and grab you, and move you guys over here. And I'm just going around for the highlight areas and adding light to make it feel a little bit more, what is the word? Like I said, more dynamic. The shading itself. Adding to it something like this can help it feel more shaded, is what I like to go for. And hi, Lesh, welcome. You've been here for a couple minutes and already loving your energy. Thank you. I attempt. An attempt is always made at the very least. And like I have fun doing these study streams, or just streams in general. So I'm always hyped and excited to do them. I'll merge this down here, and this is tree A. Started here, ended up here and here. I do like the shaded or no outline. It's an interesting idea. And a minor suggestion, but shouldn't the trunk be one color since the light's coming from? You make a fair point. Hold on. Very fair point. That is a great idea. Yep, the light's coming from up here. It's gonna be like this. Yeah, that's true. Very true. Thank you for that one. Like this. There we go. Now everything makes sense. And okay, I did read that. Good. All right, save. And now let's give an attempt at another tree idea with the same bush feel. Well, not bush feel. Same structure, different shading technique. Oh, hold on. Same structure, different shading technique is what I want to try to do. So we'll go here, we'll copy this guy, and we'll move him over for another idea. And I'll move this guy over here. We'll take the same colors as well, but for right now, let's go with this guy. And I'll go ahead and add that paste to that. And now let's go up here and give it a go. I'll go ahead and save and grab some water. And okay, I did read that. I don't think I missed anything, hopefully. Okay. Okay, I want to try to do something a little bit more detailed, something more in line with what we saw earlier from, from Pixelart. If I bring you back into concepts, you can see here the way everything's shaded is a lot different than what I did for my shading. So I want to kind of give this a try where it's more leaf-like and it looks more like a leaf than what I did before. If I bring you back into Aseprite, folding as it's working back and forth, you can kind of see mine wasn't leaf-like, mine was a little bit more wild and bushy. Another, and I talked about this before, but a technique I did use beforehand, or not beforehand today, but beforehand for something like this, was a brush. And, oh, I heard that sound. Hold on, let me open it. Oh, thank you, Lusk the Shadow. Is that how you say it? Thank you for the subscription on, well, not subscription, the follow on Twitch. Thank you, and hi. Let's see. What I want to do now is, hold on, add more, what is it, of a bubbly feel. And how to do that is, I think if I do Control B here, the brush, there's a brush in Aseprite. And if you modify the brush a little bit, yep, you got it, lovely, thank you. I always try to make sure I do it right. I know it's a little funny sometimes. And bark has usually always cracks in it, so wouldn't it be one color? Let's see, so it wouldn't be one color, but you're not sure how it would be done to low scale. I think, depending on what it is, I do know it depends on the cracks. Since we're going so small right now, I think keeping it simple's best. If we go up here, I mean, these guys are small, right? But I made mine small. Even here, you can see for Pokemon, they keep it one color. But is that because it's a color palette, or is that because that's the right shading idea? I think it depends. This again is one color. This one's striped because I think it's more of a palm tree feel. I think it just more so depends. This one's not very high in shading, so I think the lights. But then again, I'd say this artwork doesn't look very shaded. Everything looks the same. The only shade is the shade on the ground. I'd say these trees don't feel like they're shaded. And this is from, what's this from? I think it's from Earthbound? Yeah, these are Earthbound trees from the game Earthbound. Oops, didn't want to delete that. I'm saying all of that, I'm trying to think of a brush. If I go here, you can see, oh, hold on, Control B. This is the brush right now. I can lower down the spray a little bit to maybe here. So maybe 214. Mess around with the settings a little bit and spray. Let's see, this is the size, this is the width, this is the speed. Let's lower down the speed a little bit. Maybe lower down the width as well. What do we get? Trying to find okay, width needs to be increased. Maybe 5. How about that? What do we get? 5. How about 10? What does that give us? I'm just trying to see. Okay, way too big. Instead, maybe let's go with 5 here, and then maybe 5 here. What does that give us? I click here again, a little bit better. Maybe instead 10. Let's back it up. I like that a little bit more. Something maybe, let's see, 10. How about 15? Or 100, I guess. Okay, 100's not good. How about 15, like I said before? And not too bad. Maybe make the 5 a 4. Something like this, maybe for the trees. And how I might do it, and let me go ahead and grab this guy here, copy, and do new layer. Or no, actually, let's take it, make a new layer. I think that's a little better. And okay, I did read that. Okay. What I might do instead then is do, oops, Control B, back here, something like this. I'm trying to just dot it with the leaf to add a little bit of texture to it. Might do like this, maybe. I'm just trying to lightly dot everything to make it hopefully feel more leaf-like, is the hope I'm going for here. Might dot it here, here-ish, oh, dot. Going in and dotting everything. I'm trying to dot the outlines to make it feel a little bit more bushy. Well, not bushy, right? We don't want bush, we want tree. I'm dotting everything. Starting with the bottom and going around everywhere. Adding a little bit of dots here and there. Maybe something like this here. Dot everything. I'm trying to blend everything again like what I did before because this is a brush. It looks a little different. Maybe something like that instead as the leaf bushy tree. Maybe something like that. I think that's okay, right? And then what I might do is go in and we can try the square idea where we do, hold on. I got this guy and I might add mixtures here like this for a squarey feel. You can kind of see already there's squares here. So if I'm going for something a little bit more stylistic, I might do something like this where the trees or the leaves are more squarey. Something like this now where I'm doing the leaves. Like that maybe. I'm doing the 2x2 brush that you were talking about earlier, Wrath. So let's see, something like that. And oh, if you do them now, maybe more spikes could point up, or the leaf at the end. That's what you're getting from the reference. Sure, I think what it would look like maybe is like this, right? From the tree I'm looking at from the reference. Or maybe it might look like this instead for more of a straight feel. Is something I think would be more correct. It might be more spikes down here as well, something like that. What I'm using the reference mostly for is the shape and the style. Yeah, the shape. The shape's more what I'm looking for, trying to mimic as the idea, the round shape at the top and then very short stem at the bottom. But that is a very good point, the spikes. I tried to add a little bit of spikes here to see if that helped at all, but I'm not too sure on that part. And let's see, muscle memory kicked in, he accidentally made the tree 128 by 128. Bless your soul to shade this head in half an hour. I wish you luck. I do know the more you shade or the more you add to the tree shading, it takes a second, doesn't it? Like I said, luck. That's all I can wish for you there. And now I'm going in and adding the squares. I'm just trying to mix everything in with the dots again. This time it's a little bit different because it's a little bit different of a texturing. I might then come up here, add these guys here, maybe come here, add this guy down here, mix it in. I'm just trying to mix and match. Something like that, maybe. It's a lot more stylistic, which is why I'm not too sure about it, but it's all about trying things and seeing if I like it or not. So I'm not too bothered. This is more of a experiment stream, I'd say. Trying to see what feels fun and what feels nice and trying to figure out why it might feel fun or why it might feel nice compared to this one, which is more sharp. Oh, I forgot about that guy. Hold on. Control brush. Oh, and then what we can do here as well is if I grab you for a second, delete you, what I'm gonna do is I can grab you and then let's see, grab you, save you to the palette, grab you, save you to the palette, and then if I go up here, I think I can do lock alpha. No, not lock alpha. Well, yeah, it's shading. Shading's the one I want to do. So I select these two and it's shading. And now that means only this color goes in this area. And I can go ahead and have the brush here. And then I can only brush shade in that area. Isn't that a neat thing? Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and have that pat. And I'm just going and lightly patting everything on the brush. Just a light tap, light pat is what I'm attempting to do here. Something like that, maybe. Maybe a little less. Maybe something more akin to, let's see, pat. Just going around and patting and seeing what it gives me. Like I said, it's trial and error and seeing which one I like, which one I don't. And then I'll go back in here in the regular brush. Maybe add this guy here and here. Maybe here. And maybe merge this guy here and here. Going in and adding the squares. And then once that's done, we can see about the outline. I kind of think we can move this guy in a little bit. Maybe like this instead. Like that. And maybe add a more squarish feel on the outside. Maybe something more here. Maybe, let's see, maybe we can do the brush again here. I can make sure I click out of the shading and then have a pat down here. No, I don't think it's gonna work and cooperate with me. Maybe something like that instead. There we go. And have it be here, like that. Kind of mixing it in as it's going out. Maybe something like that. And that's an interesting one. The shapes of the leaves are kind of coming in. It might be like this with the leaf shapes and merging it together. And that's why shading with leaves takes forever, because sometimes you want to do shapes and add cool colors and sizes and everything to it. I might do like that. Maybe, and this is if I were doing it wiggly again, right? I'm trying to keep it square. So instead, I'm not going to do what I was doing. We go back to trying to do square. Maybe I can add these little guys here instead. Little dots and squares instead. So it stays in that square idea, but not too much. Let's see. I can maybe remove this guy here since it's not square. Maybe make that square, and I like that. I think that could work for square. Maybe this can be square. Maybe add a dot there. Maybe a dot here for square. Add that for a square. Add that there. Maybe a square can go, well no, that would be repeated square, wouldn't it? Maybe this can be a square here. We can remove this 2 here. And then here, maybe it's also a square. And this square can maybe come up. Oop, this square can maybe come up while this one's going up like that, maybe. I'm just trying to mix and match with squares and everything. And okay, let's see. Okay, I did that. Wonderful. Maybe up here, square dot here, and maybe a square dot here, square dot here, maybe a square removed here, add here. Oh, hold on. Like this. Remove that there, like that. Add a square dot here, or here instead. And add a square dot here. Oh, hold on. Here. And hey, Iris, would it be all right if you just checked what you sent to the work in progress just a second? Sure. It wouldn't take long at all. Hold on. Work in progress. Ah. I see. Good luck on that one. That's highly textured. Looks like a cherry blossom, if I had to guess. That'd be my estimate if I had to guess the tree type. But it looks nice. Coming along great. So let's see. Add one maybe here. And I'm just trying to do square. That is my attempt. I might move this guy in here one like that to make it a little bit more blocky. I might add a little bit of roundness here like that, but it doesn't look right, does it? Because I'm making it square. So instead I might make it look like this and maybe this and remove that. Now it's more square. Maybe I'll go ahead and do like that instead. Add more of a block square feel. That was the goal. Like that maybe. And maybe we can add here like that. And Brazil mentioned, indeed. Brazil's very neat, isn't it? Let's see, like that. And maybe here like that. And yeah, how about that? Let's remove that guy there from going down. And then for this tree bark, again, we have to remember one color, right? I don't want to make that mistake again. And let's go ahead and grab you. Let's go ahead and grab you here and you here. And with all of that said, let's see. I want to do the outline again now. I'll grab you here. And then I'll do Shift O again for the outline. Make it that color. We're all nice and good there. I can go ahead and erase this guy here. And gotta do a little bit of a cleanup. First, let me do like this. And then I'll go ahead and copy you, paste you, and then we'll do the outline. That way we can kind of compare and contrast as we go. I'll go ahead and slide you over here. And you get slid over here too. Like that. And then I'll go ahead and delete. Oh, not all of that gets deleted. You, oh, only you. I only want to select you. Paste. And then go ahead and do Shift O now. Make sure it's all of that. And that should be good. Yeah. And okay. And then like that, you remove this bit. And I think what I want to do is move this up a smidge so that we're still keeping to that trunk feel. I'm going to go through and I'm going to make sure that outline of the trunk is still outliney trunk. Like that. And then I might remove this here. I then might say this area looks a little wonky. I might pop it in a little bit, maybe here-ish to add that square. But then it looks a little funny. Maybe pop it up one like that. Less square, kind of still square. It's just a smidge. Now I'm going around and I'm trying to add a bit of oomph to the overall feel and shape of everything. This kind of doesn't feel very square, so I might bump this out a bit. Like, let's see, here maybe. And then because it's a square, we do 2 here, maybe 2 here. And then this guy kind of comes up like that. That's not too bad. I think the color is off a bit. Maybe like this, and then maybe like, oh, hold on. Maybe like that instead to add that square. And again here, this isn't very square. Let's go, it is a square, but I feel like it could be maybe like, I mean, that wouldn't be too bad, I don't think, to make it square in general. So maybe what we can do is bump this guy down here. Keep that guy like that. This guy here maybe can become a square like this. It becomes maybe something like that instead. I don't like that too much. Undo that. Maybe, I think keeping this area is okay. This area up here I think has to change. I think instead it might have to come out 2, lower 2. Something like, let's see, this and this and this. Erase that, make square like that. Something like that instead. This guy kind of has to be bumped down a little bit, and that tree is bushy. Is it a bushy again? I keep doing bush. Well, I think it's because of the stem. We're trying to do something more like this. Oops. Something more like this, where there's very little stump, right? Well, welcome back to stream. Oh, hold on. Psychedelic Kitten, right? Welcome back. And hi, Deadly Hollow. Welcome. Are those pixels male or female? I'm not even sure how you would check or even guess. That's a question. I'm not I don't have the medical what is it, certification to answer, I don't think. Let's see. Maybe this here like that. But I think again we want square, right? Very blocky. So I might do something like this instead. Like that. Blocky. And we want blocky here too. And why is the stump so tiny? Because it's a very small pixel art tree. And let's see. Climbing the tree would be really painful from all those pointy angles. That's the point. It's supposed to be a little painful here and there. a little pain never hurt nobody. just a smidge only though. Not too much. Don't want to be too much pain. I'm gonna move this guy here and here, I think. and I'm just trying to keep the feel of it being squarish. This is just a smaller tree. If it were tree, it might be like this, and maybe we can even try to do a more typical tree. But I wanted to try doing a small tree before we get into the big trees. So after this, then we'll try the big trees. And let's see, you want to learn pixel art and start at learning Godot? Your vids are very entertaining. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all the same. I hope I'm helpful, and I hope you do stuff. I want to see more people do pixel art, and I want to see more people do Godot, which is another reason why I try to do these study streams and not just do them on my own. Since if you learn better by having someone work with you, I tend to do that too. I like study themed things, so if I can have something going on in the background that also helps me feel productive, I usually tend to do that. So if my study streams help, or if my Godot and watching me struggle through getting the programs works together, I'll take it. I will happily help and be a background chatter from time to time. Maybe this guy can come in a little bit like that, and this guy can maybe come down like this, be very pointy and everything. This guy can then maybe come in as well, maybe like that. I don't know if I like that, but I think this whole area can come in a smidge, at least, the very least, something like that maybe. I think is a little bit better, which means this guy can come up one, I think would feel better as well. Something like that. This guy can maybe come down, or nah, I want to keep that feel. And then if this outline is coming on the top, something like that, and then maybe something like this instead. Something akin to this to show off that it is still part of the tree. And I want to feel that blocky feel we have for the outline, the square pattern, right? Maybe something like this and this could work a little bit better. We can remove these corners. I think here is the issue. Maybe something like that instead. So it's still that blocky feel, right? And then here, this area has to change. Maybe something a little flatter here. Again, flatter there. Hold on. Flatter here maybe. But it's not very blocky anymore like it is up here. So I'm gonna try to make that up here like down here. To do that, let's see. This kind of comes out one. Some stuff can come in. Some stuff can come out, I think would be helpful. Maybe this can come out one. But again, I want that flat shape. It's a round and a flat. So maybe something like that instead. And then, hold on, let's save like that. And then here, I'm just pulling everything in and pushing and pulling and trying to do a little bit of surgery on this tree, it seems like. Something like that maybe. Pull it in, push it, pulling and pushing, trying to mold it is the attempts here. Something like that maybe. Maybe, mayhaps, let's see. Maybe we can go in one here. Like that, and then we erase here, add this, hold on, here and here, mayhaps, not too bad over here, but I'm not too offended by that line there. Maybe that instead can work a little better, and I think that's a little better overall, do you think? And hey, whatever you did helped a little, good! Even if it's a little, I'll take it, and I'm glad. I'm glad you're improving. It doesn't matter how long it takes, but the fact you're trying to improve really helps. It's always just about slow steps. I think that's it. When I try to do, what is it? I'm trying to remember words. My stream I did for 30 days, I tried to do back-to-back 30 days, and it's been a series that's almost gone on for 2 years now. And it's not done because I slowed down and I started doing things bit by bit instead, and that's helped me a lot in getting better. I can digest things a lot more than trying to speed run it. Has helped a lot. And actually, I kind of like it being like this instead, do you think? Hold on. Let me grab you here. Oh, hold on. Grab you like this. You merge down, like you. New layer, paste, like this. What if we did the flat part of the tree, or the bottom part as a flat part? What do you think? Words are hard. 100%, I agree. Words can't word sometimes. You know what? That's okay. I'm attempting to word, and the more word, I should be able to word correctly. Right? That's how it works, I think, perhaps. What I want to do here is grab this guy, and then make this part come up a bit, maybe up here, like that, like so. And what I want to do is have this bottom of the tree be flat. And I want to see how that looks compared to the other styles. Oops. Like this. Then like this. Add this part to the tree. Does this feel a little bit more tree-like, do you think? Or because it's flat now? It feels more bushy. Maybe something like this instead. Like that. And this. These kind of blend in, the colors. I'm not too bothered by it at the moment. Something like that. Maybe even move this guy over. It feels now lopsided. Like that, maybe. Now I'm definitely getting bush. You know, to make it a bush, all I'd have to do is do this. Bush! Where did my tree go? It's just bush. And your tree's starting to look more like a tree? Good, good! I'm surprised a little bit, but I'm glad it's looking more like a tree. So let's see. Started here, and I kind of tried to mold it a little bit more than I did beforehand. I'll go ahead and add the outlines, and then we'll call it a day on this little tiny guy and work our way up to a bigger tree, a more sophisticated tree. And that line being flat makes it look less lively, to be honest. Interesting. I can see why, because it's just flat there, right? I feel like it might be more stylistic if a lot of things were flat. And yeah, I can see it. I like it just because it adds less detail here and makes your eyes focus up here more. But having it here, I feel, it makes it feel more bush. But this also feels bush. I feel bush all around. But that's an interesting note to note. I'm gonna grab these guys and line them up here. And then from there, we're gonna try a bit of a bigger tree and see where we get and focus on stumps, since we did neglect stumps for a little bit. I'll line this up, grab these guys here. Oh, hold on. Make sure you're all good to go there. And let's keep the colors the same, just to keep everything in line so I can figure out what's working, what's not working. And I'll go ahead and finish up this line, and then we'll see. We'll do a good old check and go from there. Right now, I'm not too worried about cleaning up too much. I just want to see if ideas work, and if they do work, then we can clean up if we really want to clean up. But there's no cleanup necessarily needed, as when you're looking at art, really, and I think this was something I did too much. Well, I did too much of and only realized later. Most people aren't going to notice all the flaws in your art. I remember I was watching this one video where the artist drew an Among Us figure in the eye of a character, and no one noticed. Because no one notices too much, and looks like a bush with a stem. Ah! I'm telling you, my bushes. It's not a bush stream, it's a tree stream. But we'll do more tree, hopefully, by adding the trunk now? Let's go and let's try a different tree itself and see where we get. But this is a good warm-up, I'd say, just generally. Start up here, work our way down, and slowly but surely, I think working on the textures is what's going to be really important for figuring out a tree. You can do pointy textures or do squarey textures, and either or. And, oh, okay. Do you have any character designs? It's very hard to draw Do you have any character designs? It's very hard to draw the body parts. You can only draw the head. The body always looks weird and poorly defined. I do have some streams where I have done character studies, if that's of help to you, Kaden. Since you're on YouTube, you'd be able to find those, if that is of help. As far as character designs and templates go, I try to start out with references to other games. For example, I might do Pokemon or might do Undertale and go from there and trying to figure out, okay, what's the most important part of the body? If it's the head, the body's probably going to be smaller if you're going for chibi, and I try to go back and forth in either or. Let's see, I'll call this tree 2. Tree, not bush. Tree 1. And now let's try tree 3. And where did that tree go that was recommended? Hold on. I typed it. I just didn't save it. We go back here. Ah, it's an Ike tree. Something. Let's see. Let me click it. Let me save it. And let me put it up on screen. I go ahead and do this. Get rid of you. And it's a tree bush. Let it be a tree. It has aspirations. A bush tree. A bush tea. And sure, Pudding Cups. What is your question? By all means. As I am covered by the very big tree. And let's see. This one should be a lot more fun. It's got a lot of branches. And it is not trying to get small on me. Hold on. Maybe if I press shift? Did that work? I can't tell. Maybe like this? Ah, there we go. Wonderful. Okay. We'll do that instead. And I'll make it a little bit smaller, that way I can have it up on screen. And we're drawing the same tree now. Ooh, that'll be fun. Let me drag this here, move that there, get this tree reference here so I can have it in mind. And this one should be a lot more fun. I'm excited for this one. This is Tree. Do you have a Roblox account, or can you make one that games on Roblox? It's a good VA for survival games. I don't plan on playing Roblox. It's just, I know there's different genres and everything, and there's some games on Roblox that don't look like Roblox, but Roblox just isn't for me. And there might be, yeah, a lot of dialogue. Roblox just isn't for me. I've tried it. I've had many people try to get me to try it too, but it never worked out. Now this tree, I'll move you over to here. Yeah. So let's see. I'll move you over to here to, oops, wrong screen. Here, yeah, that's fine. By all means. Thank you for the question, though. This is a big tree. It's got a long stem. It's got some winding branches. So this one should be a lot more fun. Looks like a Y shape, maybe we can try. Like a big Y. Your hot cocoa tastes like Cheez-Its? That's an interesting one. I haven't heard hot cocoa taste like cheese before. As far as bushes go, I might say we have a big bush here. Maybe a big bush here. Or big tree form here. And then we kind of have a small one here. Maybe another small 2 here. I'm trying to break it down into different chunks. There might be another chunk here, maybe, here, and maybe here is the idea I'm getting, just the overall tree feel. So lucky your display isn't Christmas anymore. Oh, shame, I do miss Christmas. You're not a fan of Roblox, but you do play with your kids? Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, it's a thing of, sometimes you just play with people because it's the fun of the people. It's the people that makes the game fun. And I think that's, especially for something like League of Legends. If the game isn't fun or it's not your type of thing, playing it with friends or family is always the more the merrier. I like that. I definitely do want to sometime soon do and hold on. I say soon, but probably in a few years. Let me go back into Aseprite. I'd like to, in a few years, do a multiplayer game or try to mess around with multiplayer. Though I don't know how that's gonna go. I've heard multiplayer is very hard to do. Well, let me get some water. And you and your father play Dandy's Worlds and Stardew and Minecraft a lot? That sounds like a lot of fun. And you have to go, good luck with not making this one look like a bush and standing up. Thank you, Sec. I'll do my best. Oh man, that's a lot of pressure now. And let's see, you would gouge your eyes out if you played League with your family. It's just one of those games. I am curious, how big did I make my tree before? And I think this isn't the 1-to-1. Oh, it is, okay. This is 192 by 192. I think you said, Raph, yours was 120 by 120, if I can recall. And how do you get from Roblox to what we play with family? Games, just games. I don't like Roblox, but maybe if friends or friends or family could not make me play Roblox. That's how that started. Games are more fun with more people. That was my point. Let's see. Let me move up here and go down here. And let's see. Like I said, this one should be more fun. And okay, actually, there's a fork of Godot where they made a node that does all the heavy lifting for multiplayer. There's even a working demo and project on their itch page. Ooh, might be in my future then. Maybe not as painful, I'd say. Let's choose a color and go for maybe, let's see, this looks like a dark brown, but I'm gonna go for maybe this warm brown. This is a very warm tree. I want to make it a warmish feeling. Maybe this orange instead. Or maybe this, it's dark, but it's not too dark. Let's go back into here. And in this one, what I'm gonna do is use this brush called, let's see, the stabilizer something. I'm gonna add the brush here, and I forget what stuff I chose, but something like this, where if I draw really fast, it changes the way. I feel like that adds more of a branchy feel. So we'll see. And since you're also making an eye tree, if you want, you can also use your work in progress as a kind of initial reference. Ooh, I'll see. And is there a place you can find color palettes at? You suck at colors? There is, I forget the name of the website. Let me double check and see if I can find it. Color palette, Pixelart. I forget the name. Low spec, that's what it's called. I'd check out this website. It's a very neat one. I do like that one. This color palette I found here is from a Minecraft texture pack. It originally looked like this, and I just bumped up the saturation. It was from a Minecraft texture pack called Dandelion, like the flower. And then I just bumped up the saturation because I like my pieces, and I like just drawing in saturation. So that's why mines are more saturated. And okay, eye tree. Let me check. Well, actually, let me try to do my own and then see where we're at, Raph. And you really like super color palette? I might have to check that one out. Okay, I didn't miss anything. So saying all of that, let's try to get the, oh, hold on. That is not popped up. If I click, where are we at? Here. Now I can see the reference I had. Okay. What I'll do is maybe make it this big is what I'm thinking, the size here, which is a lot bigger than the other ones. I'm hoping it's not too painful. What I'll actually do, in fact, to make sure I know where the size is first I'll do this for the color palette. It'll let me here, and then add another layer down here, and maybe just make it a darker green. Oh, hold on. You undo, grab this guy here. Let's make the tree maybe this big. How big is that? It's not too big. It's about the same size as the Stardew trees. In fact, let me do this a little bit like this. Let's see, 120, 96. How about something like this? And that would be about this size here-ish. I don't want to make it too big, but I want to do a little bit of detail. Let's move it down here like that. And then I'll go ahead and fill this. I said fill this as a D and then fill here. There we go. And I just want to make it a little lighter so I can tell where it's at. Like there. Okay. That way I can tell where it is in here and move it accordingly. All right. And then I'll go back here to our brush, grab this color here, move it here, go back to being low, and then click escape. Let's give it a go, shall we? And okay, I didn't miss anything. Lovely. Let me move it up about here, and are we good to go? Yeah. Okay. What I'll start with is the base. What I've noted, at least for just drawing the tree, was that the base is smaller and it gets larger. And let me make this a little bit bigger. About that. Base is smaller, it gets larger. Right now I'm just trying to get a general tree idea. Kind of, oops. It kind of seems to go down, and it's fine if it's messy. It's going to be messy. It kind of has a swoop come here about, or rather kind of goes here, it seems. More of a swoop here. It kind of also branches off here, it seems like. It also kind of has one that goes down here. Let's see, have a swoop here, or maybe a swoop down here. Maybe something like this, or this. Swoop that comes down here. Like that might be good for the tree. And then we have that branch might come up like this, and I think this isn't a good start. I'm starting to feel like it looks like this. Let's go back from that. I need the tree, and let's see here. Hold on, I don't think I have, no, I don't have it. That's okay. Here, I just look at my previous reference. Okay, more thick, needs to be thicker. Great, thick at the bottom, and then it gets thinner at the top. I need to be very thick at the bottom. Let's see. Subtract a little bit, and it's just trial and error. That is all it comes down to. Instead, I'll go ahead and make a new tab, new layer, make this guy a little smaller here. And then, now that I have that idea at least, I'll turn off this guy and try my own. Oops, turn you off. Great. And let's see, looks like a banana with arms. Yeah, doesn't it? That's the issue I ran to at least initially. A banana with arms. All right. The trunk starts off small, like here. Small and thick. Maybe something like that instead. From there, we have another thick piece, so it might come out like this instead. Like this. Hold on. Like that. We might have a part that comes out maybe here. It kind of comes down. It comes down and out like this, maybe instead. Something like that. And then we have another part that comes up like this. Like that instead. A little less stringy. A little less like string cheese. Then from there, the tree seems to do, and I just want to make sure the tree's okay. It looks a little hurt at the moment. This might actually come down more like this, since it's kind of coming from the bottom. Maybe something more akin to this instead. Let's make you smaller, like that, more so. And then like this, a little smaller. Again, we gotta remember the big at the bottom, small at the top, right? So I'll add a little bit more big here. I might add a little bit more big here to add more big at the bottom. And then from there, let's see, from there, we can go ahead and add the smaller pieces. So there's kind of one up here. I'll go ahead and add that thin at the top again. And then what I might do is add, oh, that's not thin at the top. Maybe more so like this. More thin at the top up here. Feels like that instead. Maybe thin at the top like this. Again, just thin, like that-ish, like that. And then we can go ahead and add more strands and branches. I might do something here, again, big at the bottom, like that. And then we might have another branch come up here, and maybe have a branch here, like that. And then have, again, be small. And then there seems to be maybe a branch back here that goes up. But this is in the front, it's kind of coming forward towards us. Instead, it might come, less. It needs to be smaller, I think. Maybe something like that. I'm just trying to add branches to branches. Branching of branches, so it looks less like a banana. That's the attempt at least. But I don't, again, have to have the picture be one-to-one. So it's all about slowly tweaking things. And my battery on my tablet's running low, so let me hook that up. Let me grab the charger, and then let me plug it in. 1 second. I forgot the plug. And then plug it in up here. We should be all good to go. Okay, it's plugged in. Now it won't die. Always good news. Zoom out a little bit so that way I can see. And then up here, there's a lot of bushes and trees and strands. I'm gonna add maybe another guy here, like that, and maybe hide that here, and that. And actually, I don't like that. Maybe more like this. That's a little better. I like that a little bit more. And then maybe we have one kind of coming out. Hold on. Maybe a little bit bigger here. No. Maybe something like that instead. Something a little more thicker there. We can maybe add another line up here, but I don't like that. I think maybe it'd be more maybe like that. And the thing is, it doesn't have to be too detailed right now. I'm just trying to figure out a general shape of everything. I'm trying not to do too much at the moment. I'm trying to figure out and try to remember tree. What is tree? How tree? How tree do? That is the attempt at the moment. Like that maybe? Like this-ish? Maybe? No, I don't like the way that looks. Maybe we can move it here. Like this. I don't want it too noodly. And I want it to feel like branches. Something like that doesn't feel too bad. I think this is a good base. So saying all of that, I can now hide this guy in the background that we had beforehand. And now we have a semi-tree base. I think this swerve guy can kind of use a little work. Oops. This guy here can use a little work. Maybe instead something like this. And then having this guy be a little bit more deep. Actually, maybe something like this, but that doesn't look right, does it? A little bit too thick. Maybe instead it has like that, like this instead. And maybe a little bit tipped there, like that. Something like that, you think? At least now you actually know what you're doing. Oh, you're making that 2x2 brush technique for this one and the PTSD is kicking in. But at least you know what you're doing this time. I'm glad. It's living, you're learning, right? It's always a learning process. When you do it the first time, it's always going to be longer and take more than beforehand, right? But because you already did it, you're doing it a little faster. And that is the hope, isn't it? To get better at doing things over and over again. You'll start getting methods and patterns down. There we go. I can word, I tell you. And good luck, gonna head to bed. Sleep well. Sleep well. Let's see. Up here, I think. I'm just fleshing out the branch bits here. That's what I'm trying to do. And yeah, always, yeah, 100%. Maybe add this up here, like that. And maybe like that. I think that's good. Okay, now that we have our base, since I'm still critiquing it a little bit, like that. Now let's try to add the leaves. I'll go ahead and say this is our, what is it, sketch? That's our sketch. This is our tree, or our tree base, so we'll call it the trunk. That is the tree, isn't it? And what's up here? What are we doing? This is our palette, or this is the background. That's good. BG. This is the pal. I'll call this the pal, the good old friend, buddy old pal, and let me get some water. Okay, now what we need is some sort of yellow color, which is always fun. I'll go ahead and hide that sketch. Hide up here. And now let's just grab a color from here for now. I'd say, or actually, because we're basing it off of this yellow, or not yellow, basing it off of this brown, let's choose a yellow. I'll go more towards yellow, make it a little bit brighter in saturation. Something like this, maybe a little bit softer. Maybe something like this instead, maybe. I want to check the saturation as well. If we go to color mode here, grayscale, it's very bright. So maybe a little less. I'm just messing around with colors, and I think, well, I'm always trying to get better at using color, not using color palettes and trying to eye it. But there's nothing wrong with using color palettes. I do like using color palettes from time to time. That's why I like this. I like all of these colors here, and then I can grab it and say, all right, do I like it? Do I not like it? And I kind of like this bright yellow, and again, because it's from the color palette, I can use it. So seeing all of that, now we do the orbs I was talking about here. There's kind of one here, it seems like. There seems to be another one here. There seems to be one up here. There seems to be one up here. There seems to be one up here. I'm looking at the reference. And up here as well. Kind of everywhere up here. And then there's a bottom branch here that I didn't see. We need to add a bottom branch there. Let's go back to the trunk. See if we can add a bottom branch in. You accidentally picked yellow and a green color palette for the Brazilian tree. Look at that! You're right on theme. And hi, Semuke. Is it Semuke or Semuke? You can tell me which one. I don't like getting names wrong. So if you can tell me, I'd love to pronounce it correctly. Maybe have a branch like here, or let's see. Kind of having a branch, maybe branch off the branch branching off. A branch like that could possibly work. Like that, maybe. It can be shorter and maybe a little bit thinner. Something like that, maybe, and have it come up here. And I don't want it to look the same as the other one. We can have it kind of maybe do one of these moves. Be a little bit thinner here, or maybe a little bit thinner here-ish. I'm trying to do something similar, but not too similar to what I did before. Like on this side, that's 2. Maybe like this. Can kind of work as a tree. Stump it like that. Having it be 3 instead and having that one come down like that, I think can work. And then if we go back here to our colors, we can now add that yellow bush. Let's see. There is a bush area here. That's tree. There we go. And semuge, I see. That's a pronunciation. I would have never guessed. Welcome, welcome all the same. There we go. Okay, so how about this? This is our big, huge tree that we're attempting to draw. Now this is where it gets tricky. And this is where I think I always struggle with the shading. I think it was this one, yeah. This one was, I couldn't figure out how to do it. I have some shading everywhere, but we just have to remember big shade, small shade, where the colors, where the light's coming from. And I think that's very helpful. If I go back here and here, what I want to do first is figure out where our chunks are, where are the sections of the tree, where is the sections? Where are the sections? Sections, words. Let's see. There's kind of one here. There's one here. There's one, let's see, here. There's one here. There's one here. And there's one here. These are kind of our sections. I'm blotting that out so I can figure out where the shading should go. And then in between those sections, there's kind of a breaking up of the area. And we can kind of work off of that. Right now we need to figure out the big areas and the small areas of light, the overall feeling of light. And I believe I'd say the light's probably coming from above in this picture. If we go back to in our PRF here, we can see the light's kind of coming up from up above, right? I see a lot of light here, not a lot of light here. So that's telling me this area here is in front of, or yeah, in front of above, whichever one here. And I'll highlight it a little bit to make it a little bit easier to see me get what I'm saying. If I go over here and I right click and click on draw, you can see this is shaded, right? This area here is in light, I'd say. And I'd say this area here is in light. Everything else is kind of in darkness. This is in darkness, this is in darkness, which is telling me, actually, it's telling me that the light then is, there's two. There's here, and then there's here, as far as big and small go, if I were to guess. And then as far as bunches go, I was doing it like this, but maybe it's bunches of sponges. So there's those two big ones of light itself, and then the bunches might come to be, hold on. I click apply, there's kind of this bunch here, like I was saying before. This bunch here, oh, wrong button. Those two bunches, there might be this bunch here, and maybe instead it's more this bunch, this bunch, this bunch. Might be a better way to dissect it. How'd I do over here? I mean, that's pretty much the same. I did the same exact thing. And hi, Secret, welcome, welcome. And what's on the itinerary today? Trees. This is my third battle with trees. And I haven't done trees in a year. I'm very rusty. So we'll see if I can conquer trees today. Apparently, I did a bush and not a tree for a very tiny tree. You know, it's a work in progress. Slow and steady wins the race. Isn't that what they say? I'd say at least. And trees, my behated, exactly. Trees are painful. When I initially drew trees, this was the first tree I drew. But now, or at least when I did it last year, I ended up finishing on this tree. Oh, hold on. This tree. So I'm hoping we can get to some sort of quality similar to this as the attempt. This is the hope. So let's see. You're good at pixel art and you're still struggling to understand. Your brain is too small sometimes. Yeah, brain don't work sometimes, and that's okay. Sometimes brain's not gonna work, and you just gotta accept it and work with your brain. You can't dislike the brain. The brain's the hub. You gotta say, all right, I'm gonna get you some hot cocoa. We're gonna sit down together, brain, and we're gonna have a talk. I know you're not doing too well right now, brain, but I really need you to sharpen up. At least, you know, give the brain a good old pep talk. And you're getting ready to be on a 15-hour flight, literally waiting on board. Oof, flights. Good luck. I hope everything goes well, and I hope it's not too bad. Maybe you can fall asleep most of the time. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Teleporting by waking up. All right, saying all of that, this is our leave space. Leave space. There we go. And let's see. Maybe it's because you've had too much coffee. I mean, when I drink coffee, I feel productive. But I know for some people, coffee makes them go haywire. Coffee does not have the effect of making me sleepy. So I'm not sleepy, unfortunately. Call you Garfield the way you can pass out anywhere you want. What a lucky superpower. If only I could do the same. My sleep would be great. And saying all of that, what I'm going to do is grab our leaf base and make this bigger. Yeah, let's make it bigger. I want to choose a darker yellow. Let's see, we have this yellow here, and I'm gonna color choose it myself. Maybe this can be the darker yellow. But I'm thinking maybe this yellow And I'll go back to our pal just so I can see if this yellow, we have this yellow and this yellow, and this yellow and this yellow. It's getting warmer instead of cooler. Maybe not that yellow. We might go cooler, and if we go cooler, the yellow might be like that instead. But it looks very green. Maybe not green. Maybe we move it over a little bit more. Maybe something like that instead. There's different ways you can do color. And not to flex your sleep is great. Oh, you're flexing, all right. That's the highest bragging honor right there. And okay, I did read that. Oh man, the things I do if I could. What we can do here as well for the leaf base is maybe do something like this. And now we have the highlight instead. So it's, yeah, maybe that instead. Where this is the brighter part, this is the darker part. Let's do it that way. And then for our leaf base here, we can go ahead and add that color I was talking about in terms of having the highlights. So if I go ahead and I should just be able to do this. And that way we can have the lights. And then this area here is in lighting like that. And this area here is in lighting. Something like this is how the lighting seems to work. Kind of like here-ish. And there seems to be some dark bits here because there's areas around, right? So if I go back here to our sketch, not our sketch, this top layer here, now with that lighting and the separation, I can kind of go through areas and try to carve up where I think the parts are splitting apart. That might be here a bit, here-ish. And then let's see, that area is kind of there. This area kind of spreads apart and gets darker here. So it might be a separation here-ish. And then I can kind of round things out and make it feel a little bit more natural with the rounding. Like that maybe. Like that. And then this is all in darkness. So we're all good in that place. And this area here, I'm trying to make sure the orb feels okay. Oops. That's our outline layer. So right now, if we do another outline layer, and let's see, yellow does get more red when it's darker since yellow is already the warmest color. Color theory, look at that. That's interesting then. So this is right, isn't it? Or let's see, yeah, this is right. And something funny is that you found the stream while playing Little Nightmares 2 to get inspiration for your game. Well, you're in the right place, I'd say. I'm a game dev and I'm a pixel artist and I do play games, all of the above. Though I don't do horror. Horror is scary and you're sleeping like a baby no matter what time you sleep at. The issue is I can't get to sleep, but once I am asleep, I'm not waking up. Hence why sometimes I've overslept. Well, not even sometimes. Only once has it happened that I overslept the stream. Only once, thankfully. But yeah, I can understand that one. Sleeping like a baby, I'm out like a light. We have this area here. We have this area here. And then we have this area here. And then we have this area here. I see. Okay, that's where I got confused at. This area here and then this area here. That's what it's more like instead of the other one. So instead of looking like this, it looks more like this. That's the feel I'm getting more of. Okay, let me go ahead and delete this guy then. And let's go ahead and, oops, delete this guy. If it'll let me delete. Delete. Thank you. And then we can go ahead with the sleeve base guy. And I want to add a little bit of the highlights, or not highlights, but the shadow and the shading, right? Maybe something like this kind of comes around and over as this guy's getting added. And then this guy, hold on, let me grab the lighting on that one. Kind of had that lighting coming here, coming down in this area here. Something like that can kind of be that area since it's getting rounded, but the shading's also the top. Actually, let me remove that. Something like that instead, I think, would work better. And let's go ahead and do this. And let's see, this is starting to come together well. Thank you, thank you. Attempts are getting made, for sure. It's all about just slowly going at it. And I've done trees before, but like I said, it's been a second. So it gives me a chance to try my new study methods and my new websites that I've found since doing trees a year ago. It's been nice. Add this guy down here, I'm thinking. And again, this guy's in all shadow. This guy kind of comes up here. And then this guy kind of comes from around. And let's add a little bit of here, I think, can be fine. Add a little bit of shadow there. Add a little bit of light there. And I think that's good. Maybe something like that instead. And let's go ahead and hide this guy. So something like this instead for where the light is touching and where the light isn't touching. The big sections of the tree is what we're hoping to go for. And let me go ahead and erase here. I'm just trying to carve out shapes. Again, because this is just the base. It doesn't matter too much since we're gonna go over it. We go over it with other things. I'm not too worried, if anything. So let me do this. I feel like that's a little better. Maybe this can come up here a little bit like that. Like that. And I think that works. Okay. The hard part is really gonna be rendering. I feel like that's always the hard part. I'll go ahead and save it here. And next up, we have to do the dark parts and the light parts, and that is a part of the shading. Let me take you back into concepts so we can look at some examples. If we go into here, and this is before, I did do some trying to see what parts. For example, here, the shading we did is something more similar to this. What I'm trying to accomplish is something like this, where it has a big shape, small shape. You start with the big shape, have blob ideas, and then you do small shape. Because if you do big shape everywhere, it's gonna look like this, which doesn't look too nice. I mean, it still looks nice if that is the style you're going for, but I'm trying to go for something more like this, where there's shading in specific areas instead, which is why I'm doing something like this, which means we do need a medium color. So let's start with a medium color, or dark color, I guess, is the medium dark, right? Let's go back into Aseprite. Let me get some water. Okay, and saying all that, let's look for a darker yellow. And that's so interesting to note that the darker the yellow gets, the more red it gets. So maybe we can go for this red, or maybe this red. Let's try both. We have this one and this one. We could do maybe this one. I think that's too dark. Maybe this one. We can always add it to the pal and come back to it later. Well, which one actually looks more, has more contrast with the leaves? Let me say. If I go into color mode here, it'll tell me. This one here has more contrast, but then again, it doesn't have as much contrast with the tree. So in fact, maybe this one would be better. So go ahead and save, and then I'll go back to the leaves. I'll go ahead and duplicate the leaves just so I have a save of the leaves if I mess up. And then what we can do here is do W, and then go in with the colors. Let's see. If that's the shading, we already know, right? This area here is all dark. So I can go ahead and just do all dark here. That's kind of the dark area. And then from there, we do smaller darkness. Maybe the smaller dark here. Not as much darkness in these areas here. Maybe a darkness here. Might be a dark path here that kind of breaks things up around downtown. And maybe there'd be darkness here as it's kind of going in between areas. And oh, let's see. Also, surprising enough, navy blue stays navy blue when it gets darker. There's no hue shifting. Interesting. I would have never guessed. I do like me some blue. If you couldn't tell. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But navy blue is an interesting one. Specifically navy blue. I'm curious. Let's see. I have this area that gets darker here. We might even do this here. And then we have an area here that also gets darker. Maybe something like this. Up in here in this area, we get that darkness. Up here as well, not too much darkness, but this is medium darkness as it's getting also very dark down here. You might have some sort of area that comes down there. Medium darkness in this area here. And I would click escape and hide it. This might be what the light is showing. All of this tree is in light. In light, not in light as much, but still in light. Very in darkness. That's what I'm trying to accomplish with this weird looking heat map is the attempt I'm going for. Hopefully it'll get better. If not, again, I have a save. But that's my idea at the very least. And we'll see how well it goes. I'm just going through and I'm adding that shading. Again, here, because it's in light, might do something like that. This is also in light. So, okay. I like that. Take you. And I'm gonna actually do this instead. Like that, and do that instead. I feel like that's a little bit better. And then for this guy here, oops. This guy here, this is all in medium or darkness. I'm gonna go there for darkness. That kind of gets carved out as that is all, oops. That's all light, right? It's popping out from the tree. It's facing the top of the sky. That's what I'm trying to think of this as. A very flat feel. And let's see, that's fun to know, isn't it? It's very fun. Let's see. From here, maybe this is popping out, right? So it might be, again, very dark here as it's popping maybe towards us. And it might be dark here, again, because it's popping towards us. The light's a little bit different as it's more three-dimensional is the hope I'm going for. And this is facing away, so we don't see any of that. And then as far as this one's concerned, we might even break this chunk up a little bit more. This part's facing more towards the sun, so you may have something like that. This part is also facing up towards the sun, but there's a little bit of medium I'm seeing in there. And then this part as well is facing up towards the sun. Let's see. This part again is popping out, so it might look something like this. But we're seeing medium here as well. Maybe something like that. And here, highlight that. Maybe pull this away a little bit, as this is also a dark area. Like that. There-ish is what I'm hoping to see. And this is also dark a little bit around this medium area. I might do something like that, where it's kind of medium, light, dark, medium. These areas are kind of sticking out against each other. So that's the hope I'm going for, is something a little all over. And here, let's see. Kind of grab this here from this area. Maybe smooth that out for a bit. And then from here, let's see. We kind of have, it's not completely in darkness. There seems to be an area here that's medium colored. So I'll go ahead and add maybe leaves here that are not completely in darkness, but they're dark. They're not highlighted at all. This might come out here, but again, I'm trying to make sure I'm keeping in mind the light. In IRL, you have short and long hair. I don't want to disclose that part, Pars. All you need to know is that this hair is really long, and it's really, really long. Let's see. Okay, I did read that. But welcome to the stream, Pars. I hope you've been good. Let's see. Well, welcome back. I remember that name very well. Sounds like pears. That's how I remembered. Let's see. So we have that block there, and then there's a blob here. Maybe something like that here-ish, you think? That works? Oh, Bang Boo, that's what it's called, right? I didn't get to play today, but I did play a little bit, so let's see. Here, kind of like that, I think, where it's kind of facing towards the sky, but it's not, so it's facing away. That's what it's doing. This is all facing up, and it's kind of up and above, and this is in the background. So it wouldn't face in the background, it might be something like this. Not facing up towards. Okay. There's that in the background, and then there's this area here that kind of gets used. I'll just add this blob in here for now, and if we don't need it, we don't need it. And we'll do that. Okay, and gonna go focus on school and cool stuff and game stuff? Sure. Thank you for stopping by. If you do come back, you did say BRB. Okay, all that said, let's go ahead and add the lightness here, and then go from there. Let's see. Like this. And hi, Gamer Guy Dude. Welcome back to stream. I think it's been a second since I've seen your name, or maybe it's just my memory. Let's see. Add some item there. Okay, I think that's good. This is a good base, I'd say. We went from here to here, and then from there, duplicate. Now we add a little bit of texture. Now these leaves, I'm zooming in and I can't really see. We might just make it dotted. There's a lot of different leaf textures we can go for. We don't have to specifically go with the leaves on the tree. If I bring you back into concepts here, you can see we have bubble trees here. We have more, I don't even know what you call these. These look more like leaves though. They kind of have a leaf texture, don't they? More, and let me grab my pen. These look like they have a leaf texture, something like this. It looks like a leaf, doesn't it? I'm seeing leaf textures in here, and can't believe you're going back to school in 2 weeks. Enjoy the break while you can. I will say that. Enjoy it while you can. Let's see. This one's very bubbly, isn't it? And I do like this style. That's why when I did mine initially, I had that bubbly. And welcome back, Snedge. Hello. Hi. Let's see. Yeah, hi. This one's more square and blocky. And I'm trying to see. This one's kind of sharp, right? It has a lot of triangles in its texturing, which I think is really neat. And I don't want to do that. I want to go for a more normal tree, something like this, if anything. But again, this one's also very sharp, but you can still see textures of leaves and trees. Well, texture of trees and leaves. But you can see. So let's see. Saying all of that, or saying. Let me zoom out. Here, let's see, method one. All right. Details, maybe we can go something like this, a little bit more fluffy for their leaves. You said another work in progress if you see how you're making your leaves. Not yet. I want to get my own attempt to do my own first, and then I can glance at it. But I'm excited to see. And you come to you because you want to wish you +5 chill, positive, not tilt mood, and have a nice air evening and be successful and happy in the coming year. Thank you, Pars. Thank you, and I hope you too. I attempt to have a chill, relaxing vibe, as you know, studying's always been a favorite of mine. Thanks, sis, fair enough. Yeah, I want to try my own taking from these things and then see what other ideas and see, oh, that was a good idea, or oh, I should have done that too. Things like that. I'm taking a look at my notes, for example. We aren't doing bark yet, or bark textures. I'm just trying to see ideas for tree leaves. For example, here, they're more spiky. These are more round, and I think round could be fun, right? And of course. And this one's more sharp and pointed and long. These are more round and flat. Something like this is the leaf texture of this one. This one's more bubbly like that. This one's like this. Let's see. And this one's like that. I think these work. I kind of like these leaves. You have mixed feelings. You're scared to go to school. You're really not. Want to go back to see your homies. It's all about the homies. The homies are what really matter in life. And yeah, let's do this. I'm trying to do the light, medium, dark. Okay, let's go and do that. I think having more bubble, and you can see here as well, something like this is very detailed, and I want to do something here where there's just darkness in the trees. I think having that background would be good to add to the trees overall. So let's give that a go. I think that's all the references I have here. Yep. And let's take a look quickly at PureF2 to see what ideas they came up with to give it a go. So up here, they have that's what I was talking about with the dark texture in the background. That's what I'm thinking of. I usually try to do 3 colors for trees. You can see here, this is 3 colors: light, medium, dark, light, medium, dark. And for mine, I think I'm doing light, medium, dark, light, very highlights, light, medium, dark is what I think I'm doing. I think I want to do something like this as well, where there's parts in the tree leaves themselves. I think that could be fun. And let's see, I'm just taking a look. This one's more dotty and spotty. I like this as well. Maybe we can do something like this instead. More leaf-like. I think this would work. I also like how there's highlights on the bark. That's very cute. And look at the swirl. I'm a big fan of swirls. It's got squirrels. Oh, squirrels. If it has swirls, I'm in there. So let's see. Let's go back into Aseprite. I'll go ahead and drag that tree reference so I can see it while I'm doing the swirls and all the textures. So let's see. I keep saying so. Let's see. I've got to have a counter or something. All right. Go in here. And I want to have a really dark color for the back of the tree, the background. And we go back into here. We have this color, something dark, something really dark. Maybe this could work. Something really dark. I don't know if it's gonna work actually, but let's give it a try for now. And we can always change the color. And you love dithering? Oh man, I'm excited for dithering. And just added dithering to your tree, your brain cells activated all its neurons at once. Now I'm really excited. You're setting the bar really high. I'm so curious to see. Okay, all of that said and done. Now we can add bits and parts and kind of go in a little bit more texturing is what I'm hoping. For example, we can start with the outlines and everything and work our way in. We don't have to add outlines to the tree, but we can if we want to later on, as I think for this, no, I didn't even do an outline. I don't think when I drew this, I knew outlines existed. So I just went with no outlines. And that is a style, so all the same. If that works for you, it works for you. What I want to do is add some leafy feels to it. And I want to have the leaves look like leaves. So the idea here is I'm going to do something like this. I want to make it very round. I'm adding a roundness to the leaves in an attempt to make it look very leafy, very, I say as I do it on the wrong. Hold on. Let's do this and this. I get X of that. And let's is this a copy of a copy? Good. Okay, paste. Now we're on the right layer. Okay, let's add maybe one out here. And I don't want to do too much of it. We want to have a little bit of variation so it's not too big. Maybe something can come off of here like that. Here. And then maybe something here. Here like this. Here. I'm just kind of lightly going over everything in hopes that it's not too much. Just add a little bit of dots and everything is the hope. Add a little bit here, 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 here. I don't like this area here. Everywhere is here. That's the truth. There's only here, nothing else. There, I might add a big blob here, something like that. Here and there, everywhere. Maybe here. And oops, don't want to slide that off. I add here like that. I don't want it to be too sharp. Might do this. I'm just over trying to do some sort of leaf pattern. And I know some people do something like, I think this, where they have a brush for their leaves. Might do something like that and maybe something like this. And then they take the brush like that, and I think it's Control B or Shift B, or no, it's Control B maybe. Like this, and pattern line to source, pattern paintbrush. Here we go. And then they can do leaves like this, hold on, like that. But then it kind of looks the same, doesn't it, a little bit? Matches a little bit too much, I feel like, sometimes. But it also is it's a method where it makes it kind of feel like a leafy, you think? And I'll use it for down here. I think this is fine. I'll go back to the regular brush, if it'll let me. Here, and make it a little smaller. Add a little bit of you guys, and maybe like that. Maybe a little bit smaller here, like this. And actually, I think this is too round. Maybe a little bit like that instead. And actually, if you see, that does not look right. That looks more right than the other one. And I might make this come over here. Like maybe down there a little bit. And have this kind of come off like that. I think that's okay. I think this might be too big, but we can always change it later. That is the nice part about this. We can trial and error our way through things. It does not have to be perfect. I'll go ahead and grab this dark guy, and now we can figure out where the really, really dark areas are. I'll go ahead and grab you, since you are the back area. And now we can go in and figure out the very back area. And you're back? Welcome, welcome back. Welcome, welcome back. Now what I can do is take these guys and maybe I'm gonna come around this area here. I'm going for the very bottom areas, filling those in like that and that. And I'm trying to add the leaves in layers is the hope, the goal at least. At leaf. This is a very top area, so we're fine there. I'm just trying to add the additional separations. This might be really separated for the dark areas. Actually, I feel like this is the very back, right? This is the back of the tree. So if anything, this is fine. Having this be the front, because this is all front. This is the front, this is the very far back. That's how you know it's the back area. It's the back rooms. What we can do that is add that, I think, and that's nice. It kind of helps us show the difference between the areas. If anything, we might do dark here and here to show, hey, look, there's a dark separation here between these two, which is okay. And then from there, we have the leafy down there. That's good. Maybe down here. We'll have the leaf textures everywhere else. I'm just trying to get a general idea of where everything's going at the moment. And then, maybe something like that. It doesn't have to be dark here because it's not dark there. If anything, I'll do this and keep it going and add that. I think that works for now at the very least. Just a background for the tree itself. What I want to do is make this hidden a little bit. And then I want to add those separations where you can see the branches. For example, there's kind of a separation here. There's a separation about here, maybe here that we can do. And maybe up here. Or no. We don't want to do that. There's no leaves there. Hold on. There's no branches there. We might do one here then. We want to show off the branches and everything that's connected. So I'm trying to keep things in line with that. Might do one here. 3 of them, so that they come through and shine through. So not one-to-one with the art, but overall, trying to keep it similar. And now it kind of helps with figuring out the connections and everything is the hope. As I think when I did here, nope, I didn't do it here, which is fine. If we look at some of the references, I'm sure we'll be able to see, yeah, you can see some parting and some branches. And hi, Dem Devil, welcome back to stream. I hope you're doing well. Hi, and welcome. Now let's see. Sometimes they don't add the separation for some of the games. Some of them for here do it, where you can see the lines going through and some of the leaves breaking. Let's try to do something similar to that, I think. Where maybe, if I go back here and grab you, the leaves might come out here. And now this is where we're adding the big textures. The leafy bits that get added in. Might add something like this, like that, and add something like this. And now it's all, it really does just come to a matter of texture and leaves and trying to make it feel like there's leaves and that it's a leaf or alive. I don't feel like that works better. And why are you drawing trees? It's a tree study. It was recommended, and also since it's the end of the year, and also I'm considering it the 1000, the 1000 celebration for this channel, at least on my YouTube. The first video I uploaded to my channel was for a tree study. And since it was also asked or requested to do a tree study, I figured it would be fun to do it full circle and go back to my roots. The best way to say it. And since I wanted to do a study stream today, figured kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's add our roots. And this doesn't look right. The leaves, the branches don't feel like the leaves and the branches, do they? I don't think this is working. I think, this is tricky. I think, maybe would this come down here? No. Oh, that's gonna be hard. Maybe we can go back to the references here. Where are the branches at? The branches kind of get separated or overlapped, and let me bring you to concept so you can see what I'm looking at. And okay, I did read that. Yeah, okay. Sometimes you can see it, I guess, when the leaves poke through. Sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't. And I think maybe that's why what I struggled with. So this doesn't look right to me, but it is a style. And I'm trying to figure out, why does it look right? Why doesn't it look right? And I think it's because of the bushes. And the way you did it was just by adding big spaces between the leaves and filling them in with dark color. Interesting. Okay, I'll give that a try. I think I get what you mean. And the texture is beautiful. The best thing you know how to draw is a Lofi of an illegal substance. That's a skill in itself, though. You said you tried adding big spaces between the leaves. I think I know what you mean. You mean like, because it's not a whole tree, right? So you mean like this, Wrath? Something like here and here? Something like this? Big spaces. Something akin to this instead. And we had like a separation maybe here, like that instead. And what, who up drawing the trees? I don't get what you mean in that one, but welcome, Ash Prater. Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. I hope you have a fun time. And let me know what you mean specifically, as I'm a little confused. But if you let me know, I can attempt to attempt to translate. If you mean why I'm drawing trees, it's a semi 1,000 subscription study. I said it right, I think. I usually do studies for Pixelart, and today's topic is trees. So I'm attempting to draw trees, and I'm attempting to study trees and draw trees. Learn how to draw trees. I'm trying to get better at trees themselves, is the hope. And in the Birch by Pixel Overload you had the concepts. Hold on. Pixel Overload. I see. Bush bunch. I got ya. Okay. In that case, I think what would be the right thing is then something like that, do you think? Or no? I'm telling you, trees are tricky, aren't they? And no worries, to translate it's normal to talk. Who's awake drawing trees? And the answer is you. I see. Yes, it is indeed me. I'm attempting to get trees done. That is the hope at the very least. Trees are tricky, aren't they? I've only drawn trees. I think I've drawn trees twice. So it's an attempt to try to go back to, or at least get better at it. It's a study stream, so it's all about studying and practicing. And here, let's see. I'll make this a bit smaller, and I'll add it to the branch. It's definitely tricky, I can say that. If it's one thing I've learned, trying to add spikes and everything to the branches and the leaves. Let's see, and one here and here, and you just notice some of the blobs look like Mario fireballs? Do they? I can see the fireballs. I definitely can see fireball feel. They're orangey, and these are the fire colors, truth be told. This is all fiery. I can agree to that. Let's see, maybe if some here, like this, and then like that. But I don't want to make it flat. That's the thing I'm really worried about. I guess it's going to be a matter of texturing. I'm trying to just overall go for a feeling of leafy feel. And here, and then maybe we have that. But maybe this kind of covers it here. And then we have this kind of going down. Leafy feel like that. Leafy feel like that. And here, like this. And so like something like that maybe. Add a little leafy fill here. And let's see, add small ball eyes, and boom, Mario fireball. Hold on. Like, this? There you go. Or maybe you mean something more like this. Well, that does look creepy. I can see it. And lots of blobs and applied shapes for trees. Last year, remember? Haven't drawn them forever. Yep. This was the last time I drew trees, and this was a year ago. Something like this. Lots of blobs and implied shapes. I haven't drawn trees since. I am struggling. And y'all, you don't worry too much about lighting when making bushy stuff? As long as you keep the light source in mind, it usually ends up all right. Really? I'll take your word for it. I mean, the less I have to worry about lighting. Lighting is not my forte. I can say that at the very least. Lighting is painful. Lighting, I really do need to do more lighting studies, but I don't wanna suffer. That's a lot of suffering right there, and no thank you. But I do need to do them. I really do need to get better at the lighting part, as lighting makes things feel more realistic, doesn't it? Makes them feel more alive. Lighting makes it feel more alight. A light! How about that? A light, star bright. First thing I say tonight. Let's add some leaves here. Maybe one more here, like this. I'm just trying to add a feel of leaf and make sure it feels leafy, but I don't know leaf textures too much. And lighting is so fun. You sure you'll have fun? Yeah, that's the thing. I have fun when I understand. But because I don't understand at the moment, it's very hard for me to have fun. But once I do, I am sure 100% I agree. I think so too, Raph. 100%. And yeah, lots of blobs. So let's see. Something like that maybe. Oops. Something here, there, everywhere. Lighting. Shine star bright tonight. Here, maybe that. This will probably come down a little bit though, won't it? So that's kind of layering on top of each other. Maybe something like that instead. Lots of layer lighting going on. And mixing of colors, if I do say so. Something like that, maybe. Maybe like that instead. And that's kind of bushy. This is also kind of bushy. Maybe more so up there. Kind of come down here. And then we kind of have a bush here. This is fine. Actually, is it fine? Probably not. Maybe see something like this. And then we have this guy kind of coming out here. Maybe kind of coming out here a bit. So it really just comes down to an endurance test. How well can you stand doing all this texturing? And the question and answer to that is, you can see it started leafy here, but as I'm getting over here, it's kind of becoming a blob, and that's no good. That's no good at all. Let me see if I can do faster. It might make me think less. And I feel like the more I think, the more it doesn't feel tree-like. The more I think, yeah, the more it doesn't feel tree-like. You can see, I'm already not using most of the brain power anymore. Let's add some leaves up here and here. Maybe up here and here. Like this and here. Like that. And the thing, it looks like pancakes, doesn't it? It looks very flat at the moment. And I think that's because it's not curved. That's it. That's why it doesn't look like it. I gotta do something like this. Hold on. Like this and here. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. It's something's off. If it really is like that, you think about it too much and just end up looking boring. Yeah, right now I think that is my issue. I think about it too much. Too much thinking, not enough draw. And then I draw more big brain. There you go. 100%. That's the strategy here. Add some here, 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 here. But I do like drawing trees. I don't know what it is. I barely use trees. For my game, I don't have trees, but I like drawing the trees and the shrubbery and the plants. It's just fun for me. I like trying to fill out the greenery, and I like having places feel very alive. That's one of my favorite things to do. Here, here, maybe some here, here. Hold on, grab some of that. Maybe some bushies down here, like this maybe, down there. And let's see, watching this is so much more calming and relaxed and a break from working on your psychological RPG pixel art horror game. Oh, that sounds scary. Day in and day out, so thanks for that. I really needed this. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I've been told these streams tend to be more relaxing, so I'm glad I'm able to help you relax, chillax, and unwind a little bit. As I think, you know, after working so much, it's nice to get that break. And for me, at least, this part is relaxing, just trying to get the blobby bits. It's tedious, but it's relaxing. Can something be tedious and relaxing at the same time? That would be my next question. And to answer that, I'm not too sure. I think so, at least. Something can be tiring to do, but at the same time, you kind of get in a rhythm that you don't think about it as much. It's not as much as a hassle, I feel like. And I think down here can be orangey. Oops, orangey, like that. And something here, like this a little bit. And programming is tedious and relaxing. Well, hold on now. Programming's not relaxing. If my record's anything to go by, I wouldn't call it relaxing. I'd call it painful. Very painful. 100%. I think, again, I gotta remember the blobs, right? The blobs in the areas of leaf. And, okay, I do that. That's true. It's like building a thing in Minecraft. Yeah, you just relax, and it's a lot of blocks that you have to build and everything, but it's a fun, I'd call it a fun process. Overall, it's just you get into a rhythm. I guess that's the thing. Get into a rhythm, and it's fun in that sense, but tedious again in the sense that you gotta go mining. Mining's pretty relaxing, right? Can pain be relaxing? I've never heard of that before. Calling pain relaxing. Yes, that massage, getting the back cracked is very relaxing. At least there, it's relieving tension and stress. Here, I don't know what you'd call it. I don't know. And I feel like I'm making a tree that's a mythical tree, but this tree up here does not feel like this tree down here. Something's off. Something's off, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Truthfully, it's not coming together. I'm gonna copy this, or at least, hold on. I think now we check to see how you did it, Wrath. Give it a good old look, as something's off, and you definitely have a lot more practice when it comes to Pixelarts. Let's see. I see. Blob, yeah. Big blob, small blob, little blobs. Go by blobs. Okay. Blob, blob, blob. Let me get water. And let's see, you'll send another update then? Sure. Let's see. To me, it's more like taking care of a dog. Tiring but fun and satisfying. Yeah, like taking care of a pet. Oh yes, the complete exact similar thing to art. But yeah, it's a thing of, it's good work. It's work, but it's the good type of work that pays off in the end. Alrighty, water break over. And if you send another one, I'll check it out, as I'm definitely trying to get better at it. And yeah, you're going bit by bit, I see. And that will take a very long time. I'm gonna do something a little bit different. I'm gonna try to do what I did here a bit, but I'm gonna try to do dark, medium, big. That's what I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna take this layer I already have and work off of that instead. So now instead I'm gonna try to do something a little bit more stylistic, hopefully. I'm going to blob everything in with dark colors first, and pat everything down, and hope it's a little nicer, as right now I don't think mine's working the best. I might pop here, add some bushes here, dot everything, scatter everything, and hope to see something good. And there's no leaves here, right? Or leaves on the branches. So I won't add leaves on the branches there. Maybe something up here, maybe something here-ish, like that, and add leaves here. And I'm trying to just dot around everything and add a bit of sense of oomph is the hope here. Like that, maybe. And have it come down here, kind of coming around in areas and shapes, right? And have it up here, maybe up here, like that, up down there, up there, and have it be here, 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 kind of come out here, maybe, and make it a little bit bigger here, like that maybe, for the tree instead. Something's definitely off, and you're making little blobs since leaves are actually just blooming flowers. Ooh, yeah, they are, aren't they? I mean, not all trees have flowers though, right? And this definitely doesn't feel very tree-like. I feel like I have to add a little bit more round up here, maybe. Oh, hold on. And let me see if I can find that brush. I feel like that would make it a little bit easier. There's a certain brush setting, cloud brush, Aseprite. Let me see if I can find it. PRIT. Because my tree is not looking like a tree right now. I don't like it. Something's off about it. Let's see. 448. That's the settings they recommend. B 448. What does that give us? Does this give us the idea I'm thinking of? I go ahead and do this. Yeah, more like that. Okay, better. Like this. And have it be blobby in areas. Blobby up here. Have big blobs up here. Some up here. Have it be big areas, right? So something here maybe. Maybe something up here too. Like that. Maybe up here, like this. Have a bigger area up here. Something like this. Like that. And then down here, we have more, maybe something like this. And then here, branches, another branch maybe, oh, hold on. Maybe a branch here, and a branch here, maybe a branch here, and it kind of comes out here. Maybe something more like that instead can be more tree feel. I don't know yet, trying it. And thanks for your compliment about your skill. Of course, your stuff's always so detailed. And you would kind of be hard right now, but you think that'd be more productive if you lowered your relative resolution to something smaller? Probably. I wanted to do something more, a little bit bigger, but I think, yeah, resolution probably is the issue. But I think when I did this one's a lot bigger. It was 192 by 192. What is this one currently? I wanted to make it similar in size at least. Let's see. This is 96 by 96, so it's smaller, just a little smaller. But yeah, usually start small, get bigger. We did start small a little bit, and I'm trying now to see about bigger. only time can tell, really. Let's see. Move in here. We have some side areas that I'm looking at. Maybe this dot can get removed, add it here, here, like that. And I think this is fine. Maybe we can add some blobs up here, or maybe some more blobs in this area here. Maybe blobs here, and that's not a branch, unfortunately. Where were branches at? Okay, the branches are here. If I do this, and then maybe make it this, I should be able to, yeah, there we go. Adding blobs and branches to see. And then I'll swap, or I'll move this here, and then I'll swap this here to make it like this. And then it can let me do things like this, like that instead. I'm trying to get an idea of areas that can go. It's very tricky, it is. And I think it comes down to knowing what a tree looks like. And I need to touch trees. And to you, what's the hardest part to make about the game, minus the making it function? Talking about like art and stuff, story stuff, it's art and story. Me, you said minus making it function? I'd say probably the art, yeah. Making the art feel alive for a game, if it's about making the art alive. But making the art feel lively, I feel, is a tricky part about game dev. Making it feel like it belongs to a piece is also really tricky as well, right? Making the animations, maybe animations, tedious but fun, I would say. Let me move this up here so I can see. There's like a big area here. Maybe up here is also an area that's around. And now it kind of feels like an oak tree, doesn't it? The fluff up here and up here maybe. Like that. Here. Maybe something like that for the tree instead. It always comes down to just what feels better, and this doesn't look like that tree. but I think maybe it's because I'm not doing the sizing right. Or not sizing, but the way it looks. For example, that tree I'm looking at is more like this. It's got a big area up top, right? Big area up top. And then it's got this small area in the middle. And then it has a big area in the bottom down here. And it kind of comes around down here as well. And then it's kind of come up here. And then about here. And then about here. There's a big bunch here, down here. There's a little bit of a side here, but not too much. And then there's a bit of an overhang up here. That's what the tree looks more like this, compared to before. And maybe that's why it's not feeling like a good tree. Maybe we just go off of this. I mean, nothing's stopping us. Like I said, it's a trial and error. Let's maybe go off of this instead, because this tree is not this tree that I'm looking at. Maybe we go off of this guy here. We really are going just free-for-me today, it seems. It's just fine. It's staying where it takes us. All right, let me refine this a little bit. I'm just trying to get the shape of the leaves down. That's what I'm going for right now at the moment. I want to get the tree shape feel. And if I can do that, that's good. That's the most important part right now. Getting the tree to feel like a tree. It's nice to have the leaves and branches at the bottom, but sometimes I feel like that doesn't work. Like right now at the very least, the tree doesn't feel like a tree. I tried adding the leaves and everything, but it didn't feel right. Well, maybe if I start with leaves first instead, that's a better way to solve this current problem, this current predicament I am suffering from. Like this around here, I think it's around here. It's also at the bottom here, like this. And then there's a little bit bottom here, like this. Something like that. That looks really weird, doesn't it? You didn't do something kind of similar for your tree? You went first for big blobs of pink and then slowly added the two. Yeah, usually for art in general, you want to go big, small. And that's why I think especially, yeah, this is... I might have a better success with this because I'm starting big than small. Might be a little bit better. Go here, erase a little bit up here. And then kind of like this, add a little bit of blob around here. Trying to get the general shape, and again, it doesn't have to feel right? Or it doesn't have to be accurate. Let me rephrase it. It doesn't have to be accurate. There's a lot that's going on down here. I might add that, but that's a huge tree, isn't it? So I think, let's keep it like this. Let's keep it as small as we can get at the moment. Crop it, new layer, make it smaller, and then grab the layer, make it smaller, as this isn't, well, if it'll let me, make it smaller, escape, hit, click, make it smaller. Like that-ish, probably. It's smaller. And now does it fit with the tree size? Kinda, sorta. I'm gonna hide this guy here just to see a feel of it. Maybe a little bit bigger, like this, or let me undo it. Grab it, and now make it smaller, like this. Oops, like this I say, as it selects everything. All right, like that maybe, and move it up here. It might look something more like this. There we go. I feel like that's a little better. Like that. Okay. And then I'll grab the trunk. Or actually, I'll hide these tree guys for now, just so I can see. And I'll grab the palette guy here and move you over as well. Okay, what did I read? An off-topic question, but have you watched Jade Animation's Pokemon 50+ type vids? Just asking? No, I have not. I used to watch her stuff, not anymore. And hi, Winter the Shapeshifter. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, tree went small for a little bit, but this one was even smaller. Very small tree. 2 O's, 2 L's. Small. Huge small. Very adorable at the very least. Okay. Do this for the brush. Go in and try to add a little bit of that texturing, right? Add a little bubble here, and just make sure that it still keeps that feeling of bushy tree is the hope I'm doing here. Like that, maybe. And I think that's good to go. Maybe erase here a little bit. And I heard a sound. Hold on. Let's see. If I click, where are we at? Here? Thank you for the follow as well, Winter the Shapeshifter. I keep thinking Winter Soldier when I see that name. And hello. And hello, Fabio. Welcome to stream. Okay. Now that we have this, we need to figure out where the lighting is, right? That's what we did before. I'm gonna grab this guy, and I'm going to duplicate it again. We're starting over. We're seeing where this takes us. It takes us somewhere, hopefully to a better place. Or go grab this. Hold on. This guy here. Oh, this guy here. Now we're good. Yeah, okay. I like that a little bit more. Okay, it's definitely wider. It's definitely bigger. Now I'm gonna go back with this color, and this was the darker shade. I'm gonna do W to grab it. And now with my big wily brush, I'm going to figure out where this lighter at. Right now it's two-toned. There's some lightness here, it seems like. There seems to be some lightness here as well. I'll light this area of the tree up. And it's kind of coming around and down, right? Maybe here be some lightness. And maybe there would also be, well, not maybe, there is a lot of lightness up here at the top of the tree. Some lightness comes here. There's some lightness that kind of comes here and here. Something like this. There's also lightness here, in this area here. And then there's lightness here. And it seems to be that's about it. There's lightness here in the center too, right? Probably lightness here, about there, lightness. And there might be medium lightness here, so I might do something like this to just help show lightness is the hope. But there's no lightness in this bottom area, which is why I think it's so confusing. It kind of goes over and under, I think, which is the really tricky part. So I'll go ahead and highlight this and maybe, oops, maybe make it here instead. Something like that to help with it, the brightness and darkness. Yeah, I might need another medium tone is the issue here. Add a little bit here and maybe a little bit here for our light and darkness, like that instead. And make sure that's covered up. And a little bit here, a little bit here. Maybe try to look leafy. And you're the first person you see using Aseprite layers on the side instead of down. After finding out that I can do it on the side, I never went back. And I found that out probably a month or two ago, and since then, I tell you, I have never looked back, not once. It's been great having it on the side because I can get the top and bottom of the artwork compared to if it's like, hold on, if it's here. I can't see down there. It feels like I'm getting blocked, but this feels a lot more open when I do it that way. That's so, it's helped me so much. That's interesting. I think I saw another streamer have it be on the side, or it was either YouTube. I can't remember which one. My memory cannot save me today. Okay, with all that said, something like that I think is good. Something that there, maybe like there, or hold on, maybe like that instead. I think can be helpful. Maybe here, oh, hold on, like that. And then from there, let's see. I'm just trying to make sure it feels leafy. I'll grab this color here, maybe block it in here. Oop, block it in here. And I think that's good. And then from there, we kind of just add layers, right? Kind of trying to go overlapping, and that's what I think I struggled with before. For example, now we have this lighter color that we have to go through. And now I'll grab these guys. Oops. Now I'll grab these guys. Oop. There we go. Grab these guys. And now I'll try to add that lighting I'm seeing on the picture. I might go here, do like this. And now it's kind of a light here, up here. And it seems to be light here and here as well. Kind of like a layer now. I'm hoping it's a little better than it was before. I'm going up here, grabbing this guy here. There seems to be light up here. And there seems to be light all across the top of this one as well. So I'll just go ahead and grab my brush and bring it across the top of these guys. Like this, and like this. And now the idea is that I can blend it together and hopefully get something a little better than I had before. I'll go ahead and duplicate it again and hide it. Now we go in and clean up a little bit. Now we attempt to see if this is the fruits of the labor. Go in here, here, oops, here. And now we do a clean attempt. And let's see. You like to extrapolate the shape a little bit with a lighter tone to give it a bit more depth. Oh, if you could describe that a little bit more. Do you mean add it down here or add it up here? Which one would you mean? I need a little bit of an explanation on that one. Go here, clean up these guys here, like that. And I want to do more of a leafy texture for these guys than I usually do. I feel like doing leafy textures could be a lot of fun. Grab this guy here, oops, like that, or like this. No, like this. No, never mind. Yeah, how about that? And then like this. Yep, like that and that. There we go. That works. And this guy kind of, I feel, should come down maybe a little bit over here. But again, it looks like it's stacking, right? And that's the problem I ran into before. But we'll keep it for now and keep going and see how we feel afterwards. I think that's good, that's good. This guy here needs to be colored here. This guy here needs to be colored here and here. And here, I think is good. Okay, and let's see, bleeding the light tones out of the darker shapes into pure dark shadow. And oh yeah, mixing everything, right? Maybe that's it. That's just, I like to call it mixing. And speaking of what I'm looking at, the darker tones kind of go darker. Let's see. This, we need an in-between, I think, for what these two are. I'll go ahead and highlight this guy so we don't go into between those two. It's something that's a mixture between them. So if I go here, I can go darker and redder, or it's in purple, right? Which works still. Something like that, maybe a little bit darker. Something like that, maybe. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Let me okay, grayscale. Okay. Like that. Okay. Now we kind of have that shadow of leaves. And now I want to add that leaf feel. The leaf idea that these are leaves in the shadows. And sometimes cluster confusion works good, especially on trees. I agree. And welcome, Crabman. welcome to stream. And remember to add it to the palette. Oh yeah, that's true. Where are we at? Thank you for reminding me to add it to Pal. Pal doesn't get enough love these days. But I tried to do a mixture of these two. We have, oh, hold on. Let me put it here. That way. It's a mixture of those guys. And let me zoom out, not too much zoom in. You don't ever want to zoom in too much. All right, I'll go ahead and save. Go back to our layer that we have here. And yeah, thank you for reminding me. Again, it's all about, usually make a leafy shape. Yeah, a leafy. I'm going for more a leaf. It's not a leaf right now. We'll get there slowly. I think something like this, where it's a little pointed, right? Something like this. These little guys are very leafy, right? And you're from Twitch? I see, Elax, so you switched to YouTube? What an interesting thing. Usually it's the other way around. But welcome to the other side. Yeah, usually people from YouTube come over to Twitch because Twitch apparently is a little better, but I don't know. I do both. So I can't say too much on the matter, either or, but I do both just because I want people to have the choice to choose what they want to have and what they want to watch. I only wish I could have both chats on screen, but I couldn't get it working. It was painful. And yeah, wonderful. I'm glad I got it right. Okay, saying all of that, let's try to get that leafy texture mixed in. So something like, actually, how do I want to do this? I want to do kind of like this and break it up a bit, like this, like that, and then I want to do a mixture. So something like this first. I want to do a mixture of the leafy feels underneath and see how that works and blend it that way, like this, and go from there and see. From what I'm looking at, the reference I'm looking at, and I'll show you as well, we go back into Pure Ref. Which user experience is usually better. That's what I've heard, so it's a surprise. But it wasn't surprising nonetheless. You can kind of see here, right? There's the blocky, leafy textures. That's the feel I want to go more towards. So that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm trying to get a feel from. This is Dr. Smee off of, Twitter. He has a lot of cool looking trees, and that's what I'm using as reference at the moment. So I'm looking at this tree, trying to do it in this style more so, and just started making the bigger leaf shapes for the lighter parts, and it's starting to come together. I'm glad. That's always the best part. I feel like there's definitely always, and I'll wait for the transition, I feel like there's always an ugly stage to art, and you have to make sure you work through it. Otherwise, you won't get the fruits of your labor when it comes to the beauty in the art pieces. Yeah. Ugly stage is a thing. Awesome, Refs, thank you. I always like to do a lot of references. The more, the better. Especially when you don't want to make sure, well, you want to make sure you're not copying, right? So more references, the better. And I think I'm not going to do breaks in the leaves, or at least have the branches show. That is in the reference, but I don't want to show branches. I want everything to be a blob. I think that's better. So I'll have leaves come down here, and I want to have a leafy shape. I want leaves to look like they're coming in different areas and kind of layering. That's the hope to do here, is the attempt I'm going for. To have leaves look like they're blending into the environment from everywhere else. And I feel like this is going a lot better than before. Yeah, the blob tree. The tree of blobs, it consumes all that touch it. It is a very blobby day today, it seems. Grab that guy, have this kind of, I'm trying to make it look like it's wrapping in a way, because this is supposed to be spherical, right? It's supposed to look like it's coming around and down and doing a little loop-de-loops and pulling. So I'm trying to make that look like it's coming out of the leaves and out of the area, instead of making it look like it's going straight. Trying to add it to make it look like it's going down and around, like maybe like that, but I think, I'm not too sure. Is it looking okay? I think I gotta trust the process. I'll go a little bit longer with this and then see. If not, we can always go back, as that is the point of these study streams. It's gonna turn out terrible sometimes. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. And it's just a matter of seeing what I like and what I don't like. And right now, I am not sure. I remember when I did my 30-day study, or at least the section of that one, trees. I did trees twice because I didn't like the way it turned out the first time, but I kept at it. And that's why we have the trees we have today. A slow but sure attempt at getting better and in trying to figure out why it didn't work last time. And sometimes there's just art days where it's just not a day to do art. It just doesn't come to you, and that's okay. I think, at least for me, when I have those bad art days, trying to draw art is just too frustrating. So I just end up, you know what, it's a relaxed day. I just vibe for a little bit. And once you do the same with the lighter tones and medium, it'll look way better. Yeah, okay. The process will be trusted. There's so many times where I've just had to close my eyes and believe with all my heart that it'll turn out okay. Everything will be okay. Oh man. Everything will be okay. Everything will be alright. Just have to trust and hope that the art goes well. Let's see. Fingers crossed. And yeah, it always really does come down to trusting. Believe! Exactly. Believe in the process. Believe with all your heart. Now let's see. Now this guy kind of come down and the little blob, that's adorable. These guys, and I'm doing them all up underneath the ones that can show underneath. That's why I'm trying to, it wouldn't be here in this area because it's coming from underneath that. So I'm trying to keep lighting in mind without going too lighting into lighting. It's a tricky process of I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm trying anyway. Yeah, that's the fun part, isn't it? Attempting and trying to see why something might work, something might not work. Attempting and maybe not failing. See, I don't think I should put anything here. I think just below, just underneath can help. Something like here, let's see. A lot of carving. I feel like it becomes one bit in belief. Do you believe in yourself? I believe in you. Oh, that's a funny one. Coming down here. I think this can kind of come down here as well to show it's coming from both sides. So maybe something like here, and coming down like that. Doesn't have to be too strict, but I want to show it's coming from both places. Kind of coming left and right is the idea here. Kind of coming from down like that, and kind of coming down like that. I want to show it curving. That's why I'm doing these curves in the between. And then from here, let's see, like that, and some of these guys. Just a bit here and there is the hope. And I do know as well, when you do, because it's lighting, it's less detailed, right? It's darker, so less light. And especially when you do less detail as well, you want to make sure it's very small. So I'm starting out with these big leaves, but as they go smaller, it gets very tiny, right? I have to make sure I keep sizing in mind as well. Tree pun. The tree puns are painful. And let's see. Okay, I did read that. Lovely, lovely. Leaf. Exactly. And you believe it. Ah, yes, it's all coming together now. Like this. And I might do something like that instead for the tree. And tree pun, I'm telling you, they hurt, but they do have their charm, don't they? And you know, I'm a fan of puns, but sometimes sometimes the puns hurt. Sometimes there's a physical impact on me, right in the heart. Right there. It didn't have to happen, but it does from time to time. But they're fun. They're also very witty. They're witty, or should I say woody, huh? Oh man. Let's see. This guy kind of comes out a little bit into a curve like that. And this kind of comes out a little bit. That's the thing, this is part one. This is part one of shading. This is the painful part. I'd say if pixel art, while it's easy to get into, it's the detail that makes pixel art very hard to continue or hard to learn. It's trying to learn where do you put the pixel art at? Where do pixels go? Does a pixel go here? Does it not go here? That's the tricky part of learning pixel art. It's fun overall. That's what you gotta question, and that's why it can be hard for a lot of people. And no, puns never hurt. What do you mean? They're for suffering, and they do hit the soul though, but that's you don't take physical damage when you hear puns. Is it only me? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it's affected differently, so it seems. If I had to guess, if I had to, one must assume. What is it? One must assume someone's happy. It starts with an S, doesn't it? It's a Greek quote. I can't remember it exactly, but I remember it was a Greek guy posting Sisyphus, right? One must assume Sisyphus is happy. I think that's what it is. I think, if I can recall correctly. I do a little heart here. I'm starting to fall into a pattern where it seems to be, it's about this. This is a leaf, seems to be. Like that. This guy kind of comes around here. And one must assume Sisyphus is happy. I think that just means, despite him doing the same thing over and over again, he's content with doing his job. Is that what it means? And yeah, Sisyphus. Yeah, I see, I remembered. Took me a second. Names are very hard for me. But it's always an attempt I try to do, but I'm glad I figured it out. And look at the thumbnail, it's already looking good. I don't see it. I don't see it yet. Not quite yet. I'm trusting the process right now, but I'm hoping with all my heart it'll come to be something. That's the attempt at the moment. Let's see, here. And I think it definitely is just a lot of mixing the colors to make it feel like it's coming together. That feel of nice and, what's the word? I forget. The word that means it flows well. That's it. That's what I'm thinking of. Let's see. This needs to come out here, down around town. And we're almost done with this layer. Then we have to do this, I think, a few more times. And we have an hour left, so we're probably only gonna spend it on this tree, which is crazy. Trees take a very long time, and it's coming together already? I don't see it. I did try. An attempt was made, and being stubborn is the way to go with art? Yep. Being stubborn and believing in yourself. I'd say those are the best ways to get better at art. Because I think a lot of artists, what happens is a lot of artists get to a phase, and let me zoom out for a second. Actually, let me finish this. This is just the last bit, right? Let me finish this. But I think a lot of artists get to that trust the process moment, but they don't trust the process, so they go back or they never do it, I think. They give it a lot of tries, and because it doesn't look perfect that first time, they stop. And I think that's a real shame. There's so many artworks that could have been completed if the process was trusted or if they gave it a few other tries. And let me hide this guy just to show you what I mean. Where are we at? What was the initial try I did? This guy, I think? This is the one I did? This was the initial attempt? But I didn't give up after that. I didn't give up after that. That's what I was gonna say. It's a matter of trial and error, and I think a lot of the time you just have to believe. And right now I'm trying to trust this current process. It's this guy here. Okay, so this is layer 1, right? This is the next layer up. Let me go ahead and duplicate you. And let me see. This is the leaf shadow moment. Leaf shadow. There we go. Leaf shadow first. Leaf shadow. There's gonna be many. There is, let me hide this guy. This is initial blobs. Block blobs. That works. Then we have the background. And where do we have here? What's here? Oh, hold on. This is the first try. We can get rid of that. Now go ahead and just compile these guys so I know what we're looking at. And new group. Wonderful. Okay. And we're on this guy. Okie dokie. Let me get some water. And okay to do that. And see, it could still work, to be honest, first attempt. Oh yeah, I feel like it could work if I worked on it longer. But I want to try to finish it in the time we have. And I only have 4 hours. So right now, it's a matter of, okay, is this working? How far can I push this? And I really do think if I did push it more, it would work. But it's just a matter of, figuring it out, squeezing, tilting my head side to side, squinting, unsquinting, widening my eyes, closing my eyes. All of those things. Let me get some water. So we Russian? No, we're definitely not Russian. But I like to try to finish it by the end of stream, because then that means I have to do it off stream, and I'm less likely to finish something if I have to continue it off stream. Because usually after stream, I take a nap, and then once that nap's done, the day's gone. The day is over with. I no longer have day. That is how it usually is. Oh man, it's a process, isn't it? This is supposed to be 448. Oh. Hold on, I said 4, not 14. Thank you. I want to add that little blob there. I don't like the plus sign. There we go. I feel like it looks a little bit better. Okay, so next up, we add this guy, right? This mixture here below it. And let me go ahead and zoom in. Here we go. You're super late. Hi, Dark. Welcome to stream. No worries. The fact you came is enough in itself. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you for stopping by. And day-ending naps. Yeah, it's very healthy to take cat naps. And I said this before, but my issue is once I fall asleep, it's a matter of getting back up that I have a problem with. And it does not work sometimes. But cat naps that are like an hour, 30 minutes are very healthy. Don't you beat you up? I am not a committer of violence. Why would you ever say such a thing? I'm a pacifist. I'm as pacifist as they come, thank you very much. As much, never once have I harmed, thank you very much. And bonked for late? Nah. Yeah, the good news is this is a study stream, but it's not like you have to be, it's not strict, or in the sense of, and that one's a bad leaf. Not strict in the sense of you're gonna get graded. You were gonna get graded for how well your attendance. My attendance was always very poor. You know what, I did the work, I got A's, so who's really winning? Oh, how about that? And like I said before with the small sizes, because it's getting lighter and lighter, I have to remember to make the sizes smaller, especially because I can't fit anything. But maybe something like this to show the smaller size to the leaves as it's getting lighter or darker, right? The light's not hitting it as well. I'm trying to make sure it's small, stay small, and we don't want things to match too well. I feel like maybe something like that could work instead. Maybe something like this. And again, I don't have to be too Pacific. Oh yes, I am the ocean. Too specific. There we go. How about that? Too specific with this. Again, people aren't probably going to see it from this angle. You're only noticing it because you're watching me do it. But they're not going to notice something. If I did this here, doesn't look nice. But from here, from looking at it, are you going to notice that line there? Probably not, unless you're really squinting to try and dissect it. It's not too bad of a thing. And right now I'm just trying to make sure we go at the bottom. I try not to have the lines look too, what is it? This is probably the smallest leaf I'll go for. And because this is the edge, or maybe that's probably the smallest leaf, I have this kind of curve round in a little bit like this, like that. Actually, I think that's a little bit better. And let's see, you've been walking in circles in your room for like 10 minutes trying to figure out a good story for your game and how to make the art fit with the story and gameplay before your mind went to Undertale. Why? Because Undertale's a really good game that has a really good story. I'm not a story artist first. I used to do, because I wasn't good in my opinion at art, my artistic value went to doing stories. And one thing I always thought and loved about Undertale was the story. I love the story, I love the characters, I love how it feels, and it just makes you feel nice and cozy, doesn't it? And did someone say Pacific? I did. I didn't mean to. I've summoned the crab. I've summoned all the crabs. Let me save it there. Oh yeah, this definitely isn't looking like that tree, but you know what? There's a time and place for trees to be trees, and this is treeing as well as a tree can tree. So you know, it treed. It's okay. It's a-okay, and I want to make sure this guy doesn't look too similar to the other ones. I'll do a little bit smaller. I don't want to do it too small is the issue here. Your tree's about half done. Nice, nice. Crabman, we have a lot of crabs here. Twee. Oh, it's funny. Twee indeed. We're seeing as how well we can twee. Let's see. Do like here, maybe here. Oh, that's the thing. I don't want to do too many things next to each other. I might do it like that, and again, it's not gonna look too bad because it's not next to each other. Maybe do here, like that. Little lightning bolt for our leaf. Here, like that. Again, a little lightning bolt like here. But again, I don't want it to be too matchy. Might be here. Oh, hold on. Like that. How about that? A little lightning bolt here, or maybe a little heart. And now can we do a lightning bolt? No, okay. Maybe like that. There we go. Little lightning bolt here, like that. Maybe a little heart here. Maybe a little lightning bolt here. Oh, hold on. I want that black to show through. Maybe more like this then. Again, don't want to be too similar. Maybe a line like this and this. And then leaf here, like that, or again, do it here maybe. Oh, hold on. Like that. Does that look like a leaf? I don't know. And you're balking for thinking not good at art? I'm talking about years ago. Like years. I've gotten better, 100%. But my issue was I wasn't improving in the ways I wanted to improve. That's the issue. And I'm doing a lot better now because I'm pushing myself. Well, that's the thing. I would push myself, but because I wouldn't see results, I would just stop. I'd stop before I reached goals, and I don't remember the meme. I think it's a meme, but it's like two guys who are underground and they're mining. One guy gives up, one guy keeps going and he finds gold, that sort of thing. And heart, a little dot on it looks like a leaf. Heart, a little dot like this. Ooh, how stylistic. How stylistic indeed. Or do you mean a dot at the bottom? That's pretty cute too. Let's see. Add the little lightning bolt. And a lightning bolt here. Add a little heart. Like that, you think? Heart dot at top or bonked for impatience. Yeah, there you go. I would do, there's a specific drawing challenge called the box challenge. I think it's the 500 box challenge, if I'm not mistaken, where you draw 500 boxes. And I did it twice. And I did see improvements, but after that, I didn't do anything with it. And I've gotten a lot better at understanding why didn't I improve? It's because I'm not taking enough time to look at art. I'm just trying to do art. And I'm not understanding why art is the way it is. I couldn't figure out why arting wasn't arting enough. And that's to say, like how I did at the beginning of stream, the pixel art of the days, doing that consistently and also looking at references like this will help your art improve a lot. I can say that. That is from my experience. Looking at other things, taking it in and understanding and questioning, why do they do dark colors here? And that's kind of what I'm doing here, right? Where it's dark, just instantly dark here. Trying to figure out and trying to mimic what people are doing. Again, here you have the dark shades and then you have the round leaves. Trying to understand what they're doing a lot of studies has helped me a lot in figuring out why things are where they are. And you have to stare at art, exactly. Just stare at it, dissect it, breathe it in, consume it. It is your next lifeline. And got yourself some cold Pepsi. Now you're in art crunching mode. Nice. I like crunching. I do like the crime crunch mode a little bit from time to time. I definitely think it does get stressful, but as long as you're having fun with it, it's not too painful. It's gonna make sure you're not overdoing it. That is the hope, right? The hope is that it's not too painful. Just a little pain is okay, as long as, like I said, not too painful. Just a smidge. It never hurt anybody to have just a little bit. A little, what is it? A little bit of Monica? There we go. Numbs at her. I've heard that before. People call art delicious sometimes, or it looks so good you could eat the art. I don't understand it, but I can understand the sentiment at least. This art looks so good I could eat it. It feels nice. Let's see. Up here, I think, oh, hold on. Have it down here probably, right? Got that little lightning guy. And we're doing that. Okay, and probably one more here. Let me do it out here like that. Oop, hold on. Like this. This kind of reminds me of an Undertale tree, I think, if I'm recalling how it looked. Or the different layers. It definitely feels tree. I'm kind of seeing it now. Sorta. Sorta, kinda. Now we need a mixture between these two colors, right? And let's see. That's a good example of relaxing pain. I don't know if I call it relaxing, though. And what do you mean? You don't eat art? I see. You're one of those art eaters. You eat it like there's no tomorrow, consuming until there's nothing left. I understand. I mean, I try to understand at the very least. I don't know if I do. Art itself, eating it, consuming it. Not really the life you want. An art eater. Putting it right and digesting it right into your system. Right into the veins. Let's see. And a little guy here. I'm wondering, okay, I have the dark areas mixed together, right? So I just continue to repeat said pattern is what I'm thinking. So this is the second leaf shadow. Leaf shadow 2. Leaf shadow 2. And we duplicate it again, just so we have a copy. And looking at art to get better is good, but remember not to compare. Yeah, 100%. Everyone learns at their own pace, and I've been learning pixel art on and off for 2 years. I've been taking it more seriously since a few months ago when I started doing these streams. That's when I got really consistent with pixel art, but 100%. Not compare yourself to where you were before. For example, this was my first ever tree. It worked, but I kept going because if I look at this tree, okay, this tree is still not a good tree, but it's better than this tree. All right, maybe we do it again. This tree is better than this tree. Comparing it to yourself because you're not going to be a Picasso. It takes a lot of practice, but I eventually got to this tree and I like this tree a lot more, but I couldn't get to this tree if I didn't start with this tree. And a lot of people give up at this tree, which is a big shame. And it's just that thing of trying to see what goes. Undo. I deleted it. Trying to see why. Oh, hold on. Leaf. Why are you angry? Is it because I hit it? Weird. But trying to see. Hold on. What are we doing here? Delete here. Okay. I lost my train of thought. But words are wording. This is leaf shadow 2. I don't remember where I was going with those words. But I hope you get my point. Duplicate. This is leaf shadow 3. Leaf shadow 3. There we go. Shadow 3. Okay. I'm thinking we have a mix of these two colors together. And look at art to get better. Okay, I had to read that. And don't delete your tree. Third tree is good. This one here. Thank you. Yeah, I tried to do it in between, but I didn't like how it felt. So yeah, we're never doing that again in between spaces. But it's a trial and error in terms of getting there. As again, like you can't know what you're capable of if you don't try. And you might have to try a lot. And you know, it's just that putting in the hours, but not making sure it's not more hours than your effort is, if that makes sense. As in, you can't just expect to get better in 100 hours. It has to be focused studying or focused hours. Because if you spend an hour not focused doing something, that's going to be less productive than if you did 30 minutes, but you were really focusing on it. So it's that thing too. You can't just expect to get better because of your timing and putting things in there. Let's go to the left a little bit, go down a little bit. Maybe something like that for a mixture of the two. Let's see. Yeah, 100 hours might be it. 1,000 hours should surely do it. Sometimes 1,000 hours isn't even a good thing. Or it doesn't even work, unfortunately. It's the thing of making sure, does it not? I don't know. And it's all about trying. It reminds you when you found your first save to fix Pokemon. Something you do to get that drive to continue to looking at and or playing games that are better than mine with the same genre so you can try to shoot for their quality. Man, you were horrible? Yeah, I think as well. Playing and like I said before, looking at pixel art. That's why I play a lot of pixel art games, because it gives me inspiration and hope to keep pushing forward when it comes to pixel art. And we're gonna go with this guy since it seems to be a good blend of these two. So now I'm gonna go through and do leaf again. I got a leaf, but just surrounding yourself with inspiration, surrounding yourself with good things. And look at PewDiePie's progress at art. You think he mentioned doing only 30 minutes? Yeah, it's a thing of making sure it's focused art, or focused practice, I mean. Alrighty, leaves here. Like this. Oh, hold on. Not like that. Definitely not like that. Let me grab you as well and want to try to get you bigger leaves. Maybe something like that instead. I don't know how this is going to go, but we'll see. Something like this, something like that. I might try to blend it in from not above, but we'll see. Something like that. No, I don't like that. Something's off. Something is off. Maybe we'll try to do the blending from the here and do some leaves like this instead. Like that, or maybe instead what we can do is do this and add a little bit more of that blobby feel, maybe. Slowly coming along, but something's not right here. Something's off, and I don't know what's off. I'm looking at this art I looked at earlier. Also, to remember to finish projects. Don't have too many, otherwise you'll never finish anything. Yeah, 100%. That's a good tip too. Don't do too much at once. If you spread yourself thin, you won't get good at anything. It's not good to be a jack of all trades. You want to specialize in something, or at least get to a good level that you're comfortable with before conquering something else. But at the same time, I burnt myself out doing that. So it's a thing of making sure it's a balance of not doing too much, but also not doing too little. A little bit of everything, but a little bit of nothing at the same time. Maybe instead I can do is something like this and this. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Something like that. No, let's do blocky now. Like that. I mean, that doesn't look too bad if I'm looking at it from above. Let's see. Maybe here. That's not too bad. Trying to see about that leaf feel is what I'm trying to go for here. I think adding a more mixed feel will help. But I gotta figure out how to do the mixed feel first. And right now it's not mixing with the feels. It's not feeling at all. Something like that maybe will be helpful, like this. This here maybe. And then take the regular brush and kind of go through and tweak it a little bit. But first, these guys have got to get worked on. And you have also got to get worked on, and you have a problem with that? Yeah, it's I used to as well, just a lot of unfinished things. And it's a matter of making sure you go back to it, or at the least, make sure you ask yourself if you really want to stop the project. just do that at the very least. Try that, I'd say. Let's see. And instead of putting more lighter tones, you can also bleed some of the medium tone into the light tone in smaller lines. I want to bleed it, but I think the light tone's too small. I'm bleeding it into the light first, or light into the dark first, just to see if, well, just to bleed the dark to help. So later on, I won't have not enough light. I'm gonna bleed it dark. Yeah. Just gonna do this first, I think, to help with making it mixed. And that way, when I start to add the other tone, it won't be as bleedy, or it can be more bleedy. Maybe something like this. This isn't looking very tree-like anymore. It was looking okay before with the patterns, but Not as much anymore, and I think trying to figure out that pattern light, right? That's the feel we have to go for. Something like that, maybe. And I thought these 1 dots would be not okay, but I think they're growing on me. Like that. That's not too bad. Having this guy kind of come out here, maybe. Have it come down like a leaf. Maybe something like that. Maybe more like this instead. And have this guy kind of come down. And I'm trying to remember to keep in mind shapes and everything. Great. This maybe, and maybe come here. Now it's coming from this side around, maybe like that instead. Like this. And then let's see. In smaller lines. Like this? Or what do you mean? You could be, yeah, you're going to add a highlight at the top, the lighter tone, right? Yeah, I think I will. I have a blah, blah, blah. Words! I can word. A lighter top light. Yes, I think that would be helpful. Nice and handy. Add this guy here. Add this guy kind of coming down a little bit. Maybe like that. Add this kind of coming out for the leaf. This is coming out. This is coming out as well. This is coming out. Oops. This is coming out like this. This like that. This is coming out here like this. And then this is coming out this way and maybe down here like that. And let me zoom out a bit so I can get the whole picture and not just look at the zoom in bit. And here like that, like this, and similar akin to that, like that maybe. Okay, and here like that, maybe. Mushing and pulling and pushing. Here, maybe here, do these. I want to try to keep the same patterns that I had going on before, right, with the lines and everything. And you also say that your sound probably removes some. You should. Oh, do you think? That's what I was wondering. I don't know if I like the orphan pixels or not. That's these guys here, right? But I'm not too sure if I do like them or not. And you're really enjoying drawing this tree? You guess you need to draw trees more often? Trees are fun. They're very fun. But I don't know if I like them or not, the orphan pixels. I think if I zoom in a little bit more, I'm not too sure how I feel about it. Because I can definitely get rid of them. They're not on my... I don't need them. I don't know. And you think you could also lessen a bit of the blobbiness on top of the leaves if you want it more consistent with the leaves in the dark area? Like do some of those spiking shapes you're doing in the medium tone. And ooh, that's a good idea. Thank you, thank you. I will give that a go. Let's see. I gotta add the leaf feel here a bit. Like here. Kind of comes down here, right? And then from here, it goes oops, down around, maybe like that. There's kind of that blob here, maybe like that. And it kind of comes down here, maybe here. This and okay, do that. You have drawn trees like 2 times. You kind of don't draw stuff that you find hard. Yeah, I can understand that. At some point you just don't want to draw stuff that's really hard, but at the same time it's a thing of, well, I don't usually draw this thing and I know I'm terrible at it, but at the same time, you know, I'm here for a good time, not a long time, and I know this isn't gonna be great. Well, that makes it's less stressful, I think. I think it's more stressful if you know how to do something and then you don't do it well, but it's less stressful if you don't know what you're doing. And it sometimes turns out well, but when it turns out not well, it's still okay because it's a thing. Well, I expected this. I did try, and it didn't go well, and that's okay. Maybe next time, but an attempt was made. And again, that's why I do these streams, the study streams. Most of the time, except for this stream specifically, I do it first time. This is kind of first time since I haven't done a tree in 2 years, basically 2 years. But it's the thing of I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying my best. This is the first time I do something. And it's a matter of, well, I'm trying it first time. Why don't you give it a first time try? And I think it's a lot less intimidating when it's multiple people trying it for the first time. You're going to have some people who are really good at it the first time. But again, don't compare yourself to other people. Compare it to yourself. And ask yourself, would you have tried it otherwise? And look, that's the first time you do it. It can go up, can go down sometimes. And okay, to read that. And this is why you ask for a tree stream, since it pushes people to draw along. It does. And oh, I see the name. I got so confused, but thank you for the suggestion. I knew it was a crab. I didn't know that crab. But thank you again for the suggestion. As I said, I want to do stuff people recommend or suggest. Otherwise, I'm doing it, and you get whatever I think would be a fun stream, which isn't always a bad choice. I mean, my choices are fine. I do okay from time to time. Okay, now what I need to do, right, is push the orange up above, or not orange up above, but this mixture. Did I save it? I don't think I saved it. But I was looking, there should be like a leaf mixture I had. I think I lost it. It's a mixture of these two. Oh, was it this? No, it wasn't that. It was a darker here, more red here, like this, like so. Kind of, sorta. And okay, I do that. You were the crab. You were the crab friend we made along the way. Here, Nade. Like that? Okay, lovely, lovely. Okay, and this is the leaf blob more. I'm not too sure how happy I like this, but again, I'm saving it as we go, so I can just come back if need be. Let's go ahead and duplicate it back. I don't know what to name it yet, so we'll keep this as the copy. And I want to see about adding the leaf shapes here to see if that helps at all. I'll go ahead and grab you, and I want to see about adding shapes like this to see if it helps at all, but I'm not too sure. Again, it's just a matter of trial and error, and I think that's the thing as well. The darker it gets, less detail. Lighter it gets, more detail. I'm not too sure how to do it quite yet, but it's a matter of, again, trial and error. Giving it a go, giving it a try, not having too many expectations. I am still rusty, but hey, I'm doing the tree. I'm attempting the tree, and it can get worse. That's okay, because you know what? The slower is the sooner. Okay, to do that. Let's see, maybe some leaves here and here, like this. And again, gotta remember that leaf shape. I like doing the lightning bolt. I think that's fun. Maybe a down shape like this. You're doing good. Thank you, thank you. Like I said, it's attempts, and as long as I'm attempting, I'm really happy. Sometimes, or a lot of the times, I'm not sure how things are going to go in stream, but if I do it, or at least even if it turns out bad by the end, I'm happy I tried. That's really all I can ask for. It's better to do than not do, because you fail if you don't do, but you don't know if you're gonna fail if you don't do. So do, just do. It's a lot of doing fun, a lot of do. There you go. Let's see. Here, like lightning here. Maybe another leafy guy here. Some of these guys here, like that, or upside up heart. Hold on. Heart like this? No, maybe like that. Yep, like that. How about that? How about that for a leaf? Nope, I don't like it. Okay, maybe this guy instead, but that doesn't look leafy, does it? But again, it's a blob. I don't have to do too much. And let's see, funny enough, you're doing the exact opposite since you don't have many light colors. Your palette in the darker parts are actually more detailed. That's another thing I like about pixel art, is that there's so many ways to do it. Despite it being very limited in the fact that it's pixels, there's still so many different ways you can express your style. And I really do like that, because it's simple to get into, but hard to master, hard to figure out what you like and what you dislike. I do love that about pixel art. Let's see. This guy kind of wraps around. This guy kind of goes down. And I think, again, I'm doing too specific, I think. It's a matter of making sure I'm keeping it free-flowing compared to before. Trying to stay relaxed and keep it in mind that, again, you're probably looking at it from further away. It's probably not going to be as nice and bright as you think. The idea is getting the idea across from far away. So if it's nice here in this way, that's good, and it's looking better. I can say that. It's looking a lot better than it was. And I should be doing this more often. This is very important to do, I can say, and I don't do it as much as I should. But let me do it. Let me flip the screen and zoom out a little bit. And let's see, sometimes you learned about games. Something you learned about games is indie doesn't mean alone. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's what I thought for games like Undertale and for Stardew Valley. Undertale specifically, I thought indie meant solo dev. Indie just means not AAA. That's all it means. And let's see, you still make everything in your game alone. You can't need help, but you got no one who can help and don't got money to pay people to help. Yeah, that is a shame. It's just the thing, like, you want to have big things, but what I'd say doing, and at least what I plan to do, is try to get as far as you can on your own. Use a lot of, not stock assets, but just assets that are, what are they called? I'm getting a little confused now that it's on this side. Head hurt a little bit. Aim this way, aim that way, aim this way. Oh, this is hard now. I can't see the patterns anymore. It was easier when it was the other way, but it should look right on both ways. Let me do this. Do like here, like that, this way here. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. Try to get as far as you can on your own, and then see. But sometimes there's people who will just want to join your project for your project. And you really like how pixel art can have different distinct styles. Yeah, people's styles is visible even when it's size limited. I agree, 100%. It's about trying to figure out what do you like about certain pixel art. And for example, there's some styles of trees that I linked in the research document that I'm not a fan of, but people might like that more than what I'm doing, which is, I mean, I like this more than that, but as a thing of, there's kind of a style for everyone, and there's still ways you can critique and make things your own, which is really nice. For example, it might be a certain leaf pattern, or maybe it's the way you do outlines, or maybe it's the way you size things that is specific to you. And it's just a matter of tweaking things and moving things around and saying, why do I like this? Why do I not like this? What makes this thing feel nice? And what makes this thing feel different? Let's see. This guy kind of comes out around down, right? I'm trying to figure out, I might do a bigger leaf here, maybe? Like this. And I'm just trying to curve it around. I don't want to have anything blank, well, too blank. I'm trying to keep it simple-ish is the hope here. Like this, here, here. Maybe make this a little bit smaller. Maybe make this a little bit bigger. Like this, and have the leaf be like that. Like that. That's the leaf I'm going for. And indie means game is developed. Yeah, that's what indie means. Indie's just not AAA. So not EA, not Blizzard, not Riot. It's a small company. And I talked about it the other day when we finished Undertale, but the credits were very long, weren't they? I wonder how many people were expecting the credits to just be Toby Fox on there. Toby Fox and maybe a few Kickstarter names. Well, not a few, a lot, right? But there's so many things that go into a game. If you do it yourself, your game's probably going to be completed in decade. Probably a decade, especially if it's your first game, if you want to make a big game. There's a lot of things that go into a game that I don't think a lot of people don't realize, and then they get scope, and then games get not finished because they didn't realize how big a project was, and they give up, and like with art, they don't get that far. And I think a lot of things come down to scope. Art or games. Scope is in everything. And everything everyone loves to do. It's just too big aspirations at the moment. It's not a thing you can do now, but maybe you can do it a little down the line. And it's just a slow trek. Better to go slow and be consistent than go fast and lose steam. And back. Welcome back, Dumb Devil. Welcome back. Let me add a guy here. Actually, maybe more so like this. And then, did I get everyone? I think I did. Here. Yep, okay. And now what I can do, I think, is add some of these guys here in the brightness, or, we'll see. Maybe something like that is what I'm thinking. I don't know. Right now I'm mixing these two. There's nothing up here. So I think I have to add the bright guys up there, possibly. We'll see. If I go ahead and duplicate you. Okay. And with that said, I can try to also add the leaves to the outlines. That's what was suggested, right? So maybe some of these guys here. Work on the outline a little bit more. It's a little bit more leafy feely. Maybe like this. I started with a bounce or rounder leaf feel, now doing a little bit different. And can you try making the darkest brown a little lighter? Right now it's way too dark, you think? Sure. Let's see. A little lighter. A little more here, like this. Ooh. That's a small difference, but it did help. Maybe a little lighter? Ooh, I like it. Maybe like that. That's pretty nice. Bright, color mode, grayscale. And if I hide this, show this. It doesn't change much in terms of value, but I definitely think there's a big change compared to before. We have this dark, this dark. This one feels warmer, doesn't it? And Helldivers 2 took like 8 years to develop. It's not even indie. Yeah, and that's with multiple people. Isn't it crazy? I find that wild. It's just a thing of, even with lots of people, it might take a long while depending on the game. And that's why I'm hoping the game I'm making at least isn't too difficult, but I mean, I thought I could finish it at the end of the year. It is now the end of the year, and it's not done. Not done at all. What I want to try to do is make a brush to see if I can make it feel more bushy without having to draw out every single bush. Something like this, maybe? Maybe something like, let's see, something like this, where it comes out. Maybe like this, like that, maybe. And then when it comes in, right, we have the leaf. Leaf maybe here, here, like that, possibly. By the way, what's your game about? My game is a rhythm typing cafe sim. It's about typing to the beat to serve customers, and it is a pixel art game. And that's, again, one of the reasons I do pixel art streams and just I'm trying to get better at pixel art is so I can work on my game and get the game assets nice and feeling well. As I think one of the best parts about games is the art itself, right? And saying that, let me grab you here. Oh, Control X. But it's gonna be, yeah, a Pixelart rhythm typing cafe sim. Let's see, Control B. If I, oh, Control B, or is it? Yeah, Control B, there we go. I wish I could rotate it. That would be nice. Paint source to destination. Not really, but I might be able to get, oh, hold on, what was that? Zoom out a little bit. I feel like there's a way to do it, I just don't know how to do it. Maybe, hold on, paintbrush. I'll get you. You'll be gotten soon. Erase you. I know there's a way to do it. And very cool, thank you. It's a slow but sure trial. And honestly, the black and white filter for Aseprite lies a lot. Like with the Pico 8 palette, it shows red and black as being the same lightness. Red is a very dark color overall. It's one of the darker ones. I'm not that surprised. Is it only Aseprite that does that, or the computer itself also tells you that the color value is really bad? There's kind of leaves here. Trying to figure out that leaf pattern. Maybe like that. Might be a leaf up here, like this. Might be a leaf down here for the bush feel, like this. And then maybe a bushy feel for the leaf here. Like that maybe? And that might be a better brush. We'll see. Go ahead and do Control B. Or Control B. I keep not doing Control B. Like this. Maybe like that instead. Oops. Click it. Oh, here? Oh, if it'll let me. Control B. Or never mind. Control. Huh, interesting. Okay. It doesn't want me to click it once, which is interesting. Like that. Huh. Okay then. Well, I definitely feel like this is more wispy though. And I feel like that is more of what the style is. I'm wondering, because this is paintbrush. This is paint aligned to destination. Interesting. How about paint aligned to source? Interesting. Okay, so we want paintbrush. That is true. And let's see, if you use a saturation filter, yeah, it works exactly like that. But that's wrong. So programs like Photoshop let you manually make certain primary colors lighter or darker. Interesting. I mean, is that still the same though? And hold on, what engine are you using? It's definitely not from scratch. This is my second game I've ever developed. It is Godot. It is Godot, and it's like I said, second game I've ever developed, and I don't think this brush is working. It was a nice try, brush, but you don't work. I'm just gonna manually copy you and paste you together like this. Thank you very much. But it's Godot, and I've been working on it since August. You don't work well. You go back to where you came from. You're not needed anymore. You've been dismissed. And yeah, Godot. I tried Unity. I looked at it. Oh, I didn't even try it. I looked at it. I didn't like the way it looked, so I ended up not choosing it. The attempt was made, but it's just not for me. I like Godot because of the way it looks. A lot of people say it's a terrible reason to choose that engine, but not only because of the way it looks, but the way it works. I've had a lot of fun using it that way. So it's a thing of preference. And I'd love to maybe try for maybe a game jam or something to make a game in a different engine, but I feel like that's gonna be painful. I got so used to Godot nodes and everything. And Unity is also super heavy. Yeah, Unity's heavy, Godot's lightweight. And because my computer decides to close Godot often, I feel like I'm better off using Godot because it is a lightweight engine. I definitely do, yeah, 100% see that. Thinking maybe I grab these guys and move them down a little bit here. Try to make it more fluffy cloud feel. Maybe something like that. That's okay. Maybe erase you for a second. Bring you around town. Oh, this up here. Oh, up here like this. Hold on. Oh, maybe like this. Like that a little bit more. Like this. And erase you a little bit here. And just mention there. And add you here. Like that. And here. Maybe a leaf here. Like that. Like that. Maybe. Leaf time. And what the crazy pricing? Yeah, Unity did a big scare on game devs with the crazy pricing. It really did. And that's another reason why I'm doing Godot, because Godot's open source. So it's nice. I don't have to worry about things like that in the future. And let's see. Have you played or seen Undertale Yellow? Its pixel art's amazing, so you find it good for art inspiration? Not yet. Since we finished Undertale on Friday, next up will be Deltarune, and then I'm gonna play Undertale Yellow. I've been getting a lot of recommendations for Undertale Yellow. It is on my to-do list currently. We gotta slowly go through the leagues. I'm trying to figure out this brush thing, but maybe it's just better left to the pros. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, I'm not going for bubbly. It's more of a sharp feel to the leaves, but I tried to do it so I didn't have to do it manually. Maybe like that for a leaf. And leaves definitely take forever to do. I can't say that. It's one thing if it's one thing I've learned. It takes forever if you're not doing bubbly. And hi, Chapita Music. How do you have any tutorials in your channel on how to work with light and shadows? Tutorials? No, I'm not doing tutorials at the moment. But what I can say is maybe look at the previous study streams I've done where I talk about light and shadow. Specifically, if I had to take a guess, light and shadow. 1 second, let me pull it up and see if I can find it. Find what I'm talking about. If I go to my channel, look it up. I believe I talk about light and shadow when I'm talking about materials, if I can remember. I think a better place to look though would be when I talk about items, and I'll share this here. I go into detail on things like how to shade an egg and shading egg, so that might help if I had to guess. Because I always try to talk about shading, since shading's something I struggle with. Light and shadow too. And the only way I can get better at light and shadow is if I study light and shadow. And I definitely do try from time to time. Like here, technically a light and shadow study with this tree, but not focused on light and shadow. It's just a method of attempting. And okay, I did read that. And the leaves look fine. If the trunk is a popsicle stick. Yeah, I'm getting there. You gotta give me a second. And thanks. No problem. I really hope that's what you're looking for. If I can be helpful, I'd love to be helpful. It's the thing of, you know what? If I can help a lot, I will happily be the one to do it. And I don't see a lot of pixel art tutorials and pixel art things. And now it looks like a spiky tree. What have I done? I gave it hair. Go back. We need to go back. Go way back. I feel like, I don't know. I don't like the spike idea, but maybe more of a bubble blob can be helpful. Something like this instead to help it feel okay. To make it feel okay. I don't know what's going on up here. I don't like it. I feel like it's too spiky. This is very round. Maybe a more bubblish feel can help it feel better. That's my hope at least. If I do this, make it feel a little bit more cloudy like this, maybe? Like that. And maybe just a smidge like that. And then I make this feel like this, and I don't think the bubbles are working either. Too even spacing and consistent lengths, you think? Oh man, it was going so well, and then it just turned to spike. It turned to spike. And oh yeah, the trunk. I feel like we're gonna have to save the trunk for another day. The trunk's not too painful compared to the leaves. If I had to choose a thing, I feel like the leaves are worser. But it's 4:49. And the stream should end in 10 minutes, but I'm gonna keep going a little bit with this leaves to see if we can finish it. So probably like another 30 minutes to see if we can figure it out. As I like I said before, I like to try to finish it beforehand. And a good rule is design big, medium, small. Got ya. Okay. Let's see. Medium. I do remember that, but I always forget. Forgetting is a thing I do very constantly. Not very constantly. It's a thing I do constantly. I know my words. Thank you very much. Big. Like this, maybe. Like maybe here, maybe bigger here, like that. This one's the small one, right? And then maybe this one's the small one, like this here. Maybe this is another big one, maybe bigger. Big leaf, 2 E's, big leaf. That maybe. Coming down a little bit, like that. And then maybe this can also come down a little bit. It's a big leaf, or small leaf, or that one's medium, I'd say. This guy can also kind of come down a little bit like this, maybe. That even. And this guy can also be... I feel like it's a fuzzy tree at this point. I'm feeling very fuzzy. Way better already? Thank you. Like I said, I barely know what I'm doing. So if you have ideas on how it might look better, I all means, I'm all ears. I like taking suggestions and ideas since sometimes people know what they're doing, sometimes not. But that's the fun part of art, is that even if we don't know, we can try and see if it looks. An awesome job there. It's looking pretty good. Thank you, McQueen, and welcome back to the stream. I don't think I saw your name earlier. Maybe I did, and I forgot. I wouldn't be surprised. But I feel like that's today's first one. If I had to guess. I only guess, though. I don't know if I'm right. Let's see. Maybe something, no. Something like that, but I want it to be more floofy, like this. I feel like this one's a little bit better. And maybe this one can kind of come up like that. Maybe like that. And you think you'll wrap things up once you add the highlight leaves? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm not gonna do the trunk maybe trunking for another day. But I want to finish the highlight leaves. So the leaves in general, we'll see. I want to feel like the tree feels like a tree. And it does already, which is great. A lot better than I initially assumed. The only issue is, trees feel very tedious is what I'm learning. I'm learning very fast and very quickly. Trees are a monster. And I can understand why people don't do trees a lot now. This is painful. But it's been a fun type of pain. Not the relaxing type, mind you. Fun. That's a big difference right there. Something like this, maybe? Oh, no. Actually erase that a little bit. Probably make this a little bit droopy. Like this, mayhaps, if I had to guess. And then this can kind of come out a little bit more now. Like that. Maybe wrap it in a little bit. Now this is too consistent, right? Big, medium, small. I want to make this a little smaller, maybe, like that. And then have this guy come out and be the big one. But that kind of lines in too much, and maybe something like this instead. And have it droop down a little bit. Maybe a little bit like this. Maybe. I think the overall shape is too bubbly. And I'd have to go in and add a little bit more bubble parts there. If I had to guess on how to make it tweaked. And trees can be faster, but only if you make it with less colors. But you have to be super mindful with simplification. I agree, yeah. Trees can be faster also if you know what you're doing. But also simplification helps. It helps. The question is, do you know what you're doing? And no, I do not. That's a good answer. I mean, a good question, and the answer is no. Not one bit. I'm trying to add this, but I don't know if that helps. Maybe it's best to leave it alone. Not sure yet, but I'm trying. Great. Big, medium, small. So we have a big leaf down here. We have maybe a medium leaf here, or small leaf. That. Or maybe even something like that. And then we have big leaf. Not too big though, right? Probably big like this-ish. Like that. And then, let's see. I feel like it's too big all around. Maybe if I slide it up one like this. A little better. Maybe even take that off a little bit. Make it seem more round and curved and all those things. All those lovely things. Maybe like this. Oh, hold on. Like that. It feels too thin though, doesn't it now? Maybe add one of those, yeah. Go in here, add a spike here. I feel like that curve's okay, but it's too small. I feel like it's way too tiny. Maybe, and possibly I could do one of these moves here. No. I mean, kinda, sorta. Helps a little bit. Like this, maybe. And then lower you guys in a bit, like that. And then kind of add on from there is the hope. Something like here, here, maybe a little bit curved in, like this. Add a bit of roundness to here. Maybe even make you really big, like that. And have that here, like that, maybe. I mean, yeah, sure. Let's see. Okay, I didn't read that. It really does. And my poor hand didn't ask for this, but it's getting it. It's getting a little workout. How about that? Like that, maybe. And then this leaf can kind of come out like this, maybe. This guy can come down a smidge. Say hello to the other trees. This guy can kind of go in a little bit. Curve down a smidge. Look like it's coming down with everything else. Maybe another curve in here. Like you. Erase you. Kind of bring you up a bit. Bring you back a little bit. Or maybe even do like this. Not too bad. I don't know about these small ones here. Maybe you get pushed back one. Like this. There. And then this guy can come down. And then you can kind of curl in like that. But we keep curling in, so let's curl this way. Like that. Grab you here. And then go down here. Oh, hold on. Like that. And then go for the whole... trying to tell you, this is... trees. Trees can only be but so cool and everything. I hope all of your trees are going well though, if you are. And can you send a link for a ref for a blobby tree with few colors plus an awesome pixel artist? Sure. And you got a log into Twitch real quick? Sure. And yeah, feel free to. Let's see. Kind of here, that. Okay. And I kind of like the way this is rounded here. I'm not too not too angry at this. This is pretty neat. Maybe kind of come down here. Have this wrap around like this. Wrap around and down, maybe more like that, do you think? And let me copy here. And open it up and see. Okay. This work. Oops. Hold on. I think I have to open it up on which and copy now. There we go. Okay. Do this instead. There we go. Okay. In that case, click enter. Okay. Where are we at? And hi, Duck Zeno. Oh, your art's incredible. Thank you. Very, very, very good. Oh, how sweet. How sweet indeedy. That's lovely to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm attempting. Attempts are getting made, and I'm glad you're liking it. It's a slow process, but it's a fun process. And I see what you sent. Hold on. Let me save it for later so I can pull it up towards the end of stream. Yeah, something like that. I like how simple it is, and it won't let me pull it up. Never mind. I won't be pulling it up. It's a GIF. GIFs are hard to download and everything. And you see, you round the top? Yeah, I'm getting to the top. The top will... I have to get through this area here. That is the whole goal at the moment. Let's see. Yeah. It's isn't this great, I'd say. Let's see. Here, maybe. Here, like this. And then probably here, like that. Maybe something like this. Like that. Have it kind of pop out like this. Maybe, well, it goes down, right? Because gravity and everything. Science, something. This kind of goes down again. Down and around, like that. This kind of goes down, I think, too. And maybe more like that. Ish, kind of, sort of. And then this guy would get rounded then. This would probably all get rounded, like that. And then we'd have the roundness, but oh boy. It is coming along slowly. Let's see. Yeah, hi. And it's pretty nice. Nice how you were able to use your own colors independent of the reference. Well, thank you. This one here is specific, well, not specifically, but it was suggested to do a little bit lighter. I like using some of these colors here and then going off of that. Since I like all of these colors. So what I'll do is I'll grab one of these colors and then make my own colors from there. Since another thing I want to get better at in terms of just art in general is figuring out what colors I like instead of choosing from a palette. There's nothing wrong at all with palette choosing. It's fun. And math, science, physics, and stuff. Exactly, the big brain things. And can't do too much without the big brain stuff. It's a requirement here. Gotta be able to do the big brain things. Let's see, big, medium, small. Like this? Like that? Like, yeah, nope, that's not good. Like this. Yep, there we go. I feel like this needs to be bigger, like this. Something like that instead. Okay, and then from there, we need to have maybe something small and tiny, like you and you, like that. I'm trying to think of it as grass for up here, is what I'm trying to view it as. A big patch of grass is the attempt I'm going for. Maybe something like that, And then, yeah, it works. And maybe up here. Don't want to do the same pattern again. Maybe a curl here and have a curl here, like that. Like this, any chance might work. And then, let's see. Speaking of the palette, it reminds you of the Undertale story you see at the beginning. Oh yeah, the yellows. This is one of my favorite colors, if you couldn't. I mean, I say this always, but a lot of my favorite colors are the way I look. I'm a fan of nice pinks, a pink like, something more akin to this is my favorite type of pink. I like this, maybe a little less hot, a little more red. It takes a little bit, but a pink like this in this area. I like a blue like this, maybe a little bit more of a blue here. A little less saturated, but less saturation. And then my yellow is this type of yellow. Maybe a little bit more saturated here, a little bit more orangey. These are kind of my favorite colors, so I do them often. A little less orangey than this, but these three colors are my favorite. I'm enjoying this here, this palette. Let's see. When you're about to lose hope on your leaves, your cat jumped in your lap and now you're filled with determination. Good, good. Oh, he got that last minute buff. The Ex Machina came in. Something like this, maybe. Here. That. I'm just trying to make it a little more leafy. Here. Maybe come around here like this. Like, yeah, this works well. Like this, maybe. Here. I feel like I'm making it too wilds now. Almost pastels. A little like pastels, but pastels aren't high in saturation. And I like a little bit of saturation in my life. So a little like pastels, but not quite. I do like me a good pastel though. I do indeed. Here's some of my favorites, but not all my favorites. If I move this maybe down here, that, maybe have this kind of come up like this, and have it come, that's fine. Maybe like that, and then have this guy come like this, and then medium small, gotta keep that in mind. And down around, bring it around town. I don't want to do too small, not too big either. Maybe this guy gets moved instead. This. Those too beanstalkish is what I'm seeing. And Cat is forcing the grind. Exactly. Your little cheerleader. There you go. Just got little pom-poms taped to their hands. You can do it. Go, go, go. I can see it. What is that? The dancing cat meme? What is it? I can't remember what exactly. There's so many dancing cat memes. They're all adorable. One day, I'm telling you. One day I'm gonna get a cat. And when I do, I'll be unstoppable. And your little orange is just trying to steal your pen. Oh, I wish you luck. I don't have her currently, but my bird tends to try to steal my pen, or she'll try to type on my keyboard, and then it's just a mess. Why are you petting the keyboard? Pet me instead. Very jealous of the keyboard very quickly. And I heard a sound. Let me see what that was. Ah, Fanny L. Is that how you say it? Thank you, thank you. Oh, well, not L. Fanny J.A. There you go. Fanny Ja? Is that how you say it? You can let me know. But thank you for the subscription on YouTube. And welcome to stream. Welcome once again to just attempts being made. And I mean, it's working, right? It's there. I feel a lot better than I did going into this. It's something I could put my name on if I had to. Like that. And then something up here. It's almost there. Like this. And here. Maybe here, like that, and here, like that, I think. And your pet keyboard instead of burb, jail. Oh yeah, she lets me know. The issue is, this stuff gets destroyed, so I have to make sure. And let's see, try not to zoom in too much when working on individual leaves. At the end, it's important thinking the overall shape. You may get lost. Yeah. What I do is I look here, but you're also right, and looking here instead. I feel like I made a wild tree. And you made the leaves a bit longer and curvier on the right and a tad more blobby on the left. What have I done? Oh, okay. You are correct. Let's zoom out a little more. I try to look at here, but you're also right here. I do need to look at here. I feel like I made mine thick here, and I like this a lot more. This is more grass feel, and I don't like it as much, but maybe one day it'll become what I need it to be. How do I'm trying to turn it to the side. I don't think I can. No. Okay, that's okay. Maybe, how do you rotate it? I feel like you should be able to do like this. That's what I was trying to do. And just, Done. There you go. Clean it up a little bit, but I tried. Like that. Maybe make it like this. And then have this kind of come out. I mean, this is overall okay. Maybe kind of come down a little bit here. Like that, I think. And so. And you can rotate it and then set the perfect 90-degree value on top. Oh, well then. I wish I knew that like a second ago. And leaves a bit longer. Okay, I did read that. Good. And I did read that. Good. Okay. Something like this, I feel like. I feel like this is too square. I mean, that's not too bad. Zoom out a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Lighting, right? Go here. You go more towards... The question is, do you do lighting? How do you usually do lighting? I like to go up here maybe, but the issue is we can't go any higher. Some people do a saturated lighting. It just depends, I think, on the person. And for me, what did I do before? I didn't do anything before. I did this green thing as the lighting and called it a day. Okay. In that case, let's delete this guy here. Duplicate you here. Yes. And go ahead and select you here. And add that shine to the shine. And let's see. I will save that for later though, Wrath. That tip, that's gonna help me a lot. And I'm gonna go ahead and add here, like this maybe. Oh, hold on. Like that maybe. Add some lighting. And you like doing a curve where darks and lights are either the most saturated or the least saturated? Interesting. Most saturated, least saturated. I got ya. Yeah, the thing is because it's yellow, it's already saturated. Maybe something like this, but that's orange. And when I do highlights, I want that highlight. And it's not looking highlighty at the moment. Maybe it's the colors I'm choosing. I'm definitely not feeling I'm not feeling it at all. Maybe, well, let's see. I'm thinking we do a few blobs, right? Maybe here, oops. The light's coming from above, so it'd be more akin to like here-ish, 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 like that. Probably be here, oh, hold on. Like that, right? And then here, or rather here and here for our lights. Just about right. Blending in with that. Oh boy. The thing is, these turned out more blobby, and I'm not sure if I can go in and edit it too much without it looking a little off. But I can try. A little bit of leaf pattern here, since the leaves are different than they were before. Something like that, maybe. Just adding a little bit of change. Oops. Adding a little bit of a shift and change to try to make it feel more aligned with everything else that is now the thing. Maybe here. Maybe like that. That. Maybe here. Kind of sort of like that, do you think? You think yellow more saturated like the one you have in the palette would be good? And would probably avoid blobbing the highlight since it would be way less lighter? In the palette, do you mean, let's see. Oh, palette. This guy here? This one here for the highlight, do you think? I think it's too green for these. I feel like that's too greenish. Probably just a few leaves? I got ya. And it kind of looks confusing, yeah. Depends on what you want to draw. And trust the process, yeah. I'm attempting. A process must be trusted to some extent, but again, sometimes the process does not lead you places you want to go. Sometimes the process will take you in directions that you weren't meant to be in. But I'll try. I can't say I didn't try. I'm gonna attempt, and we can change the color later. I'm trying to get the shape down. Actually one down from the one you selected. This one here, do you mean? It feels too yellow though. Like too different. I'm going with oranges, so then to go to this yellow, greenish yellow feels very funny. Or do you mean something more like this, maybe? That's not too bad, but it's too green for me, at least. And sometimes the process might just tell you to take you to a dark alleyway behind a Costco. And that's a process you shouldn't trust. Exactly. That's the process you have to wonder, is that my process or? Yeah, but it only would work with a few leaves. I see. Okay, hold on. Let me fix these guys a little bit and linking them a little bit more leaf-like. And I'll give it a try. Highlight a few leaves, you said. Okay, hold on. And I'll give it a go. Add this guy a little bit out here. This guy can be a little bit less round and down. Maybe something like this can be a little bit more leafy. And this guy can kind of come down a little bit. Down around like this. Oop, not like that. Go back. Two back. Go forward. Like this. There we go. Something a little bit more swirls is what I'm going for here. Something like that. And then maybe something like this. That a little bit more. And this guy can kind of come down a smidge. Like that. Do you think? Or I kind of like this too. I think that's cute. Let's see. Wait, but what if the Costco alleyway works? Do you want to find out? And let's see, you would personally place the lights on the top left area. When you first looked at it, you thought that's where the lighting was coming from since you have a heavy shadow from the lower corner. Interesting. If you look at the reference, it's like the bottom left. Oh, wait a second. Am I reading the lighting wrong? I might be. And let's see, a big chunk looks pretty weird. A few, like 5 or 6 leaves varying in size and a bit separated. Got ya. And that's the legendary 0.01% pool. Yep, it is. And I heard that sound. Brenda Jimena Estrada Hoyos? Did I say that right? I hope I did. If not, let me know, please. But thank you for this description on YouTube. Thank you. I'll give the try, yeah. Ooh, I say to give the try. Okay. I'll grab this guy here. Flop it back over. Oops, wrong thing. Like this. And then, let's see. Let me add a little bit more of these guys here. do the swirl bits, and then I'll try adding just a few leaves at the top to highlight everything, is what I'll attempt to do. And hey everyone, hey everything to just to have a good You know, you remind me, I feel like if you, the question of, would you sell your soul for yes? But I didn't even ask the question, yes. I remember there was one like, you'd win $1 million if you press this button, but but the other way around. It's those funny ones. Let's see, and they do that here. Oh no, hold on. How did I do it before? I think like that. And then let's see, no, more of the top middle-ish of the lighter tone. Not top, more to the middle-ish of the lighter tone. Sure, I can give that a go. 1 second, let me figure out how to do these line swirls a bit. I can move it a smidge, like maybe here, maybe have it here, like that instead. So it's less roundy feel. I'm not sure I want to touch those guys, but I'll touch everything else. Like something like this here, and then have it be here, maybe here, like that. That works a little bit more. Let's see, but towards the light source. The light source, if the light source is up here, are you saying something like this? Oops. Something like this instead? Or do you mean more so like something carved out? So it kind of look like this instead, where it's a light source here, here, a few leaves in the area, here, here, kind of sort of like this, and maybe here, it's getting rounded out in that area, and here, oh, that's tricky. I don't know. This is a new technique to me, for sure. Something like that, maybe? Yeah, exactly, got ya. I don't know if I'm doing it correctly, but I think I'm glad I get what you mean. That's good news. Something like that. Okay. Something's off about it though, but you need to think about where they're coming. Yeah. The thing I'm thinking is, and I'll undo this a little bit since we can duplicate this. Lovely. And then, okay, I did read that. The legendary chance pull. The way I'm thinking it goes out is like this. This is the way I think the leaves work. That's why I did it the way I did it, but maybe a little bit more, like if they're coming from the same shape-ish. Yeah, this is kind of separated blob, and then the leaves kind of go up as they thing. Maybe something like this, 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 like that, and maybe like that, maybe. Reverse that, move that down here, maybe something like that, you think? Like if they were coming from, okay, do you do that? Guys, gals, non-binary pals, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back to stream. See, hey, everything. Oh, okay, did read that, good. Something like that then. And let's see, if the lighting's coming from here, light might show this way, or hold on, like this, you think? And, oh, hold on. Oh, I'm going in the opposite direction. I need this color. Thank you. Like that. And then have it come here, maybe really small outwards, like that. Oh, undo that, like that. And have it be like this. Be round is what I'm going for here. Like that. Maybe the color is wrong. That's what I'm thinking it should be like, maybe. The light I'm looking at and the reference I'm looking at, it doesn't do it like that. That's the issue. If I show you, and I will, hold on, back in PRF. You just realize your tree looks like something that would pop up in the Golden Wind chapter of Celeste. Ooh, I do want to play Celeste at one point. And just remember to keep the lights more limited. They're the final detail. Got ya. And hold on, I heard a sound. Ah, thank you for the follow. Let me see if I can remember how to say it. Nope, I don't remember. It's a Samuku. No, the last one was different. If you could tell me how to do it again. Let's see. Think of it kind of like putting the light on a hair, a light on the don't approach. Let's what you mean. Light on the hair of a head. Look at that one. That's the thing. It's more dotted, right? This one's also dotted. And let's see. This one's also, it's just dotted. That's the thing. I do like these. These are my favorites, the swirls. I'm looking for another highlight area here. This one kind of does it too. Just a few leaves of just swirl darks. Let's see. This one doesn't have a highlight. These have a highlight. No. Oh, kind of like a highlight. Do you mean like this? Like this with hair. But this one's rounded, so it's a little different. But I'll give it a go. And let me get some water. Okay, all that said and done. Why don't the game's a banger? Maybe it's the type of game that you lose your sanity on. And see the yellow dots in the middle of the light? Which one, for this one? Or do you mean, oh, okay, good. And having both Twitch and YouTube streams open at the same time, have you noticed that the Twitch stream is lagging behind the YouTube stream? Interesting. I always thought the Twitch stream was faster. That's interesting to note. Or maybe today it's just a little off. I'll go back into Aseprite here. So very odd. Oh, what is it? The YouTube or the Twitch showed up faster than the YouTube though, which is interesting. I read the Twitch one faster than the YouTube one popped up. Well, huh. All right. Saying all of that, let me grab these guys, make a new layer, and you see a lot of people not playing Celeste because one of the devs is trans and that makes you really sad? I don't think that matters at all. It matters about the game. And I've heard a lot of good things, especially one person who's in the Discord loves Celeste, and I'd definitely love to give it a try just because I love it so much. Let's see, Okay, I did read that. If you do the way you were doing, it'll look flat. Got ya. And look at the avoid this to show the guide. Avoid? Ooh. That's banding. That's the classic tunes of banding. If I grab this guy here, exit that. Oh, undo. Hold on. Redo. Where'd my color go? I had the color and I lost the color. That's okay. We go over here. We go over to warmer. Something like this. And you're going to spin the wheel to see which will keep open and which will close. Interesting. Okay. What I'm going to do then. Oops. Wrong layer. I go ahead and delete you. Delete you. If it'll let me. This is what layer? This is this layer. Okay. They're the same layer. Delete. Yes. You. Okay. Hide you. And now select you. Can I select? Will you let me? Oh, never mind. I guess it won't let me. Hide and show. I want to select you. Okay, good. Like with the band. Avoid. This one's tricky. It looks, because for me at least, the line, and I'll do this to make it a little bit easier. It feels like it's going that way. There's this top area and the bottom area. And if I do it like hair, it's a little different. I'm trying to remember the roundness of like a ball, right? And let's see, isn't Celeste literally, I don't know. Some people really want to be angry. I wouldn't know the story. I know it for the mechanics, so I'm not sure. All right. If I do it like this, because the thing is these guys up here are going up, right? So would it be more like this in terms of circular feel, like that instead? And then I make it sparse. I would kind of, oops. I kind of would crop it out like this, and like that, this, oops, like that, and maybe come down here. Then it doesn't look, that doesn't look right at all. Does it need a highlight, do you think? Is a highlight that important? I do want to highlight, but I don't know if I can figure the highlight out. And let's see. So yeah, that's what I mean. If I remember, it was a hard game. And Twitch won the spin, so you're staying on here while YouTube going. I see, Twitch won out. How interesting. That's one way to choose a platform. Spin to win. Let's see. Like that? It doesn't feel right is the thing. I'm looking at the avoid, and this is from the top. That's the thing, this is from the top perspective. When you're looking at the tree head on, it doesn't look like this. I feel like, and let me undo a lot, and let me make sure that I have the color this time. For me, I feel like it would be these top guys at the very least would be highlighted. Oops. These top guys would be highlighted, but then that doesn't look right either. And I'm not too sure what to do highlights. It could work this way, but you will need to bring a bit of the darker color into the light. I see. I might have to try it again sometime, I don't know. For now, I think keeping it without the light is okay. We can come back to lighting, but I don't know if my lighting skill right now is at that level. As I like it, I think the pale yellow isn't a good color, but I don't know right now what color would be good. I'd have to look into it. And the highlight is in a circle form, but your tree is cotton candy shape. You might want to make it wobbly. Follow the shape from the bottom up, like, hold on, It does not look good because what you're doing gives more of a 3D feel with the rest of the tree. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, the tree, this part here, maybe it's this part. If I select this here and bring that down a bit, here, bring you down a bit as well, a little better, it may bring you in a bit. helped a little bit. I feel like it was too big. And then I can kind of erase you, bring you down a bit, like that. Yeah, it does feel very flat. I can see it. It looks more like a sticker maybe. That, no, it's too long. Maybe something like this instead. That, and then, yeah, there we go. How about that? In terms of pixel art, you do the lighting based on where the player's point of view. Hope that helps. The thing is, I feel like if you were to see this, I do agree that the lighting would be up here. I can see it. The references I was looking at, the lighting's more coming from up here because it's the sun. So the sun kind of touches everything. This is coming, and hold on, let me draw this instead. This is coming towards you, and that's a terrible color to use. This is coming towards you. This is coming away. That's how I'm seeing it, but that might not be correct. This is the idea I'm feeling when I look at this. That's the 3D feel, but maybe these aren't boxed enough, and it needs more perspective. As in, if I undo this and make a new layer, make it easier. This is the top, right? This is the top of the box here. You have this top here. You have this top here, kind of like this, and it kind of works, kind of, sorta. Right? That's why I'm trying to make it feel. But then you have this big top. Doesn't make too much sense, I guess. Right? If that's the top, then as you're going to the line, it'll get thinner. It might have even less shading, is what I'm thinking, maybe? And let's see. Normally people in Brazil take pictures closer to midday, so you guess that picture has the light coming from... That's what I'm thinking, that's what I saw. It looks like it's coming from directly above. And let's see, hold on. You could copy paste the leaf at the end and make it them lighter to make a mock highlight. I don't know what you mean on that one. I just focus on following the top left border on the main leaf masses and adding the highlight to those areas. Okay, we'll give it a go. And whatever happens shall happen since it's 5:23. Let's see, 7 minutes on the clock. What can we do in 7 minutes? We'll give it a go. And I think this was the color that was recommended, so I'll try this one. The top left. And let's see here. Just imagine the light coming from the 10 o'clock. I haven't read a clock in years. How could you say something like that? In terms of pixel art, you do the lighting based, okay, and shaping. Question, are you thinking about in 3D lighting or 2D? Am I? I always try to think about it in 3D, but maybe I am thinking about it 3D lighting in a 2D space, and maybe that's why my mind is getting confused. As again, like I said, I'm trying to think about it in terms of boxes and where boxes are coming from and where they're going, and maybe that's my issue, is that maybe it's flatter than I'm thinking it is, and 10 o'clock areas of the clock. All right, we have 1, we have 6, we have 10 o'clock's like here, right? Yep, I'm just gonna go with that. 10 o'clock is about here. So something like, yep, like that. There we go. How about this? Oh, hold on. Like, there we go. And maybe, hold on. Like this. And make it leaf, like here. Way less lighting too, right? So something further out, like that, maybe. I'm trying not to do just an outline of the tips. So maybe something like this would work a little bit better. And it looks like a very wild tree, doesn't it? Attempts are getting made, at the very least, I can say that. Something like this, something like that, maybe. And maybe, perhaps, and trying to speed draw and get over... well. A little confused on that one. But no, that's the thing. It's like, sometimes you do need to take breaks when you're doing art. So that's why I try to limit the time I do things. Usually I try to do 2 hours and then get up and do another 2 hours. Since this tree is probably we've been spending for 3 hours, I think. So think of maybe my eyes are just tired and that's why I'm a little confused. So it's another thing too of, maybe it's me. That's what I'm questioning, at least at the moment. And let's see. I want to see if I can add a little bit of that shading from the other leaves that kind of go below and down. Maybe add one here, like this. Let's see. And what to do in 7 minutes. Exactly. Let's see. I don't know. Now it's 5 minutes. Is YouTube that far behind? Something like this, maybe. And have it come down and around. Try to break it up, like maybe this. And let's see. You can think of it in the 3D way. That is actually good. But in this case, you have to make the translation to the 2D style. Like, yeah, that's my issue at the moment, is how to 2D style. But this isn't too bad. I think I just have to work on it a little bit. But I think this could work. If I do it correctly, I think this could work in a sense of making it feel like it's surrounding the area. Something like this, a bit. Like that. I'm trying to see if I can maybe make it look like the leaves are touching the light and some are and some are. Some are and some aren't. I'm going in and out is the hope to make this look like. There's a method. I don't know if the madness is showing yet. Let's see. Something like this. And this. And then something maybe, right, big, medium, small. Have to remember that. Maybe just a little small guy here. Like that. And then from there, I might do another small guy here. Like here. And then here. Like that, maybe. I'm not too sure about this area here. Might make it like this. Maybe. And then have that kind of come out. Like that, I think. And let's see. Great, now the trees. Dude, it does look like fire, doesn't it? It's interesting. Let's see. Maybe then what I can do is its color a bit. Let's see. So I'm thinking the pale will work better. Oops, that is not a good pale. Something like that instead. Oh, that looks like flesh now. If you remove the light, you are adding to the right side of the leaf mass and leave the left? Sure. Let's see. Oops, wrong thing. I need the color back. I forgot the color. Like this, do you mean? And add the light here, like here, maybe here. Or, now let's keep it like that. And let's see, it's nice looking, thank you. Attempt, and maybe it's a lava tree. Yeah, lava's fine. All right, color here. I don't know if I like the yellow. That's what I'm thinking. It's some lighter color, but yellow doesn't look too bad. But it's a preference. Let's see, maybe here, here. No, now I can't see the highlight. And you don't have Aseprite open right now, but you did a critter thing. You would do something like this. Hold on. Has the day been saved? And let me open up YouTube, or not YouTube, Twitch. And I heard that sound. I will listen. Oh, I will look at that in a second. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. What name is Joe Surasuta? Is that how you say it? Joe Surasuta? Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. And welcome to stream. And if I said it incorrectly, please let me know. Oh, I see. Hold on. Like this. Oh, it disappeared again. It loves to disappear, doesn't it? Well, how about I just pull it into Pure Ref? You can't tell me what to do. There we go. Here. Something like that. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. A lot more sense than the sense I was thinking. And we can give it a go. Let's see. I go back into Aseprite. And then, let's see. I'll grab you, and I'll make a new layer just in case I do want to come back to you. And where are we at? 5:29. Speed run time. We'll grab you, paste you. And for now, let's see. We add the guy back. So a few of these guys here, right? Down there, it seems like that. And here, like this. So, and let's see. Remember to drink, folks, and where, huh? You didn't get to finish. And to take breaks. Oh yeah, breaks will be taken. That's why I do a lot of water breaks. I already drink 1 bottle of water, and I'm almost drinking 2. Let's see. Maybe something like this, something smaller. So maybe something like that instead. A little smaller even, like that. And then this guy can kind of come in more, you're suggesting, like this. Like that, maybe. And then, oh, hold on. This guy can come down, like that. Yeah, okay. Now this guy come in a little bit more, like this, you mean? And let's see. That. And here, this gets pushed out a little bit. Here, that gets rubbed down a little bit. Let's see. Super Scuff, which you trying to make Pixelart sense without using pixels? Oh yeah, 100%, but it's okay. And drink your enemies. Oh, hey, we don't have enemies around here. There's only friends. If we did have enemies, they're not here anymore. That's the thing. How can you have enemies if they're already gone? Easy peasy. And up here, and I'm just trying to figure out leaf feel is what I'm going for. And when you told you how to say your name, you had half the mind not to because of how funny it is to hear people fail to say chills in Japanese. Can you write it in Japanese in katakana? That'd be helpful. That'd be way more easy. That's why I said it looks like a K. But if you could write it in or hiragana, either or, that'd be easier for me to pronounce. Truth be told, far easier. I'm learning it at the moment, but like, yeah, when I looked at it, it looked so weird in English. I have a hard time, it feels like, saying Japanese names in English when they're translated in English. It's the oddest thing. Let's see, here, or maybe here, like that, and one of these, here, and maybe like that. And then have the lighting, right? So grab this guy, or this guy for now, right? And have this guy come out from the top. And I'm just gonna do some leaves like this, like that, and have them kind of come down here. Maybe even have this guy come here, like that. Oops, that. Here, like that, and kind of come around in town and down. Oops, downtown like this, and come around here. This will definitely need some more work, but I kind of get what you're saying. Like this, you think? And okay, try to do this. Do the lights with pure white, and when you're done, just lower the opacity of the layer. That's a good idea. Like I said, the pure white, okay. Pure white's a little bit too bright, my eyes. Here. Okay, and then suggest lighting here, and then here, and all around the sides for this area here. Like this, maybe a little bit bigger here, here, something like that, do you think? Like that. And for now, this will have to do. For now, I can try to work on it a little bit after, as I want to really take my time with trying to figure out why it doesn't work or why it would work. For now, this will do. I feel like this part specifically is a little wonky, but that's okay. And why do all your drawings look like candy? You want to eat your treat? Good. And it has a bit more depth this way? It does, true. It's just a lot of trickiness in figuring out how to do it correctly. And that means it's good? Appetizing? Yeah. Like I said before, a lot of people want to eat art, which is interesting. You know, if people have their hobbies. I mean, I don't think this is too bad, the highlight itself. It might take some tweaking around with everything. I kind of feel like I like this one a little bit more, but let's let to each their own. I see. Samuke. Is that how you say it? If I had to guess. I haven't looked at the Japanese in a second, but from what I remember, Samuke is how I would guess. Is that what you asked for? Yeah. Is it? You can let me know. But that'll be that for this portion. And now I'll bring you over to Art Eater UC Night. Consuming art one bite at a time. Let me bring you, or let me go ahead and open up the Discord. And where are we at? Here in our Pixelart study. And I think it'd be easier to do it this way. Hold on. Let me open up study mode. Yeah, good. Lovely. Yeah, way easier. And oh, you changed your profile picture. I did notice that. And should you work on your Deltarune OC? He needs a lightener from? Sure, if you wanna. And okay, I did read that. Lovely. Okay. If I open up, and give me a second to make sure I do it correctly. I can never tell sometimes. It's a trial and error, right? If I do this, and then I go ahead and do this, perchance, it'll let me get away with a few things. I do new, this, do that, yeah. I want one of you, and then do that. Lovely. And then I can go ahead and do this, make it a little bit bigger, hold on. Oh, if it'll let me grab it. Make you big, like that, yeah. Make you, transition. You'll see what I'm doing. Here we are, in the Discord. And I'll lower it here, so I can make it easier to see. Make it a little bit bigger, and then make it smaller, make it bigger. There we go. How about that? That nice? Nice and cozy there. And let me slide it, or this is good, and move the chat above it. There we go. Is it working now? Chat and everything's good to go. Lovely. Okay, here we are. If you join the Discord, and to those of you who joined along in the Pixelart stream, if I go ahead and do this is the Discord if you are curious. For these study streams, what I've been trying to do and trying to get in the mood of doing is having an area for people to post their pixel art that they do for joining along. I thought, you know what, it'd be nice to have a section for people to do. But if you do end up joining the Discord, and some people did join. I will say it here since it's nice, but S. Jackman, there we go, and Shazam the Wizard. Hi. But once you're off of the welcome page, what you can do is go down here to resources, and this is all the previous study streams we've done. In this case, it's the trees and foliage and plants. Just that general idea. You can post your art here. It makes it easy to keep track of. So if I go ahead and open a full view, here's all the pixel art that was done during today's stream. So let's see. We have one by Liar. You don't know how you feel about this? Like I said, that's a-okay. For what it is, I think you have the shading idea down. I think the bushes in the small areas is also, that's my, you're struggling where I'm struggling. So we can struggle together. But I do like this. What I was gonna say? The colors. I think the colors worked well together. Let's see. It does look like candy, like little clumps of nerds together. Yum. Yeah, I can see it. You did a nice try, the Liar, if I do say so myself. And look at that. This is crabs, I believe. Well, it says crab, but you like being called crab, right? But this, I really like how winding the tree trunk is. I think it's nice and smooth. And this stream stream has been full of things too smart for your small, smooth brain to understand. You find it hilarious. Step 1 is knowing you don't understand. Step 2 is attempting, and step 3 is failing. And you rinse and repeat. I like the little leaf. I think it's really cute. And I like that's what I was trying to do. There's little deep parts of the tree itself. I think that's really nice. And there's also an outline, which is also interesting. And if I go back up here, was it an outline? No. Interesting. I think what is it? Did you use like a not double, but like a plus brush? Isn't that what you said, Liar? I am crab. Yeah. You are crab. And let's see. The trunk looks flat. The leaves colors are amazing. Where is it at? Oh, do you mean up here? Is what you're talking about, Smidge? I'm not too sure. Or do you mean this trunk? I like both. I like both for their efforts. At least you don't get everyone says your anti-aliasing looks nice. Thanks either way. Let's take a look. I see. Ipe Rosa, the Brazilian bootleg cherry blossom. Ooh, how cool. And I see why. It does look like cotton candy. And I'm gonna have to agree on it looking very edible. It's very fluffy. I do see why it's gonna take you a while to figure out how to color it though. That is good luck. That's what I can say. But a lot of fluffiness. I do like it. It is very saturated as well. I'm a little biased there. It looks like it's coming along well though. I'm excited to see if you do finish it. And you're no artsy, but you try as long as you try. That's the whole that's the whole point. And welcome, consistently crying. So let's see. I like this. I like the trunk outline and the attempt to do shading. I'd say here you have the tree trunk going this way and there's shading here and there's shading from above. And I struggle with it too. I'm still struggling. Figuring out where the light comes from. As you saw, I struggle. But for a first attempt, this is a really good try. I like the colors too. I like the outline feel. You gave it your best shot and that's what matters. It's all about trying. And this girl seriously got you to draw pixel art? Did I? Good. Maybe I can get you to eat your veggies too. Well, all of that said though, thank you for everyone in here who participated. And thank you all who came and just listened or watched or viewed, all of those things. Thank you for coming. Let me go ahead and bring you to the proper ending stream. But thank you for coming to today's stream. This was a lot of fun. And oh, there's still the art up there from Putty Cups. It's so lovely. I can't get enough of it. And people, how? Step 1 is trying. I'm telling you, it's so hard to read it in English, but so okay. Step 1's trying, and if you struggle to do it this time, that's okay. I think because of how many people are joining the stream nowadays who are getting started, I might go back and do beginning stuff with pixel art that I did before, like revisiting. Peak views is 15. Crazy. But thank you all for coming. Thank you for joining. And yes, good stream. I had fun. And I'm glad a lot of people participated. This was fun overall. But thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. And I hope to see you all soon, some other time. Let's see. Next stream is next week. So again, I stream from Friday to Sunday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. EST. I'll see you next week. And drink water and hydrate. Exactly. And people with siblings, please tell you if you... I don't know about that one, but thank you for coming. You streamed a full 4 hours? Yeah, usually streams 4 hours, and now I'm not gonna make sure it's 5 again. I'm gone. See ya!